The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 10th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jason Crow to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Your love, Lord, reaches the heavens, your faithfulness to the skies. Your righteousness is like the highest mountains, your justice like the great deep. Give us eyes of faith that we may look to the heavens and know your love, hearts that we may enjoy your faithfulness. Grant us strength that we would climb the highest mountain to learn of your righteousness, courage that we would plunge the great deep to exercise your justice. How priceless is your unfailing love, O God. People take refuge in the shadow of your wings. They feast on the abundance of your house. You give them drink from the river of delights. Holy Lord, even as you provide shelter and food and drink for us this day, may we serve to be the extension of your wings of refuge. May we share the bounty of our own larders and give water to those who thirst for the refreshment of your own living water. For with you is the fountain of life. In your light, we see light. Hear our prayer this day, that we may reflect the light of your sacred name. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of Last Days Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we will take a message first. So what we're actually going to say is the chair will receive a message.
The Chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-4160, an act to amend Title 40, United States Code to grant the Supreme Court of the United States security-related authorities equivalent to the legislative and executive branches, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
the Chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask members to address the House for 1 minute and license to my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with outrage at the recent cruel attack on women's reproductive rights. Through a leak, we have learned about the Supreme Court draft opinion that would terrifyingly overturn Roe v. Wade if finalized. This is shocking. You see, I know what happens when Republicans strip reproductive rights away from women. I've seen it in my home state of Texas, which has the strictest reproductive health care laws in the country, SB 8. Each month, nearly 1,500 Texans are forced into such desperation where they travel to surrounding states for a chance to receive their health care. Many times, these Texans are forced to travel in unsafe conditions, putting themselves in harm's way. My colleagues, we will not go back. We must not go back. I urge my Senate colleagues to codify Roe v. Wade into law. We must protect a woman's right to reproductive health care. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Crime and the fear of crime impacts the lives of every American. We know its rising pace, carjacking at record highs, smash and grab robberies surging, and at least 12 major cities breaking homicide records in 2021. We know its price in dollar terms, $200 billion annually in aggressive crime tax. We know its widespread cost to families who are afraid to walk the streets at night. We know the tragic cost it inflicts in death and suffering. And we know its root cause, soft on crime policies, far-left prosecutors, and radical Democrats. From Seattle and Portland to New York City and Washington, D.C., Democrats have failed the first duty of government. They have failed to keep citizens safe. Now, some House Democrats want to erase their own soft-on-crime record, but the American people will not be fooled. This Congress, 219 House Democrats, voted for a bill that would cost local police departments hundreds of millions of dollars. The American people can't afford Democrats' radical agenda of fewer police officers on the street, fewer criminals behind bars, more victims of violent crime. Our police officers can't afford it either. Last year, more officers were murdered in the line of duty during President Biden's first year in office than at any point since 1995. Mr. Speaker, let me say that again. Last year, more officers were murdered in the line of duty during President Biden's first year in office than at any point since 1995. One of those officers was Kern County Sheriff's Office Deputy Philip Campus. He was a rising star who was killed in the line of duty last year after his SWAT team responded to a domestic violence call. He leaves behind a wife and a young family. He grew up in my hometown. He went to the exact same elementary school and junior high that I did. Campus was a bright example of what it means to serve others. Fittingly, this year, his name was added to the roll call of heroes on the National Peace Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C. To Deputy Campus's children, we cannot begin to imagine your sadness and pain. But I want you to know this. Your father was a hero. We will never forget him. Mr. Speaker, the solution to safer communities is the exact opposite of Democrats' radical agenda. This crime crisis deserves serious leadership, and it starts with stepping up and supporting law enforcement. Our brave officers face enormous challenges, yet they choose to wear the uniform every day. It's not enough to fully fund them. They must know we have their backs. So as National Police Week begins, I want to say something our law enforcement officers don't hear enough. Thank you. Thank you for protecting our communities. Thank you for protecting our children. Thank you for protecting our country. While radical Democrats want to defund, demonize, and abolish the police, Republicans salute you, and we will always support you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as a former Army Ranger, I rise today in support of S. 1872, a bill to award United States Army Ranger veterans of World War II a Congressional Gold Medal. In World War II, the U.S. Army formed 6 all-volunteer Ranger battalions and 1 provisional battalion. Some of the most important battles of the war relied on their skill, sacrifice, and unending courage. They fought throughout Europe, including D-Day landings at Omaha Beach, and liberated 500 prisoners from a Japanese POW camp in the Philippines known as the Great Raid. Of the 7,000 Rangers who served in World War II, only 15 are alive today. They live across our nation, on each coast, and in the heartland. As an Army Ranger who followed in their immense footsteps, I thank them for their service, sacrifice, and example. I also thank Senator Ernst for her partnership on this bill and urge my colleagues to join me in supporting its passage when it comes to a vote today. Rangers lead the way. I yield back.
Who's next? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In honor of National Charter School Week, I'm here to talk about the importance of school choice. Families should be empowered to find the best learning environments for their children instead of being forced into failing public schools that may not meet their child's need. Piedmont Community Charter School, located in Gaston County, North Carolina, is an amazing example of a school that puts students first. This school isn't afraid to hold its students to a high standard or to provide a challenging curriculum. Schools like Piedmont should inspire us all to renew and strengthen our support for education freedom. Instead of trapping children in a race to the bottom, charter schools like Piedmont are pushing students to the top. More options mean more successful students. Happy National Charter School Week. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. The horrifying reality is that in a matter of weeks, we could live in a post-Roe country, a country where women no longer have the fundamental right to make decisions about their own bodies, a country where women no longer have control over when and how to start a family, a country where women will suddenly face government interference in their personal lives, their privacy, and their freedom. Overturning Roe will not eliminate the need for abortion. It will simply eliminate access to safe, legal abortion care. And it will take the worst toll on poor women, women of color, and others who already face countless barriers to health care. Decisions about a woman's body are deeply personal. They should not be controlled by politicians. Every person, no matter where they live, how much money they make, or what they look like, deserves the right to make their own decisions about their health, life, and future. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 100 years of stellar performance of an exemplary company in Michigan's 1st District, F.O. Barden & Son Lumber. Since its founding in 1922 by Frank Barden, the company has become a vital component in helping Boyne City and northern Michigan grow and adapt to the needs in all aspects of daily life. This centennial milestone represents the years of service that Barden Lumber has dedicated in contributing to the economic well-being of the area and the lives of countless residents. In reflecting on the company's 100-year history, it is clear that they have continually chosen to not only make decisions for the good of the company in the wake of a changing marketplace, but they have also proven capable of looking beyond the balance sheet to include the ideas of and the ideals of its people and community. Even as our cyclical Michigan economy has presented obstacles to its growth, F.O. Barden & Son Lumber has sustained itself through dedication and innovation. We are grateful for the company's contributions to Boyne City and to all of Michigan. Thank you, F.O. Barden & Son.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after almost 12 years in Congress, today is my last day. It has been an honor to serve with you all from both parties. I love this institution as it still exemplifies what is best about our government. We are the people's house. While I am proud that we put people before politics, there's much more to do. I am leaving to continue that work and hope to have a greater impact on our country. I believe the current focus on extremism demands us to heed the words of Abraham Lincoln, uttered years ago as we face a similar threat to our existence today. A house divided cannot stand, but I add, a house united will not fail. It is time for petty political posturing to end. Leadership must emerge, and in God I trust. His divine protection will extend again if only we acknowledge and accept his love and the divine spark that exists in each of us as citizens of our great nation. I want to thank my family, who without their love and support, I am nothing. I also thank the people who have worked for us and helped so many. I am grateful. My most profound appreciation is for the people of Western New York. Thank you for giving a country lawyer, the youngest of 12, raised by a single mother whose father passed away when I was just 2 years old, the honor of representing you at the highest level. Only in America can such a dream come true. So I humbly bid farewell and submit my resignation as a member of the House, and I wish you all Godspeed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The leak of the Supreme Court's draft opinion on the Dobbs case, a draft opinion, is a betrayal of confidence between the justices, the deliberative process, and the public. No matter what side of the aisle you're on or what side of the issue, everyone should find it reprehensible that such an assault on our judicial system could even occur. The leak breaks down the ability of our nation's highest court to objectively examine on all sides and come to clear answers on the constitutionality of serious issues. Justices consider very serious topics, such as this Dobbs case. They should be allowed to freely debate amongst themselves and hypothesize in their deliberations. I expect a full investigation into this leak and condemn this attempt to undermine the American judicial process. This leak has caused protesters to now threaten the justices' families at their homes and where they go. And yet, what do we get? Silence from the Biden administration. I guess if it falls on the side of issues and topics they agree with, it isn't violence, it's just merely protest and strong feelings. What hypocrisy. We must put an end to this right now and have a full investigation so they can do their judicial process in safety and without any kind of false influence. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the men and women of Naval Air Station Pensacola on being named Navy Installation Command's Large Installation of the Year. I am continuously in awe of the dedication and patriotism our service members and defense civilians display day in, day out to ensure the defense of our great nation and advance the cause of liberty. The Patriots of NAS Pensacola conducted 50,000 operations in fiscal year 2021 without mishap, an astonishing feat given the inherently dangerous nature of military training. The installation established the Emergency Family Assistance Center to provide relief and aid for the recovery, shelter, and assistance of 267 Hurricane Sally victims. We ask our service members and their families to sacrifice so much, and the ability to decompress and enjoy leisure time with family and friends is critical to their well-being and readiness. To that end, NAS Pensacola's Morale, Welfare, and Recreation Department received a 5-star rating and was ranked #1 among large bases. It is my distinct privilege to serve Florida's 1st Congressional District and to represent the brave men and women of NAS Pensacola, and the best is yet to come. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Ms. Ann Thomas, a dedicated educator who will be retiring after 43 years as math teacher at Springwood School. Mrs. Thomas is someone who challenges her students to look beyond the pages of the textbook and to become problem solvers and critical thinkers. Every day, her tenacity, her passion, and her dedication impacts each and every one of her students. As a math teacher, she ensured that young people would have the knowledge and skills to not only help them succeed in the classroom, but to be empowered to become productive members of society. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud alumnus of Springwood High School in many ways because of her and in honor of her 43 years of remarkable service. I thank and commend Mrs. Thomas for a relentless commitment to mathematics education and for helping the next generation of young folks succeed. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of an incredible and selfless woman, Melinda Powell, affectionately referred to as Sweet Melinda. A nurse and nurse practitioner by trade, Melinda led by example, setting an unparalleled standard of love and service, enriching the lives of her friends, family, and community members. Melinda resided in Savannah, Georgia with her husband, where she remained an active member of the Savannah community for many years. She was a caring woman who looked after her patients like they were her own family. She left a lasting impression on everyone that she encountered and was deeply loved by all who had the pleasure of knowing her. Her service and love for our community will forever be remembered, and her memory will always be cherished. My thoughts and prayers reside with Melinda's family and friends through this most tremendous loss, and may God speed her on her journey home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House the following communications.
The chair lays before the House the following communications.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on May 5, 2022 at 4:25 p.m. that the Senate agrees to conference with the House of Representatives, H.R. 4521. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Deputy Clerk. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on May 9, 2022, at 2:40 p.m. That the Senate agreed to, relative to the death of the Honorable Orrin G. Hatch, former United States Senator from the state of Utah, Senate Resolution 621. Appointments, Board of Trustees of the American Folklife Center of the Library of Congress. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 847, the Promoting Digital Privacy Technology Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 225, H.R. 847, a bill to support research on privacy-enhancing technologies and promote responsible data use and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, and the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 847, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 847, the Promoting Digital Privacy Technologies Act. The 21st century has ushered in the era of hyper-internet utilization, the gig economy of nearly everything. Americans are online. Practically any digital action that internet users take, from social media or shopping online to browsing news or using email, creates data that is stored by companies or organizations. More and more data about each of us is being generated faster and faster each day. In fact, 2.5 quintillion bytes of data are generated nearly every day. 90% of the world's data was created in just the last 2 years alone. Companies can use, share, or sell data they collect. Since most of the data economy is invisible, Americans are not able to see this constant flow of their information. But the more modern digital economy is fueled by personal data. Unfortunately, there are few processes that can enable the productive use of personal data while also protecting the privacy and confidentiality of the people to whom that data is linked. A 2019 survey by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration found that 73% of U.S. households have significant concerns about online privacy and security risks. I hear it from my own constituents all throughout Oakland County, Michigan. There are tremendous opportunities to capture the benefits of data, including for safer roads, improved public health, and better educational outcomes. However, in any use of personal data, we have the ability and the necessity to ensure privacy and confidentiality. Form and function, my friends. One key way to achieve that is through the development of privacy-enhancing technologies, or PETs. PETs are a broad range of technologies that allow organizations to collect, share, and use data while mitigating the privacy risks that arise from those activities. The goal is to make these systems that use personal information private by default, opening up those data to a wide range of researchers who would otherwise not have access. These technologies have the potential to enable broader use of federal data sets, as privacy risks are often the greatest barrier to open government data efforts. We recognize the untapped potential and opportunity for the United States of America to lead here. The technology itself for PETs is still immature and not necessarily ready for widespread use. My bill, H.R. 847, the Promoting Digital Privacy Technologies Act, supports research, workforce development, standard setting, and government coordination for PETs. H.R. 847 directs the National Science Foundation to conduct fundamental privacy research that can help improve these technologies, assess their limitations, and broaden their applicability. This bill also directs the National Science Foundation to support workforce development activities in order to help address the growing shortage of privacy professionals across the United States of America. H.R. 847 also supports activities at the National Institute of Standards and Technology to facilitate the development of standards and best practices for integration of PETs in the public and private sectors. This is the best of government in action, my friends. Finally, H.R. 847 directs the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy to coordinate federal activities to accelerate the development of PETs across government. Congress has been debating different proposals for privacy legislation, as we know, for many, many years, and I remain hopeful and optimistic that we will get something done. In the meantime, the Promoting Digital Privacy Technologies Act will help ensure that we have the necessary tools to fully implement privacy legislation without stifling innovation. It is high time that we research ways in which privacy-enhancing technologies can be utilized to protect Americans' most sensitive and personal data. I also would like to thank my colleagues. This has been a bipartisan effort. Congressman Anthony Gonzalez, as well as Senators Catherine Cortez Masto and Senator Deb Fischer for working with me to develop this legislation last year. I also want to thank our stakeholders whose feedback helped strengthen this bill. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 847, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 847, the Promoting Digital Privacy Technologies Act. This legislation supports research activities to advance innovative technologies to safeguard individuals' privacy. As Americans, have moved more and more of their lives online, especially during the pandemic. It has also resulted in more digital consumer data and personal information being generated than ever before. This personal information has long been a target for cyber criminals, and it has only worsened over the pandemic. According to the Federal Trade Commission, identity theft increased by almost 3,000% over the last year. This problem is exacerbated by the failure of some companies to properly safeguard consumer data. This data is a valuable asset. In 2017, The Economist claimed data is now the world's most valuable resource. When safely utilized, it can do a great deal to spur our economy and support innovations like artificial intelligence and machine learning. Our task is to ensure this resource doesn't fall into the hands of bad actors, putting Americans' private information at risk. Privacy-enhancing technologies, PETs, may be part of the solution. PETs utilize cryptography and statistics to minimize the amount of personally identifiable information while ensuring the data sets are still usable. However, more research is needed to understand PET's applicability and to encourage further development and adoption. This bill requires the National Science Foundation to support fundamental research into PETs, the mathematics that is the foundation of them, and the additional technologies that promote data minimization principles. The legislation also directs NIST to work with stakeholders to develop voluntary consensus standards for incorporating these technologies into federal and commercial applications. I want to thank Chairwoman Stevens and Representative Gonzalez for leading this very important legislation. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill. At this time, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
I'm prepared to close as well.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again would like to thank my colleagues, Chairwoman Stevens and Representative Gonzalez, for leading this important legislation. While the data revolution offers an opportunity to solve many of the world's grand challenges, we must also ensure these innovators don't put Americans' private information at risk. By supporting further research on privacy-enhancing technologies through this legislation, we are taking important steps to strengthen consumer privacy while enabling the use of consumer data. I again urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I join my colleague in encouraging members of this legislative body to support H.R. 847. I want to recognize that privacy-enhancing technologies are an innovation opportunity for the United States of America. The role that the National Institute of Standards and Technology will play with this legislation will convene industry stakeholders, nonprofit groups to standard set, which is certainly welcome by many and will also ensure us the ability to continue to succeed and compete in years to come. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman has yielded. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 847 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Michigan. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5324, the NWR Modernization Act of 2021 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 228, H.R. 5324, a bill to provide guidance for an investment in the upgrade and modernization of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Weather Radio All Hazards Network and other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, and the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5324, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I want to voice my support for this bipartisan legislation led by Ranking Member Bice and Chairwoman Sherrill of the Science Committee's Environment Subcommittee. The NWR Modernization Act of 2021 will direct NOAA to undertake various updates to the NOAA Weather Radio. NOAA Weather Radio serves as a consistent and reliable source of weather forecasts, warnings, and watches from the National Weather Service to communities across America, something that is all too palpable to Americans today given the rise of extreme weather incidents. Because of its broad reach and continuous coverage, NOAA Weather Radio also provides information related to natural disasters and other hazardous non-weather events. In order to ensure the NOAA Weather Radio can continue to provide reliable life-saving information, it is vital to ensure the system is upgraded to reflect the modern era. This bill requires NOAA to acquire more transmitters and update vital software and telecommunications infrastructure to support operation of NOAA Weather Radio and enhance its transmission of non-weather emergency messages. These updates should help to expand NOAA Weather Radio coverage to ensure all communities, especially underserved rural communities, receive these critical alerts. This bill will provide benefits to many across this incredible country, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting its passage. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 5324, the NOAA Weather Radio Modernization Act, is dedicated to supporting, upgrading, and modernizing one of the best alert systems we have for extreme weather and other dangerous events. The NOAA Weather Radio All-Hazard System, known as NWR, is a highly successful nationwide network of stations that broadcasts natural, environmental, and safety alerts to the public through radio broadcast frequencies. Whether it's an earthquake, tornado, chemical release, oil spill, or Amber Alert, the NWR broadcasts 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to 95% of the U.S. population. It is life-saving and informative to everyone, no matter where their location. Simply put, NWR is the single source for comprehensive weather and emergency information. Many of my constituents in Oklahoma heard alerts through the National Weather Radio receiver last week when severe weather and tornadoes struck Seminole County in the late evening. Thankfully, there have been no reported casualties, and that's due in large part to citizens heeding the warnings of the NWR. The NWR is consistent as it operates even when the power goes out and cell service is down. It's also trusted because of its accuracy and long track record of saving lives. But as with all technology, it needs to be upgraded and modernized to remain effective, just as effective in the future, as well as ensure current outages are short and infrequent. It was almost 3 decades ago in the late 90s that the NWR network received its last upgrade. Since that time, operations and maintenance costs related to transmitters and antennas have increased. And it should be obvious that technology has greatly advanced, as the very first iPhone wasn't available when these upgrades took place. As the world becomes more digitized, we must ensure that older systems like this that protect lives and property don't get lost in the shuffle. That is why I introduced this legislation. H.R. 5324 authorizes upgrades to the existing system through timely repairs and ensures that the reliable infrastructure in place is not abandoned. This will help outages become less common. To give you an idea of this need, right before coming down, I checked the NWR's website to see that 19 transmitters are currently out of service, and 9 are experiencing degraded signal. That means 28 areas and surrounding communities are at risk of severe events without minimal warning. This legislation also establishes a modernization initiative for broadcast to transmit to IP-based communications and develop options for backup capabilities and enhanced signal transmission. This paves the way for future development and provides fail-safe options so that NWR is never down for an extended period of time. Last but not least, H.R. 5324 requires NOAA to conduct an assessment of NWR access. This will ensure that the modernization efforts are effective and people across the country have easy, reliable access in a manner that is in line with modern technology. The benefits of the National Weather Radio right now are numerous. The signal can easily reach and educate vulnerable communities. It can cover both land and marine warnings. And when a disaster is over, it can issue an all clear for a community that might be battered, but whose people are safe. Therefore, we should ensure its continued use by supporting its reliability and efforts to bring the system into the 21st century. I'm proud to have introduced this legislation that does exactly that and will protect the lives of Oklahomans as well as communities across the nation. I want to thank Environmental Subcommittee Chairwoman Sherrill for leading this bill with me and for her efforts to work across the aisle for its passage. I also want to thank Representatives Kilmer, LaTurner, Bonamici, and Elsie for co-sponsoring it. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to reflect. The Congresswoman from Oklahoma mentioned something that I believe is important to reiterate, which is that the technology adoptions occurred before the iPhone. Last June in Oakland County, Michigan, Farmington, the city of Farmington and Farmington Hills experienced an extreme weather event, otherwise known as a supercell. This is rapid winds at a high level, multiple, hundreds of feet sometimes up in the air, ripping large trees from their roots. It was very destructive. There was no warning. It terrified residents of my district. We also reflect that in Mason City, Iowa, just last month, there was a major tornado that blew through, again, without warning. So this is very real and palpable to the American people. I, again, want to recognize the leadership of the Congresswoman from New Jersey, the subcommittee chair of the Environment Subcommittee, Ms. Sherrill, for her leadership, along with the Congresswoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, for bringing us this very critical bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Oklahoma, the distinguished ranking member of the Science Committee and Dean of the Oklahoma delegation, Mr. Lucas.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlewoman from Oklahoma for yielding and for introducing this legislation. H.R. 5324, the NOAA Weather Radio Modernization Act of 2021, is a straightforward, life-saving bill introduced by my esteemed colleague from Oklahoma, Representative Stephanie Bice, ranking member of the Environment Subcommittee. Last week, nearly the entire state of Oklahoma experienced an outbreak of severe weather and a number of confirmed tornadoes. That is not uncommon for this time of year, and our citizens were well prepared. While there was significant damage and widespread power outages, there have been no confirmed deaths at this point. That is because of the life-saving efforts of NOAA, the National Weather Service, and warning capacities like the NOAA Weather Radio, also known as NWR. Day or night, power or no power, in a rural area or in the heart of a city, an NWR device loudly alerts you and your family to severe weather nearby. Most Oklahomans have grown up listening to these announcements, and we know to act when we hear them. That saves lives. But since NWR was designated as the sole government provider of direct warning to private homes in 1975, the system has gone through few upgrades, other than broadly expanding access across the country. The NWR's aging infrastructure has led to increased maintenance costs and more frequent outages. The copper wiring that connects broadcast transmitters to weather service stations has become obsolete and expensive. More powerful storms require backup options and stronger signals in case of extensive damage to mission-critical facilities. The NWR Modernization Act addresses these challenges and gives NOAA the authority and resources to ensure that the NWR is as useful in the 21st century as it has been for the last 4 decades. This legislation continues to expand access to NWR. but does so while ensuring the system does not become obsolete with out-of-date technology. I want to thank the leadership of the Science Committee's Environmental Subcommittee, Ranking Member Bice and Chairwoman Sherrill, for leading on this critical issue. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And I would simply note, we pass lots of pieces of legislation in this body every session. But every so often, we address a piece of legislation that makes a real difference in the lives of people. A piece of legislation that deserves to move as swiftly as possible through the process to enable its implementation. Again, I thank all my colleagues. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
The gentlewoman reserves.
The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
I reserve. I prepare to close.
Does anyone close?
I'm prepared to close.
Okay. Is the gentlewoman from Michigan prepared to close?
The gentlewoman from Michigan is prepared to close.
So the gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NWR Modernization Act of 2021 will ensure the continued safety of all Americans when experiencing severe weather and other emergency events. We've seen examples as recent as the past month of the NOAA Weather Radio saving lives in Oklahoma, Iowa, and Colorado. Although the National Weather Radio coverage is currently available to 95% of the U.S. population, I see no reason why we shouldn't strive for 100%. Every citizen, no matter how remote or isolated their location, deserves equal access to this life-saving service. Additionally, because we've seen just how effective NWR is, we need to support its modernization and continued use for decades to come. Many services across different industries have used technology to adopt to a more modern age, and our country's emergency alert system should be no different. This bill allows NOAA to achieve both of those goals. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
NOAA Weather Radio is absolutely essential. We have a bill to modernize it. The American people need it now. H.R. 5324, NWR Modernization Act of 2021 has my full support. I urge my colleagues to support it. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5324 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair,
Speaker.
two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does a gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S66, the South Florida Clean Coastal Waters Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 66, an act to require the Interagency Task Force on Harmful Algal Blooms and Hypoxia to develop a plan for reducing, mitigating, and controlling harmful algal blooms and hypoxia in South Florida and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, and the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on S66, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in support of S66, the South Florida Clean Coastal Waters Act of 2021. The South Florida region suffers from blooms of harmful algae in both its fresh and marine bodies of water. The impacts of marine red tide and freshwater blue-green algae in this region are felt in marine life, across the local economy, and on public health. When these algae blooms die and sink into the bottom of water bodies, they can cause hypoxia, or low oxygen events, which further impact marine and freshwater ecosystems. This bill authorizes a scientific assessment and action plan to address the negative impacts of harmful algae blooms, HABs, and hypoxia in South Florida. We know that many Michiganders enjoy the splendors of South Florida in the winter season. We have had this reported from colleagues from Florida, and we are supporting this bill because this work can serve as a template for other communities suffering from HABs and hypoxia and help address these disruptive events. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Michigan reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're now considering a Senate bill, Senate 66, the South Florida Clean Coastal Waters Act of 2021. I support this bill, and I'd like to note that I especially appreciate that we're going through the normal legislative process here. Last Congress, the House passed H.R. 335, a bill introduced by Representative Mast to address harmful alga blooms, HABs, in South Florida. This Congress, Representative Mast reintroduced the same language as H.R. 565, with Science Committee co-sponsors Representatives Posey, Waltz, and Jimenez. H.R. 335, H.R. 565, and the bill we're considering now, Senate 66, are all one and the same. It's simple language that is critically important to my colleagues in Florida and their communities, which are dependent on clean, healthy waters. The legislation requires the Interagency Task Force on Harmful Algal Blooms and Hypoxia to produce an assessment on the causes, consequences, and potential mitigation options to reduce HABs and hypoxia in South Florida. The legislation also calls for the task force to assess our current work and identify gaps in research, monitoring, and management efforts. The task force will also develop an action plan for reducing, mitigating, and controlling HABs and hypoxia. This will build on the great work to reduce those in other parts of the country, namely the Great Lakes region and the northern Gulf of Mexico. It is solid legislation, and I look forward to seeing its results in Florida. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, for those watching at home, a friendly reminder that Senate Bill 66 passed the House last session of Congress, the 116th session of Congress. We are now in the 117th session of Congress. We will pass this bill again. That is our intention, to send it over to the Senate yet again to get it passed and signed into law. As a friendly reminder, the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee oversees and has jurisdiction over the Harmful Algae Bloom and Hypoxia Research and Control Act, which is why we are passing it through not only our committee, but obviously here on the House floor. So yet again, Madam Speaker, I join my colleagues in urging the passage of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The South Florida Clean Coastal Waters Act will help Floridians enjoy clean, safe, and healthy waters. That helps families and our economy. We've already seen how efforts like this can succeed in reducing harmful algal blooms in other parts of the country. This legislation will ensure Southern Florida enjoys the same success. This is a great example of solid policymaking through regular order, and I appreciate all the work that went into it. I want to thank Senators Rubio and Scott for their work on the bill across the Hill, Representative Mast for his willingness to collaborate with our Senate colleagues, and Representatives Posey, Waltz, and Jimenez for leading this effort for the Science Committee. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Woman goes back. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
The gentleman reserves, or the gentlewoman reserves.
The gentlewoman has the only time left.
Well, I am prepared to close, Madam Speaker.
You're prepared to close.
Yeah. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I would just like to note with this bill, the task force to develop an action plan based on an integrated assessment that details methods for reducing, mitigating, and controlling HABs and hypoxia in South Florida is obviously essential. This is an interagency effort involving the state, involving local and tribal governments, as well as non-federal stakeholder groups. And so we urge the passage of Senate Bill 66. And with that, I yield back my time, Madam Speaker.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 66? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I would ask for the yeas and nays.
I'm sorry, sir?
I would ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7077, the Empowering the U.S. Fire Administration Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7077, a bill to require the United States Fire Administration to conduct on-site investigations of major fires and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, and the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Mrs. Bice, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 7077, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman may proceed.
I rise today, Madam Speaker, in support of H.R. 7077, the Empowering the U.S. Fire Administration Act. Although fire loss has improved significantly over the past 25 years, the fire problem in the United States of America remains serious and is deserving of our attention and our legislative action. The United States still has one of the highest fire death rates in the industrialized world. It is clear we have work to do to prevent these fires and, unfortunately, their deadly consequences. According to FEMA, between 2017 and 2019, residential building fires caused an estimated 2,770 deaths, 11,650 injuries, and $8.1 billion in property loss. In Michigan, and this is deeply personal to those of us in Oakland County, we have recently experienced a significant rise in fire-related deaths during 2022, just this year alone. According to the Bureau of Fire Services, fire-related deaths across Michigan increased by 144%. Fires themselves are on the rise in the first month of 2022 alone compared to 2021. Unfortunately, it was reported that these increased fires in Michigan were all preventable, Madam Speaker, and that is why I am proud to be joining my incredible colleague from New York, Congressman Torres, today in supporting his legislation. The Empowering the U.S. Fire Administration Act is part of a federal legislative package aimed at solving the underlying issues that cause deadly fires. H.R. 7077 is led by my friend and colleague, Congressman Richie Torres. On January 9th of this year, a major fire occurred at the Twin Parks Northwest apartment building in which Representative Torres' district of 17 people, including 8 children, tragically lost their lives. Following from that, we experienced a less deadly fire, although monumental, at Oakland Hills and Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, in which the second largest wood frame structure caught on fire and nearly all collapsed. A key objective of the U.S. Fire Administration is to significantly reduce the nation's loss of life from fire, while also achieving a reduction in property loss and non-fatal injury due to fire. This bill authorizes the U.S. Fire Administration to conduct on-site investigation of major fires. By authorizing the USFA to send incident investigators to the site of a major fire, the This bill will more fully leverage the unique expertise of the USFA to contribute to what we can learn from these fires to continue to strengthen prevention going forward. These catastrophes deserve federal support. They hamper our local fire departments. Our local residents deserve answers. I mentioned in February the tragedy that my own region, Oakland Hills Country Club, a fixture that has been in our community for generations, experienced. The 99-year-old clubhouse was one of the oldest all-wooden structures in Michigan and was where I worked as a hostess following my senior graduation from high school at Birmingham Seahome. I was saving up money for college. Thankfully, no one was injured, but the Oakland County Sheriff recently forecasted that the total fire investigation could take up to a full year to complete. We must learn from these fires to inform efforts to prevent major fires from occurring in the future, and the USFA is an important component of these efforts. The agency is limited in its ability to learn from these fires, and it currently lacks the authority to conduct on-site investigations. This is what this bill will achieve. It will unlock the expertise of federal fire safety specialists and engineers to coordinate and cooperate with local firefighter investigators after a major fire incident in their community. It authorizes the USFA to send their own experts to the site of a major fire to conduct an on-site investigation in coordination and cooperation with appropriate federal, state, and local authorities. In doing so, this bill more fully utilizes the agency's extensive expertise to help learn from major fires and to help inform prevention efforts in the future. Additionally, this bill requires USFA to issue a public report on the findings of the investigation to local, state, and federal authorities. This report would include recommendations on how to mitigate the causes of the investigated fire, as well as buildings with similar characteristics that may bear similar fire risks. The sharing of national best practices is how we succeed as the United States of America. If other federal agencies, for example, NIST, are also investigating the fire, the bill would encourage the agency to collaborate on a comprehensive report, an interagency effort. In fact, collaboration with local, state, and other federal authorities is a central theme of this entire bill. We're just ensuring that USFA also has the specific authorities it needs to carry out its mission. Again, I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Richie Torres, a freshman in this body, for his fantastic leadership on this bill. I also want to recognize my Science Committee colleagues, Congressman Peter Meyer from West Michigan and Congressman Anthony Gonzalez from the other state of Ohio. And I urge all of my colleagues to join us in passing this bill. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7077, the Empowering the U.S. Fire Administration Act. This bipartisan legislation would help us better investigate and prevent deadly fires by giving the U.S. Fire Administration the authority to collaborate with local fire departments. With this authority, they can send safety specialists, fire protection engineers, codes and standards experts, researchers, and fire training specialists to assist with on-site investigations of major fires. The U.S. Fire Administration is housed within FEMA, and it helps enhance our ability to prevent and respond to fires through research and education. It has valuable and life-saving resources in preventing, responding to, and investigating fires. This bill would ensure that state and local governments can access their expertise and hopefully prevent major fires in the future. The bill directs U.S. Fire Administration incident investigators to examine the cause and origins of fires. Their expertise will help local officials assess factors that contribute to the loss of property and life, including the use of codes and standards, demographics, structural characteristics, smoke and fire dynamics, and related cost. Additionally, the bill requires the U.S. Fire Administration to issue a report in coordination with federal, state, and local authorities on their findings, and to provide recommendations on how to prevent similar fires from occurring in the future. I'd like to thank Representative Torres for introducing the bill after New York's deadliest fire in over 3 decades claimed the lives of 17 residents, including 8 children. Rep. Torres recognizes that it is critical that we empower the U.S. Fire Administration to partner with local fire departments to help determine the root cause of these tragic and horrific fires to make sure they never happen again. The bill incorporates stakeholder and agency feedback and is endorsed by the Fire Department of New York, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, the International Association of Firefighters, National Association of State Fire Marshals, and the National Fire Protection Association. It is smart and practical policy to make the best possible use of our resources to protect American lives. In addition to Rep. Torres, I'd like to thank the original co-sponsors from our committee, Representatives Stevens, Meyer, and Gonzalez. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Mr. Torres is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm here to speak about H.R. 7077, which stems from the tragedy of Twin Parks Northwest, the scene of New York's deadliest fire in more than 3 decades, one that left the South Bronx with a death count of 17, including 8 children, one as young as 2 years of age. The legislation would empower the United States Fire Administration to investigate the deadliest fires in partnership with state and local governments. Not all local jurisdictions have the capacity to investigate the causes of complex fires on their own. The federal government, tapping into the technical expertise of USFA, can and should aid fire investigations in the aim of ascertaining the truth about what exactly happened and why. We must investigate the deadliest fires so that every lesson is learned and so that no life is ever lost in vain. The objective here is to enable the USFA to share lessons learned with governments at all levels in the hopes of transforming those lessons into policies and practices that prevent fires and save lives. Every time a fire breaks out and a life is lost, we should be reminded of a simple injunction: those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Let us enable the USFA to learn from the deadliest fires so that we as a nation never repeat them. I'm enormously grateful for the partnership of Congressmember Haley Stevens, without whose support the bill would never have been brought to the floor. I'm also enormously grateful for the bipartisan cooperation of Congressmembers Bice, Meyer, and Gonzalez. Madam Speaker, I would also like to include letters supporting my legislation from the FDNY, International Association of Fire Chiefs, and National Association of State Fire Marshals. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, my freshman colleague, Mr. Meyer.
Mr. Meyer is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7077, the Empowering the USA Fire Administration Act, which is an important piece of bipartisan legislation to support the U.S. Fire Administration. I was honored to join my colleague who we just heard from, Mr. Richie Torres, in introducing this bill, spurred from a terrible and heartbreaking tragedy in his district in New York. That fire in the Bronx apartment building left us with many questions, but upon further examination, it became clear that there is currently a lack of coordination between the federal U.S. Fire Administration and other state and local authorities. In fact, the U.S. Fire Administration does not have the authority to conduct on-site investigations of major fires, and as a result, our state and local authorities are limited in their capabilities to investigate major fires. The U.S. Fire Administration's expertise can and should be used to the fullest extent in coordination with all existing authorities responsible for fire investigations. That is why H.R. 7077 is so important, to address the existing coordination gap between federal, state, and local authorities, and allow the U.S. Fire Administration to send investigators, including safety specialists, fire protection engineers, codes and standards experts, and fire training specialists to the site of a major fire, so that these experts can then work on the ground with their state and local authorities to determine cause, examine building failures, provide answers as to those affected by the fires, and establish lessons learned so similar tragedies can be prevented in the future. The tragedy we saw in the Bronx was heartbreaking and should never have happened. We need answers, and we also need to ensure that something like this does not happen again. It's past time to allow the experts at all levels, federal, state, and local, to coordinate and help us achieve this goal. This bill has received support from fire departments across the country, including in my hometown of Grand Rapids, with our Grand Rapids Fire Department offering its support. So I want to thank my colleagues, Mr. Torres, without whom this wouldn't have happened, Ms. Stevens, and Mr. Gonzalez for their work on this bill, as well as my dear colleague, Ms. Bice. I urge my colleagues to support this piece of legislation, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise again in support of H.R. 7077, the Empowering the U.S. Fire Administration Act. As I previously mentioned, the USFA has valuable and life-saving resources in preventing, responding to, and investigating fires. This bill would ensure that state and local governments have access to these resources and that the U.S. Fire Administration has the authority needed to conduct on-site investigations of major fires. We cannot afford to let any more tragic and preventable fires like the one in Rep. Torres' district happen in the future. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Michigan.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I again urge my colleagues to support this critical bill, H.R. 7077, a bill to empower the U.S. Fire Administration to act in regards to the event of fires for investigative purposes. I'd also like to note that the members who are supporting this bill not only share a time zone, but also share a generation and share a vision for the future, a vision for the future of this country that utilizes the best of government, an interagency effort, government acting cohesively together when needed, federal government coming in and supporting local fire departments in the wake of catastrophic fires. This is quite palpable, Madam Speaker. The urgency to pass the bill, H.R. 7077, could not be more palpable. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7077? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1437, the Precip Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1437, a bill to amend the Weather Research and Forecasting Innovation Act of 2017 to direct the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to provide comprehensive and regularly updated federal precipitation information and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, and the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Mrs. Beachy, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1437, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1437, the Providing Research on Estimates of Changes in Precipitation or Precip Act. I'd like to commend Environment Subcommittee Chairwoman Ms. Sherrill of the Science Committee on her work to bring the Precip Act to the House floor today. The bipartisan bill is the result of significant stakeholder engagement led by Congresswoman Sherrill of New Jersey. Precipitation data is used by decision makers like dam safety officials, floodplain managers, civil engineers, and federal, state, and local officials to build resilient infrastructure, something we care a lot about in this body, for communities. The precipitation data is extremely important for Michiganders. This is a huge reality for us, particularly in southeastern Michigan, after record rainfall over the last year. The Great Lakes Integrated Sciences and Assessments Organization found that changes in precipitation in the Great Lakes region will lead to more extreme precipitation events in the state of Michigan, otherwise known as flooding, a reality all too palpable to the Speaker and myself, both hailing from southeast Michigan. These extreme precipitation events can cause flooding and can also affect lake levels, which could have severe economic and ecological impacts across my home state of Michigan and certainly across the country. The Precip Act would help to modernize outdated precipitation data across the country, and the bill also directs NOAA to update precipitation data on a regular cadence. This will not only address many precipitation estimates that are currently years and sometimes decades out of date, it will also help local responders act when their residents need them to, and it will also help local elected officials coordinate with the federal agencies in responding to extreme precipitation events. It will also ensure consistency in precipitation estimates across the United States, as we know precipitation events do not respect state or regional boundaries, as we are also anticipating an increase of frequency and intensity of precipitation events due to the reality of climate change. It is critical that this bill also requires NOAA to consider future climate change while updating these precipitation estimates. This will ensure that this data remains relevant for the future. I am deeply proud to co-sponsor this bill that has both bipartisan and bicameral support. Its passage will positively impact all Americans, and I urge my colleagues in this chamber on both sides of the aisle to support this bill. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Mrs. Bice, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1437, the Precip Act. This legislation, sponsored by the chairwoman of the Environmental Subcommittee, Rep. Sherrill, would amend the Weather Act to enhance precipitation estimates and improve how NOAA works with stakeholder groups to best utilize this data. This precipitation data is crucial to our forecasting abilities. Accurate precip estimates not only inform our decisions on agricultural and water resources, but also help us better predict and protect ourselves from natural disasters like flooding and landslides. To improve these estimates, this bill directs NOAA to partner with the national academies to review current practices for estimating precipitation and identifying research needs in order to improve those forecasts. Additionally, the legislation requires NOAA to update its maximum precipitation estimates within 6 years of the National Academy's report and every 10 years afterward. Finally, this bill directs NOAA to develop and publish a national guidance document for federal and state agencies, meteorologists, and other users to follow when performing probable maximum precipitation studies. The common sense steps in this bill will provide tremendous benefits across the country. Communities will benefit from access to better data as they make key decisions about creating and updating infrastructure to address extreme weather events, including flooding. This will make a real difference across America. My home state of Oklahoma is home to thousands of dams. Many of these structures are in need of repair and modernization, and the communities responsible for these dams rely on accurate data to ensure we are prepared for future rainfall. Too often, we have had to rely on out-of-date data to make these critical decisions, which will not be the case if the Precip Act becomes law. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of the legislation, and I'd like to thank Chairwoman Sherrill for her work on this important topic. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have seen you, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell of Michigan's 12th District, in your waders, moving around your district, including Dearborn, in flood-ridden neighborhoods. This is a crisis. It is important to pass the PRECIP Act as introduced by Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill of New Jersey, co-led by Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. This is a remarkable set of legislation that will make a huge difference to this country. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I once again want to thank Rep. Sherrill for sponsoring this important legislation. Better precipitation estimates will improve the way we do business, manage infrastructure, and prevent losses during natural disasters. This is a smart and practical bill that ensures we have accurate data from NOAA on precipitation. It also ensures NOAA will update its estimates more frequently so communities can use timely data to make crucial decisions. I appreciate my colleagues' work on this important topic, and I urge the passage of the bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. The gentlewoman from Michigan.
Madam Speaker, I am prepared to close. Madam Speaker, with that, H.R. 1437, the PRECIP Act, is of great merit. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in its passage, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1437 as amended? Those in favor will indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the purpose of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed.
United States Army Rangers Veterans of World War II Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Senator Ernst.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
1872, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal collectively to the United States Army Rangers Veterans of World War II in recognition of their extraordinary service during World War II.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise in strong support of S. 1872, the Army Rangers Veterans of World War II Congressional Gold Medal Act. This bill honors the service of the men in the U.S. Army Rangers whose courageous actions in the European, North African, and Pacific theaters during World War II were essential to ensuring victory for the Allied powers. At the onset of World War II, there were no U.S. Army units capable of performing highly specialized raiding missions like that of their British commando counterparts. To resolve this, the Brigadier General Lucien K. Truscott Jr. proposed the creation of Army Ranger battalions to General George Marshall. These small, highly specialized, and independent units drew upon existing American expertise using light infantry units for raids and scouting. Captain William O. Darby was selected as the first Ranger Battalion commander due to his experience in amphibious training and operational experience in both cavalry and infantry. Darby immediately went recruiting volunteers, 473 of whom became the 1st Ranger Battalion. Thereafter, the 2nd through 6th Ranger Battalions were formed, along with the 29th Provisional Ranger Battalion, comprised of members of the Army National Guard. The 1st Ranger Battalion was given the initial mission of taking part in the British and Canadian raid in Dieppe, in France, making them the first American troops to see ground combat in Europe. American troops to see, following this raid, the 1st Ranger Battalion operated primarily throughout North Africa and Italy, where they and members of the 3rd Ranger Battalion played a crucial role in the operational success of Battle of Anzio. The 29th Provisional Ranger Battalion participated in several smaller raids in Norway and France, and then disbanded due to the new formation of the 2nd and 5th Ranger Battalions, who took part in campaigns in France, Belgium, and Central Europe, including Alsace, Brest, and most famously, the invasion of Normandy on D-Day. The 3rd and 4th Ranger Battalions conducted missions across Italy, while the 6th Ranger Battalion engaged in combat in the Pacific Theater, primarily in the Philippines and New Guinea. The 6th Ranger Battalion is best known for its part in the rescue of more than 500 prisoners of war in the raid of the prison camp at Cabanatuan, which is the largest rescue operation in American history. Following the war, all 7 Ranger Infantry Battalions received the Presidential Unit Citation for their extensive contributions to the Allied war effort, and I believe their heroism ought to be recognized and rewarded further still. I urge my colleagues to support S. 1872, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves time. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise too in support of S. 1872, the United States Army Rangers Veterans of World War II Congressional Medal Act. I want to thank my friend from Illinois for managing the time today, and also thank Senators Ernst and Duckworth for their work on the Senate side in originating this bill, and representatives here in the House, Crow, Miller-Meeks, and Waltz, for their work on the House companion, H.R. 3577. Madam Speaker, to become an Army Ranger is a distinct honor. Those who have the privilege of donning the tan beret are proven warriors whose commitment to our freedom knows no bounds. These warriors embody the Ranger motto, Rangers lead the way. The 75th Ranger Regiment is so well known that it's hard to believe that the United States had no official units organized to carry out such specialized missions prior to World War II. But when America entered the war, conventional wisdom changed, and it became clear that special operation units were essential to an Allied victory. The first Rangers were trailblazers whose work influenced our nation's approach to special operations across all branches of the military. In May 26, 1942, Brigadier General Lucien Truscott, the U.S. Army liaison with the British Combined Operations Headquarters, proposed to Army Chief of Staff General George C. Marshall that we, quote, "we undertake immediately the organization of an American unit along British commando lines, close quote. In short order, a cable was sent from the War Department to Major General Russell B. Hartle, the commander of U.S. Army forces in Northern Ireland, to authorize the activation of the first ever Ranger unit. The idea was to disseminate volunteer units with the British commandos to become combat tested in special operation warfare, and eventually to return to their original American units and share their newfound combat knowledge. It was Truscott who bestowed the title Rangers on these brave soldiers. Truscott said, "I selected Rangers because few words have a more glamorous connotation in American military history." It was therefore fitting that the organization destined to be the first of American ground forces to battle Germans on the European continent in World War II should be called Rangers, in compliment to those in American history who exemplified such high standards of individual courage, initiative, determination, and ruggedness. Their fighting ability and achievement were legendary. In just a few weeks after Truscott's original proposal, the 1st Ranger Infantry Battalion was activated 19 June 1942. 5 more Ranger battalions followed, as well as a provisional Army National Guard unit known as the 29th Ranger Battalion. The newly formed Ranger battalions had an immediate impact on the Allied war effort. The 1st Battalion, then led by Major William O. Darby, was an integral part of the North Africa campaign, so much so that the battalion was awarded battle honors for its actions in Tunisia, spearheading Operation Torch. Bill Darby was a hero in my home state of Arkansas. Brigadier General Bill Darby was born and buried in Fort Smith, Arkansas, and Darby, for all his leadership, proudly represented that Ranger uniform. Ranger leadership, was killed in action in Italy at age 34 in April 1945. Darby and those early Ranger units were able to overtake enemy troops where the Axis forces held every advantage, including that of just sheer numbers. Our debt can never be repaid to those who've chosen to wear the cloth of this nation. But today we can honor this very special group of volunteer soldiers, those very first Ranger battalions who during the Second World War set the tone for the modern Ranger regiments. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until Mr. Hill yields back.
Is the gentleman prepared to close?
No, I have additional speakers. I'd like at this time, Madam Speaker, to yield 2 minutes to a distinguished member of the 75th Ranger Regiment, our colleague from Ohio, Warren Davidson. And I yield Mr. Davidson 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Arkansas, and I thank everyone who's had a hand in taking time to create this bill, to create this Congressional Gold Medal, and to recognize the limited number of World War II Army Rangers that we have still alive with us today, but frankly to honor the service of each and every one of them. The heroism and legacy of the Army Rangers goes back to the Revolutionary War. Since we've fought, we've recognized the Ranger tactics and Ranger units that inspired the creation of the Rangers in World War II. And so it is an incredible honor to have gotten the chance to complete the school and to serve in the 75th Ranger Regiment. But after the Civil War, more than a half a century passed without formal Ranger units in America. And Mr. Hill just highlighted the history of how that was created. But from their very first engagements in North Africa, it was clear the difference that they could make on the battlefield. So the 3rd and 4th Battalions were trained in Africa by Darby. Hard to think of such a young man who lost his life, gave his life in battle for our country. has created such a legacy that is continued today. They began a tradition of wearing the scroll at that time, and it's officially been adopted by today's Ranger battalions. The 2nd and 5th Ranger battalions participated in the D-Day landings on Omaha Beach, Normandy, at Pointe du Hoc, and that's where the motto formally was coined, Rangers Lead the Way. They conducted missions to include scaling cliffs there, overlooking Omaha Beach. They destroyed German gun emplacements, and they trained fires on the beachhead. The 6th Ranger Battalion operated in the Philippines, and our colleague already highlighted the largest rescue of more than 500 POWs in that battle. Today, the 75th Ranger Regiment owes its heritage to the China-Burma-India Theater as Task Force Galahad on October 3rd, 1943. It was during the campaigns in China-Burma-India Theater that the regiment became known as Merrill's Marauders after its commander, Major General Frank Merrill.
I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman's recognized.
So the Ranger battalions were deactivated at the end of World War II, and we know of all their achievements since then. But it's fitting that we take this gold medal as an opportunity to honor the service of our World War II Army Rangers. And I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Is the gentleman from Arkansas prepared to close?
Madam Speaker, I would urge that our friends across the aisle and on this side of the aisle support this important bill to recognize those few Army Rangers that are still living, recognize the work of the establishment of the Ranger Corps in our nation. And I'm so grateful that Warren Davidson was here today, Madam Speaker, because Warren's work on the House Financial Services Committee and in this body, truly, he is the embodiment of Rangers Lead the Way. His reflection on the formation of the regiments makes us all think back to that historic anniversary of D-Day and President Reagan's speech at Pointe du Hoc when he paid tribute to those Rangers, the boys of Pointe du Hoc. And there were at that time, Madam Speaker, at the 40th anniversary, a whole row of Rangers still living at Pointe du Hoc that sat in front of President Reagan to hear him pay tribute to these brave men who scaled the cliffs at Normandy. And now, so many years later, we've lost so many more. So I want to thank my friends in the Senate for this bill and for my friends in the House who worked on it. Urge all of the House to vote unanimously to support this gold medal to recognize the greatest generation of Army Rangers. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. I would like to thank the gentlewoman from Iowa, Senator Ernst, for sponsoring S. 1872, along with my colleague, the gentleman from Colorado, Congressman Crow, for introducing its companion version in the House. The Army Rangers veterans of World War II deserve this accolade for their tireless courage, grit, determination, and the dedication to their country. The heroism they demonstrated throughout the war made an incalculable contribution to the Allied victory. They are truly the embodiment of their motto, Rangers Lead the Way. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on S. 1872. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1872? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being present, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5911, the Fair Hiring in Banking Act, as amended, sponsored by Congresswoman Beatty.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5911, a bill to amend the Federal Deposit Insurance Act and the Federal Credit Union Act to expand employment opportunities for those with a previous minor criminal offense and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 5911, the Fair Hiring in Banking Act. I thank the chair of our Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, for this important piece of legislation, and the members of both sides of the aisle who came together to support this bill. For far too long, American citizens, especially people of color, who have paid their debt to society, have continued to face unnecessary barriers to employment within the financial services industry. Black and Latinx people, and they face harsher prosecution and sentencing than their white peers for the same crimes. Arrest records for such convictions often prevent individuals from securing employment, putting them at higher risk of homelessness and recidivism. Until recent changes by the FDIC and the NCUA, if a bank or credit union wanted to hire an individual who is highly qualified but happens to have a couple of minor drug possession violations on their record from 30 years ago, they would need to go through a cumbersome process for filing for a waiver from the FDIC or NCUA to allow them to hire this highly qualified individual. This is true whether the job that they're applying for is a janitor or a bank teller. These kinds of policies created entirely unnecessary and unjustified barriers to employment for highly qualified individuals who have done their time and who deserve to be given a second chance to reintegrate into society. So this bill would codify and expand on these recent changes from the FDIC and NCUA to break down these barriers. In particular, this bill reduces the look-back period from certain criminal charges for an indeterminate timeline to 7 years or 5 years from the time a person is released from incarceration. The bill also makes it clear that criminal offenses that have been expunged, sealed, or dismissed are not included in the FDIC or NCUA review of eligibility to work for an insured bank or credit union. This bill also would build on the administrative changes that FDIC and NCUA have made by providing statutory clarity on the definition of certain crimes of dishonesty that receive special treatment under their rules. We must ensure that those who have successfully paid their debt to society are not arbitrarily denied job opportunities that they otherwise are qualified to do. Again, I thank Chair Beatty for introducing this important bill and urge my colleagues to join me in supporting it. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 5911, the Fair Hiring in Banking Act, and I appreciate the hard work of Congresswoman Beatty from Ohio in its preparation and passage. This bill is an important step towards continuing to expand employment opportunities for all Americans, including ex-offenders. This bill is bipartisan. In fact, this bill codifies rules promulgated under the previous administration. The FDIC's rules struck a balance between allowing qualified individuals to obtain employment through the waiver process with the need of protecting the safety and soundness of our banking system. Republicans and Democrats worked together on this bill to ensure that both of those objectives were met. In fact, I'm proud to say that one place where we worked together to improve the bill was on the question of rehabilitation. Just because an individual once committed a crime does not automatically mean that they can never be trusted, nor does it mean they are unqualified to work in our financial system. It's our responsibility as lawmakers to ensure that our banking system is safeguarded against bad actors. But it's also our responsibility to ensure that those that are qualified to work in America's financial institutions have that opportunity to pursue happiness in that manner. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and support those who've repaid their debt to society as they begin that important journey of shifting back to society, building a new life, and pursuing happiness. With that, Madam Speaker, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Illinois for yielding time, and I also thank him and the minority for their support of this bill. Madam Speaker, with the historic recovery since President Biden took office, there are now 11.5 million job openings in the United States. Unfortunately, for 78 million justice-involved individuals, that's 1 out of every 3 American adults, that those opportunities are too often out of reach. Under current law, people with criminal records are prohibited from working in a federally insured financial institution like a bank or a credit union unless they get a waiver from the government. That's just not for major felonies, but also for minor misdemeanors like shoplifting or having an altercation. That is why my bill 5911, the Fair Housing Banking Act, would update the law to reduce barriers for individuals with criminal records seeking to work at a federally insured financial institution. Take the example of a young person that had an altercation with a police officer or a misdemeanor, got a 6 months probation with no time served and without admitting guilt. They would fall under this. Specifically, this bill would reduce the existing lifetime ban of a lifetime ban to a more effective 7-year ban. Research shows that after 7 years, someone convicted of a felony is no more likely to commit a new offense than any other person. Importantly, my bill would keep in place the ban for people who are convicted of major financial offenses like bank fraud or money laundering. The bill also, as you have heard, codifies some of the recent rulemaking of the FDIC to exempt those individuals whose crimes have been expunged or whose offenses happened before the age of 21. I would like to point out to my colleagues that this is a bipartisan bill that passed the Financial Services Committee without controversy. It has the backing of major financial service industries and groups, a broad band and range of organizations from the United States Chamber of Commerce to public citizen. I urge my colleague to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, again, I want to thank Mrs. Beatty for her work on this bill and leadership as our subcommittee chair. And I think it deserves reiterating that when former FDIC Chair Helena McWilliams was at the helm, she's the one who led the way to issue rules that allow individuals convicted of certain crimes who are currently barred from employment in the banking industry to apply for an exemption. And Chair McWilliams did, I think, an outstanding job at the helm of the FDIC on behalf of the Trump administration. So H.R. 5911 takes the approach that they would codify, put into law, aspects of that rulemaking, as well as expand the employment opportunities at banks and credit unions. And as Congresswoman Beatty says, it does this in part by eliminating that waiver requirement for certain older criminal charges and reducing the look back for crimes committed by persons under the age of 21. This bill in no way eliminates the waiver requirement for crimes specific to a financial institution, and it doesn't change the 10-year minimum probation period. So this bipartisan bill codifies work done by the prior administration in an effective way that opens up, as I say, the opportunity for many people in this country to pursue happiness by way of a career in the financial services industry. And Madam Speaker, I spent almost 4 decades in the financial services industry and been involved in hiring hundreds of people in the banking industry. And this is the kind of practical, common sense view that I think will help many of our banks find and retain key members of their staff. And so with that, I really want to thank the gentleman from Ohio for his work. I encourage colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until Mr. Hill yields back. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. H.R. 5911 is just the next step towards addressing employment barriers for justice-involved individuals. More must be done, and I'm glad that we can agree on a bipartisan manner to provide this opportunity with fair access to employment opportunities at banks and credit unions. I want to thank Chair Beatty for this bill, and I again urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this important H.R. 5911. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5911 as amended? Those in favor will indicate by saying aye. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, 2 through 7, but for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5914, the Empowering States to Protect Seniors from Bad Actors Act, as amended, sponsored by Congressman Gottheimer.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5914, a bill to amend the Investor Protection and Securities Reform Act of 2010 to provide grants to states for enhanced protection of senior investors and senior policyholders and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Speaker, I rise to voice my support for H.R. 5914, the Empowering States to Protect Seniors from Bad Actors Act. I want to thank Mr. Gottheimer for introducing this legislation that provides grants to state securities regulators to support programs that protect senior investors. I want to thank Mr. McHenry, the minority spokesperson, for working with us on this important bill. Madam Speaker, as you know, seniors are particularly vulnerable to investment frauds, scams, and deceptive practices. In October of last year, in its annual report on elder fraud and abuse, the Department of Justice reported that in 2020 alone, seniors suffered over $1 billion in financial losses due to fraud. State securities and insurance regulators are on the front line of protecting our investors. The SEC, with the support of the Investor Advocate and Division of Enforcement, is well placed to evaluate and administer grant programs to bolster states' regulators' efforts to better protect senior investors. This bill is widely supported by investor advocates and state securities regulators, including North American Securities Administrators Association, Consumer Federation of America, Public Citizen, and the CFA Institute. I again thank members on both sides for coming together on this bill, and I urge its passage. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 5914, the Empowering States to Protect Seniors from Bad Actors. I'd like to thank the gentleman from New Jersey, my friend Mr. Gottheimer, for his work on this important legislation. Protecting investors, especially the most vulnerable to financial crimes and fraud, is a bipartisan effort. In the great state of Arkansas, our seniors make up 17.4% of our population, and across the nation, with 54 million seniors over the age of 65, senior investors are a frequent target of investment fraudsters. So it's especially important that we protect this population against fraud and punish bad actors, especially since these investors are largely on fixed income, living on their savings. H.R. 5914 better equips state securities regulators and their enforcement and investigative arms to pursue, punish, and deter financial crimes and fraud committed against our seniors. With this being a new grant program, important provisions have been included that require an interim and final report to the Congress. This will allow us to determine the effectiveness of this program before it is renewed. I urge colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
And reserves, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer's bill, H.R. 5914, the Empowering States to Protect Seniors from Bad Actors Act, of which I'm a proud co-sponsor. Increasingly, senior investors and consumers have become the target of financial exploitation. Sadly, 1 in 5 older Americans have been victimized by financial fraud. And Madam Speaker, in today's world of technology and telemarketing calls and robocalls, it's only getting worse. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that I've had many lives in my life. I'm like a cat. The first life I had was as a geriatric social worker. I saw it back then, but it was a little bit different. Now with technology and all the high-tech things that one can do, it gets worse and worse, and the numbers are getting higher, and the dollar values are getting higher. Protecting seniors from financial exploitation is critical to ensuring that seniors can maintain a secure retirement. This bill will help do that. It creates a Senior Investment Protection Grant Program to be implemented by the Securities and Exchange Commission, which will work closely with state securities regulators to protect older investors and educate seniors about financial matters and financial scams. Thanks to Chairwoman Waters and Representative Gottheimer for bringing this bipartisan bill before us today. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I look forward to seeing it into fruition. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me again urge our colleagues to provide a support for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is the gentleman prepared to close?
I yield it back.
Yield back.
I yield it
Okay.
back. Thank you, Madam.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. Madam Speaker,
recognized.
this is a strongly bipartisan bill aimed to strengthen senior investment protection programs at our state securities and insurance regulators. It will help protect millions of seniors who are vulnerable to scams and fraudsters. I thank Mr. Gottheimer for his leadership on this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5914 as amended? Those in favor will indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, but what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 935, the Small Business Mergers, Acquisition, Sales, and Brokerage Simplification Act of 2021, as amended, sponsored by Congressman Huizenga.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 935, a bill to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to exempt from registration brokers performing services in connection with the transfer of ownership of smaller privately held companies.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon. I yield myself.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge passage of H.R. 935, the Small Business Mergers, Acquisitions, Sales, and Brokerage Simplification Act of 2021. I would like to thank its lead sponsors, Congressman Huizenga, who serves as the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, as well as Congresswoman Maloney, who served as the chairwoman of the same subcommittee last Congress. Congressman Huizenga and Congresswoman Maloney have come together to put forth the Common Sense Bill, which provides relief for small and mid-sized businesses who are looking to merge or sell their companies. Generally, mergers and acquisitions brokers act as intermediaries who conduct negotiated sales of privately held small and medium-sized companies. These so-called M&A brokers essentially help facilitate the transfer of ownership and control of such companies to a buyer. The Securities and Exchange Commission, which oversees brokers, can become involved in these transactions because M&A brokers facilitate securities transactions when they connect a selling company to a buyer. In 2014, the SEC, via a no-action letter, permitted M&A brokers to effect securities transactions with the transfer of ownership of privately held companies without registering as a broker-dealer. This no-action letter helps to account for the fact that small and mid-sized businesses have fewer resources to pay for the services of registered broker-dealers and ultimately do not pose the kinds of potentially systemic risks that larger companies may pose. So H.R. 935 would codify the SEC 2014's no-action letter and will further clarify and simplify the registration regime for M&A brokers, which will reduce costs for buyers and sellers. H.R. 935 is consistent with the North American Securities Administration Association's model slate regulation for M&A brokers, which exempts M&A brokers from state securities legislation. I again thank members on both sides for coming together on this bill, and I urge its passage. I reserve the balance of my time. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield my such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today on behalf of the committee in support of H.R. 935, the Small Business Mergers and Acquisitions Sales and Brokerage Simplification Act. And I particularly want to thank the bill's sponsor, Mr. Bill Huizenga of Michigan, for his leadership on this issue on behalf of small businesses across our country. The importance of small businesses to our economy, our job creation, and the innovation across our nation cannot be overstated. They're the backbone of all of our communities. In October 2020, the SBA, the Small Business Administration, reported that there were 31.7 million small businesses in the United States. And yet, too often, Democrats' heavy-handed approach to business regulation in this country can put that success at risk. A one-size-fits-all regulatory approach disproportionately burdens small enterprises. And for those looking to grow through a merger and acquisition, they often face additional costs, the expense of that transaction. The committee has found that merger and acquisition brokers provide crucial services to small businesses whose owners desire to sell the business or merge with another firm. However, certain of these brokers face significant compliance costs, including SEC registration fees, which are, of course, passed on to their clients, the small business. H.R. 935 helps to alleviate these costs by amending the Exchange Act to create a simplified registration system for these kinds of merger and acquisition brokers. The Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, agrees with the premise of this bill. In fact, back in 2014, the SEC issued a no-action letter to exempt certain M&A brokers from registration, and that no-action letter, Madam Speaker, is relied upon today. But without a change in law, the regulated community is left in a state of uncertainty when it comes to federal securities laws. The gentleman from Michigan's bill will clarify, simplify, and provide much-needed certainty as to that process without compromising important investor protections. I would also remind my colleagues that this bill has previously passed the House in prior Congresses. Therefore, our committee urges our colleagues to support H.R. 935, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time until Mr. Hill yields back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd now like to yield 5 minutes to the author of this legislation, the ranking member of our Capital Markets Subcommittee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Hazenka.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for yielding me the time. I rise today in support of my legislation, House Resolution 935, the Small Business Mergers, Acquisitions, Sales, and Brokerage Simplification Act of 2021. Madam Speaker, this bill isn't new. We've been here before. In fact, this will be the third instance that my legislation has actually come to the floor. And each time, members of this body have unanimously supported the legislation before us today, and I certainly hope that the third time is the charm. But let's be clear, for small, privately owned businesses, merger and acquisition advisors and business brokers perform crucial roles in preparing these privately held businesses for a sale or a merger by finding and screening potential business buyers or partners. These brokers play a vital role in navigating M&A transactions to successful outcomes. Unfortunately, federal securities regulations technically require an M&A broker to be registered and regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission as well as FINRA, just like a Wall Street investment banker selling or buying publicly traded companies. This is a problem long identified by both practitioners and the regulators themselves. So whether it's a small locally owned store in Holland, Michigan, my hometown, or a Fortune 500 company, today the same rules apply, regardless of the size of the business, the size of the transaction, or whether they are publicly or privately held. And sadly, these last 2 years have only increased the need for my bill. Despite $5 trillion in COVID relief packages, which have often picked winners and losers, rising costs due to inflation are making it difficult for many small businesses to keep the lights on today. Recent data from the Federal Reserve itself showed that 85% of small businesses experienced financial hardships and difficulties in 2021. And according to the Small Business Administration, 68% of small business owners say they are having a hard time keeping and hiring staff. Now, nevertheless, small businesses continue to be the backbone of all of our local economies. Just look at my home state of Michigan, which is home of very large companies like the automakers and office furniture makers and chemical companies and medical device companies. But it also is a place where 98% of businesses are small businesses. 98% of them, and they employ literally half of the Michigan workforce. And just as important, for every $100 spent at a local business, roughly $68 stays in the local economy, according to studies. Small businesses need to grow and have to do a couple of different things to go be successful. For some, that means they need to consolidate. Some, and try to recover from the challenges that have been exacerbated by whether it's the pandemic or the economy or whatever it might be. Sometimes it may be a family succession plan that is happening within those small businesses. These innovators, entrepreneurs, and risk takers are critical to our country's economic growth and prosperity. And so we need to level the playing field that gives an unfair advantage to those Wall Street big guys. So how did we get here? As was discussed in 2006, merger and acquisition brokers attempted to address their concerns with the Securities and Exchange Commission by developing a rule that would codify and simplify the, quote, broker-dealer regulation. Unfortunately, due to the fallout from the great financial crisis, the SEC could not make the time for this rulemaking and make it a priority, which sent groups then to Congress for a legislative fix. But along the way, this bill has enjoyed bipartisan and bicameral support. It passed the Committee on Financial Services not once, not twice, but now 4 times, including this last summer. And in 2014, the Chief Counsel of the Division of Trading of the Securities and Exchange Commission released the M&A broker no action letter, which concluded that the SEC staff would not recommend enforcement against an unregistered person who was engaged in facilitating a securities transaction solely related to the purchase or sale of a privately held company, regardless of the size of the company, provided certain enumerated conditions were met. Well, H.R. 935 is consistent with the no action letter, but will clarify and simplify the merger process for small businesses and M&A brokers. The bill codifies the extensive investor protections, which, while not affecting the SEC's jurisdiction over M&A brokers. However, a no action letter is not legally binding. It cannot change securities laws. That's up to us, Congress. So we must pass my legislation to provide legal clarity once and for all. So, Madam Speaker, we've been on a journey for nearly 10 years.
Would the gentleman have 30 more seconds, Madam Speaker?
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we've been on this journey for nearly 10 years, going back to the 113th Congress. And while many of the members who served with me back then no longer remain, the challenges in small businesses face have not dimmed. And I want to take a minute to recognize my colleague, Representative Brian Higgins from New York, who has been the original co-sponsor from day one, and he has been on this journey every step of the way, as well as Congresswoman Maloney and Chair Waters and Ranking Member McHenry. So again, I urge my colleagues to pass this common sense bipartisan legislation.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas.
Gentleman reserves.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Is the gentleman from Illinois prepared to close?
I am.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, let me conclude the discussion on H.R. 935 by thanking my friend from Michigan for his persistent leadership over many Congresses on this topic, and urge my colleagues to support him in this effort, putting it over the goal line and getting, I'm sure, a great result out of the Senate in the days ahead. And with that, I urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I certainly hope the third time is the charm, as the sponsor of the bill has reiterated. H.R. 935 will provide legal certainty to certain financial intermediaries who serve and support small business owners and buyers. The bill would codify a longstanding no-action letter by the Securities and Exchange Commission. I thank its sponsors, Mr. Wisenga and Ms. Maloney, and I urge the speedy passage by the House. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 935 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7066, the Russian and Belarus Financial Sanctions Act, as amended, sponsored by Congressman Sherman.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7066, a bill to require United States financial institutions to ensure entities and persons owned or controlled by the institution comply with financial sanctions on the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus to the same extent as the institution itself and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker,
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7066, the Russia and Belarus Financial Sanctions Act, sponsored by Congressman Brad Sherman. Within days of Russia's unjustified and inhumane invasion of Ukraine, President Biden demonstrated strong leadership when he brought our allies together to impose the toughest set of sanctions ever against a major world economy. The effectiveness of these sanctions will depend in large part on strong enforcement of these restrictions and prohibitions both by the U.S. and by our allies. U.S. financial institutions, including banks, credit card companies, broker-dealers, money service businesses, cryptocurrency exchanges, and mobile wallets play a pivotal role in the implementation of U.S. sanctions. There is some ambiguity, however, as to whether compliance by U.S. financial institutions extends to foreign entities that they own or control. Congressman Sherman's bill will clarify that all foreign operations of U.S. financial institutions, including any subsidiaries domiciled outside the United States, must fully comply with all existing sanctions imposed in response to Russia's brutal war against Ukraine. I want to thank Congressman Sherman for his good work on this bipartisan bill, as well as Congressman Hill for partnering with him. This is a common sense clarification to ensure that we are doing all that we can to degrade the Russian economy until it is no longer able to fund its incursion into Ukraine and to show Russia that there are consequences for its actions. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to thank my friend from Illinois for managing the bill, and it's also good to be on this House floor. Again, talking on an issue that we share in common, and that's the importance of sanctions being successful as a part of our strategy to get Mr. Putin out of Ukraine. So it's been very good to partner with my friend from California, Mr. Sherman, on H.R. 7066, the Russia and Belarus Financial Sanctions Act. Madam Speaker, U.S. financial institutions are already prohibited from engaging in transaction with sanctioned Russian entities. But H.R. 7066 extends that prohibition to entities owned or controlled by U.S. financial institutions as well. This is a common sense provision, and it's helped other sanctions programs be more successful, and I cite particularly the efforts to isolate Iran and North Korea. Under the President's ongoing Russia measures, anyone providing support to a sanctioned person runs the risk of being sanctioned themselves. We know that U.S. financial institutions are fully aware of this, and Congress expects their full compliance and to be watchful on their affiliates that may also do business with Russia. As the U.S. continues to pressure the Putin regime, we must seek and prevent opportunities for Russia to find loopholes through non-U.S. financial institutions. I'm glad to see that our current sanctions on Russia are making it more difficult for Moscow to find alternatives to Western banks. However, opportunities remain for us to tighten these multilateral sanctions and increase pressure on Russia, particularly in Russia's energy exports. Both the United States and Europe continue to provide carve-outs for energy transactions. And the next step on the sanctions ladder is to close these loopholes so that Russia cannot receive hard currency by selling oil and gas. I hope that Republicans and Democrats can work together to pursue this kind of policy, continue to collaborate on how to tighten the financial noose around Putin. Just as we've worked on this bill together, I hope members on both sides of the aisle will come together and support the work of my friend from California. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 7066, the Russia and Belarus Financial Sanctions Act. I thank Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and my co-lead on this bill, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for their work in bringing forward this legislation. This bill passed unanimously in the Financial Services Committee in March. The Russia and Belarus Financial Sanctions Act represents a significant step forward in imposing sanctions on Russia and on Belarus for their historic aggression. I've spent 26 years on the Foreign Affairs Committee and well over a decade on the Ukrainian caucus. I understand the importance of financial sanctions in changing Russia's behavior, in part through my discussions with President Zelensky and other Ukrainian leaders who have pointed out that that is their Achilles heel. Chairwoman Waters and I have for several years been pushing to prohibit Americans from purchasing all new Russian sovereign debt and have passed that through the House several times. But that was before the invasion. As has been explained by my colleagues who have spoken, we now have effective sanctions prohibiting U.S. financial institutions from engaging in a wide range of transactions with Russian and Belarusian individuals and entities, particularly the Russian Central Bank, many of the state-owned enterprises, and financial institutions and oligarchs. But what people have not focused on is that these sanctions apply only to U.S. persons and do not apply to the over 1,000 foreign subsidiaries of American financial institutions. As we meet here today, foreign subsidiaries owned by U.S. financial institutions are engaging in the very financial transactions that we have prohibited if engaged by a U.S. institution. It is time to deal with this gaping loophole. That's why this bill requires all U.S. financial institutions to prevent their foreign subsidiaries from engaging in transactions prohibited to U.S.-based financial institutions. I think it's important that this bill has acquired bipartisan support and shows that Congress comes together to deal with this outrageous invasion. I urge my colleagues to support this timely legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, I thank the Speaker. Let me say I want to thank again my friend Mr. Sherman on this bill, and let me remind the leaders of the Kremlin that Americans on both sides of this aisle are unified in our efforts to cut off the economic flow to the Kremlin. And we share that objective with our friends in Europe. When I was in Europe a few weeks ago, just before Easter, leaders in both Poland and Romania reiterated that they're prepared to go further in economic sanctions against the Putin regime in Moscow. So it needs to be clear that Americans, while we are fully on board with our transatlantic friends in constraining Mr. Putin, the announced sanctions by President Biden and the sanctions that we're talking about today are just a beginning point as this Congress works to provide lethal assistance with 31 countries to help the Ukrainians defend themselves and this Congress helps provide humanitarian assistance along with countries from all around the world and the United Nations to help the Ukrainians have the medicine, food, material that they need to survive in this really outrageous, unprecedented attack by the Russians on the sovereign nation of Ukraine. So it's important to note here that we're here not for the last time to talk about how to fine-tune, how to tighten, how to direct our economic sanctions more successfully. So I want to thank my friend from California for our collaboration on this. I want to encourage all members on both sides of the aisle to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
The Russia and Belarus Financial Sanctions Act was passed by our committee with bipartisan support. It provides an important clarification to ensure financial institutions follow the law and implement sanctions on Russia and Belarus. I urge members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7066 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7081, the Ukraine Comprehensive Debt Payment Relief Act as amended, sponsored by Congressman Garcia.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7081, a bill to seek immediate bilateral, multilateral, and commercial debt service payment relief for Ukraine.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 7081, the Ukraine Comprehensive Debt Payment Relief Act, which I introduced earlier this year. Ukraine needs significant financial resources to sustain its defense against Putin's brutal invasion. So my bill would provide Ukraine with urgently needed relief from crushing debt payments to international financial institutions like the International Monetary Fund, or IMF, and the World Bank. Let me provide some context. This year alone, Ukraine owes $4.6 billion, more than $20 billion in total, to international institutions. And even as it is under siege from the invading Russian army, Ukraine still owes payments on that debt. For example, the IMF imposes additional surcharges on countries that already have high levels of debt or are behind on their payments. Ukraine is one of those countries. So while it fights a war against Russia, Ukraine also owes an estimated $14 million in surcharges to the IMF each month, money that it desperately needs to defend itself, provide vital services to its citizens, and once the war is over, to focus on reconstruction. These surcharges, along with loans and debt payments, will hold Ukraine back not only during this war, but for years to come. Now is not the time for development institutions to come collecting debts. And that's exactly why I introduced the Ukraine Comprehensive Debt Payment Relief Act. My bill would direct U.S. representatives at these institutions to support the immediate suspension of Ukraine's debt payments, direct our government to coordinate comprehensive debt relief for Ukraine from government and commercial creditors, and direct U.S. representatives to support additional financial assistance for Ukraine on generous terms. I'd also like to note key language that was put forth by Representative Beatty, which was included in the bill. The language makes clear that the financial assistance called for in the bill should include economic support for refugees from Ukraine for countries receiving refugees. It specifically includes support for refugees of African descent. African refugees from Ukraine have been experiencing discrimination in the current crisis. According to press reports, there have been incidents where African refugees from Ukraine have been stuck at the border, unable to cross safely while suffering through the cold without food or shelter. By adopting this bill, we will send a strong statement of support to these refugees. I'd like to thank Chair Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and all those at the Financial Services Committee who helped get this bill to the House floor in a timely manner. So I urge support for H.R. 7081, a simple but urgent measure to let Ukraine focus its limited resources on defense, aid, and reconstruction, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of 7081, the Ukraine Comprehensive Debt Payment Relief Act. Last month, Ukrainian President Zelensky gave a speech about rebuilding a free, sovereign, and democratic future for his sovereign nation of Ukraine. And while it seems distant now with Putin's war raging, we in fact must start to think about the country's eventual rebuilding, recovery, and rebirth. The United States and our allies must support Ukraine to ensure that its debt repayments don't overwhelm the country while it continues to confront Russia's invasion and keeps up the fight every day, not only at the war front, but on the home front in trying to keep its domestic operations functioning. In fact, Madam Speaker, Ukraine is spending roughly some $5 billion a day in its core functions for government. So while Putin's pulverizing villages, plaza parks, ports, the Ukrainian government presses on in serving its citizens. But when this war is over, Ukraine will face an enormous financing need that will require international financial institutions to step in with support. I'm pleased to support this legislation, which calls for a suspension of Ukraine's debt service payments and urges debt relief from multilateral and bilateral creditors. When you think of the hundreds of billions and certainly possibly trillions of dollars of long-term reconstruction that faces Ukraine, you've got to recognize the need now for conserving cash flow and conserving its resources. That rebuilding is going to take immense good government, investment in the country's municipal health and education infrastructure, energy resilience, and energy independence. And that will be a special opportunity to strengthen democracy and the rule of law in Europe. Prior to the war, Ukraine's economy had stagnated for too long. Therefore, international financial institutions should assess how best to foster Ukrainian industries that it can expand exports, earn hard currency, and move forward. This bill is an important step in our bilateral and multilateral efforts to help Ukraine mush on, get through this war, maintain its services to its citizens, and fight Putin to the end of his leaving the country. This legislation was reported out of our committee unanimously, and I look forward to its passage today, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in support of H.R. 7081 as one of the many actions this Congress has taken to support Ukraine in its fight against Putin's atrocities. Since the invasions, the UN estimates that nearly 6 million refugees have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries, the largest refugee crises since the 1990s. That is why I authored the provision in this bill to use the United States position and international financial institutions, the World Bank, IMF, etc., to encourage economic support for refugees. The provision specifically makes it clear that this economic support should include refugees of African descent who have been experiencing difficulties and discrimination as they flee danger. I want to express my thanks to Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry for working for me, and especially to the bill's sponsor, Congressman Garcia. I urge my colleagues to support this excellent bill.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close. Does my colleague from Illinois have any other speakers?
No.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
No other speakers.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to reiterate my thanks to my friend from Illinois for his work on this bill as one key component of helping Ukraine have the financial wherewithal, the financial resources to fight back against Putin's illegal invasion. I would remind my colleagues that this debt suspension has a 7-year sunset in the bill, that this is in no way a panacea, but it's an absolute critical element in the cash flow conservation for the Ukrainians as they attempt to deliver the important services that they have to in their country of over 40 million people while a war rages on their domestic and sovereign ground. So let me urge a yes vote on this bill. Let me thank the gentleman from Illinois, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
The debt service payment relief for Ukraine called for in H.R. 7081 would be a quick and efficient way to provide financial support for a country that we all want to do everything we can to help. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7081, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6891, the Isolate Russian Government Officials Act, as amended, sponsored by Congresswoman Wagner.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6891, a bill to exclude government officials of the Russian Federation from certain international meetings and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 6891, the Isolate Russian Government Officials Act, sponsored by Congresswoman from Missouri, Congresswoman Wagner. I commend her for her work on this bill, and I appreciate that she worked with Chairwoman Waters to improve the bill. The Russian government participates along with the U.S. in a wide range of international organizations that are intended to promote collaboration and harmonize global standards on critical issues like financial stability. However, Russia shattered any notion of international harmony by violating the sovereignty of Ukraine and its people with Putin's unlawful invasion. As such, Russia should no longer have a seat at a table of meetings of a wide range of important bodies, including the Basel Committee and the International Organization of Securities Commissions. I applaud the Biden administration for securing the suspension of Russia from the Bank for International Settlements and the Financial Stability Board. It is time to kick the Kremlin out of every other room and pass H.R. 6891. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of Congresswoman Wagner's bill, H.R. 6891, the Isolate Russian Government Officials Act. As the United States and our allies confront Russia's aggression in Ukraine, we must show the world that the Congress can unite around bipartisan legislation to hold the Putin regime accountable. I want to thank my friend, Congresswoman Wagner, who recognized early that Russia's invasion of Ukraine required a complete rethinking of Moscow's involvement and engagement in our international organizations. Congresswoman Wagner is eminently qualified for that, as she is a senior member of both the House Financial Services Committee and the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and has had the distinction of serving our nation abroad as our ambassador. Congresswoman Wagner's bill would establish that U.S. policy is to exclude Russia from participating in key international bodies until Moscow withdraws completely from Ukraine. I think Americans join us in knowing that it is illogical and unreasonable for a country that threatens peace in Europe and financial stability globally to take part in then overseeing the world's many multilateral financial system organizations. Our strong sanctions against the Putin regime have been vital to raising the costs and imposing new ones, as we've talked about on this floor today, on Moscow, on Putin's leadership, on his cronies. But Moscow must pay a diplomatic cost as well. We were in Romania and Poland, many of us on both sides of the aisle, over the last few weeks. And we've also had some extraordinary presentations by the distinguished ambassador to the United Nations from Ukraine. And universally, diplomats both in the European Union, across Europe, and at the United Nations are asking themselves, are we really going to have business as usual when a member of the UN Security Council invades another United Nations member and destroys a country? So today we are proposing to employ a heavy diplomatic cost on Moscow. And that means leaving Russian government officials on the outside, Madam Speaker, looking in. After H.R. 6891 was introduced, Russia was suspended from the Bank of International Settlements and agreed to no longer participate in the meetings of the FSB, the Financial Stability Board. These moves would be codified in law when Mrs. Wagner's bill is enacted. We now need the G20 to follow suit. While it's a symbolic step for Treasury Secretary Yellen and other allied officials to walk out of the recent G20 meeting last month, where Russian representatives were attending, this Congress and our transatlantic partners need to do more. And under this bill, a hostile Russia would have no future in the G20. H.R. 6891 presents a clear choice for the Putin regime. In your destabilizing, illegal violations of Ukrainian sovereignty, or remain an international pariah. Our response to Putin's invasion should signal to China a similar fate awaits Beijing should it ever decide to follow in Putin's ill-conceived footsteps. The costs imposed on Russia through this bill foreshadow costs that China or any other nation bear if it violates the international norms of behavior. This strong measure passed unanimously in the House Financial Services Committee, and I too welcome its passage on this House floor. I want to thank Chair Waters for her work on 6891 and appreciate the strong bipartisan work on this important national security and economic security and diplomatic cost measure. Let me reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, there are no further speakers on our side. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to offer 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, the author of H.R. 6891. And let me reiterate Congresswoman Wagner's experience as the Vice Chairman of the House Financial Services Committee and Vice Chairman for the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Arkansas, French Hill, who's managing this set of financial services sanctions against Russia for yielding me the time. And I rise in support of my bill, 6891, the Isolate Russian Government Officials Act, a bipartisan bill that would exclude Russian government officials from participating in key international bodies until Moscow puts a stop to the brutal and utterly unprovoked war in Ukraine. These Russian officials would be excluded from international bodies, including the G20 and other organizations that oversee the world's financial system. Taking part in these groups' proceedings should be out of the question for a country that has ended decades of peace in Europe and threatened financial stability globally. As we know, the U.S. and our allies have levied punishing sanctions against the Putin regime, and these measures have imposed immense costs on Moscow. But there must be a diplomatic cost as well. And that means leaving Russian government officials on the outside of every one of these key organizations looking in. After I introduced H.R. 6891, I was pleased to see that the President, he called upon Russia to be ejected from the G20. And this legislation would ensure that Treasury and the Federal Reserve take all necessary steps to advance this as U.S. policy and law. The Financial Services Committee, on a bipartisan basis, has traditionally pursued clear objectives in its national security legislation. Our bills are a means to an end, and my legislation is no exception. While H.R. 6891 takes a hard stance against Russian officials, it provides an off-ramp for Moscow if and only if Putin chooses to end the violence in Ukraine. There is also waiver authority so that the executive branch can have maximum leverage when negotiating an end to the Russian hostilities. But let's be crystal clear. Just as launching an illegal and unilateral attack on Ukraine was wholly Putin's choice and his alone, so too is it his choice to bring Russia back into the fold of the international community by ending his war on Ukraine. China and other countries and adversaries are watching our response to Russia closely. And our resolve in the face of Putin's invasion should signal to China and others that it will become an international pariah if Beijing ever follows Moscow's playbook. benefiting from participation in international organizations, including the ones in my bill, calls for a basic level of commitment to international order. We mustn't let others take this for granted. Again, I want to thank the chairwoman and the ranking member for their support of H.R. 6891, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill, the Isolate Russian Government Officials Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I misspoke earlier and would ask the indulgence of the gentleman from Arkansas and allow...
Without objection.
Thank you, gentleman from Arkansas. I would like to now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, who is a member of the Foreign Relations Committee, Mr. Conley.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Illinois for his indulgence. I just want to rise in strong support of the effort of my good friend and colleague, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, on H.R. 6891. I think it's important that we speak with one voice in this body, that the brutal, reckless, unprovoked invasion of Russia in the Ukraine and the terrible toll it has taken on the Ukrainian people is not acceptable, not to the American people, and certainly not to this Congress. Taking the steps enumerated in Ms. Wagner's bill is a very important matter in isolating Russia and in raising the costs to Russia of this reckless and brutal invasion. It is not okay to target hospitals. It is not okay to target innocent citizens. It's not okay to target children, including children's cancer hospitals, with missiles raining down on their heads and killing the innocents. It is not okay in the 21st century to settle disputes kinetically, that is to say, by military invasion. Until and unless Russia stops its actions in Ukraine and withdraws from its sovereign territory completely, we need to stand as one with our allies and as one nation in saying that we will resist and we will assist the Ukrainian people in resisting this ruthless action by Vladimir Putin and his kleptocrats in Moscow. I thank my friend from Missouri for her leadership and proud to support this effort. I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask my friend from Illinois if he's now prepared to close.
I am.
I thank my friend. Let me, Madam Speaker, make a few closing comments.
The gentleman is recognized.
First, I want to reiterate my thanks to Mrs. Wagner for her leadership on this bill, and as she has done so well, ably, even as a diplomat in our own House of Representatives, provide leadership through House Foreign Affairs and Financial Services Committee on this issue. Secondly, let me reiterate my friend Mr. Conley's comment that we do speak in one voice on this House floor as it relates to Putin's illegal, unprovoked invasion of a sovereign nation, Ukraine, particularly egregious for a permanent member of the Security Council to be in this place the world in this position. But I think we do have to take to heart Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations' view of we're not going to have business as usual. And so while we speak in one voice here in the People's House, let's encourage the executive branch under President Biden to also speak with one voice on this point. Let's not have weasel words from former Secretary Kerry talking about, oh, but we need the Russian support on climate. Or Jake Sullivan saying, oh, but we've got to have the Russian support negotiating with Iran on the failed JCPOA reentry project of this administration. So I agree, it's not business as usual. And you can't have it both ways when you're having Ukraine, a nation of over 40 million people, the size of the state of Texas, in the heart of Central Europe, invaded by a permanent member of the UN Security Council. It's outrageous. They don't have a seat at the table. And this bill demonstrates it and demonstrates that strong bipartisan view in the House of Representatives that Putin doesn't deserve a seat at the table. I think Americans, as I said earlier, believe it is illogical and unreasonable for a country that threatens peace on the continent of Europe and financial stability globally in any way, shape, or form take part in overseeing the economic affairs of our international order. And therefore, I reiterate that this bipartisan support for Ukraine is fully embraced in H.R. 6891. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to again thank Representative Wagner, her staff, as well as Ranking Member McHenry and his staff for working with us on this legislation. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting H.R. 6891, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6891 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6899, the Russian and Belarus SDR Exchange Prohibition Act, as amended, sponsored by Congressman Hill.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6899, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of the Treasury from engaging in transactions involving the exchange of special drawing rights issued by the International Monetary Fund that are held by the Russian Federation or Belarus.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to commend the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for his leadership on H.R. 6899, the Russia and Belarus SDR Exchange Prohibition Act of 2022. Mr. Hill's legislation would codify the Biden administration's current position against exchanging any special drawing rights or SDRs held by Russia or Belarus for U.S. dollars. SDRs are a special reserve asset created by the International Monetary Fund to supplement the official reserves of its members. SDR allocations are distributed to all IMF member countries in proportion to their shareholding in the fund, and countries can hold their SDRs as part of their precautionary reserve balances to convert them for hard currency to finance balance of payments needs, pay for imports, adjust the composition of their reserves, or pay back the IMF loans. In August of 2021, the IMF issued a $650 billion general allocation of SDRs, of which $275 billion went to emerging market and developing countries to help transform the global pandemic crisis into a fair and resilient economic recovery. Given the recent sanctions placed by the G7 group of nations against Russia's central bank and other Russian financial institutions, as well as the international sanctions against the banking sector in Belarus, it would be difficult for Russia or Belarus to find any country willing to convert their SDRs, especially since such a transaction would be viewed by the rest of the world as a hostile action. Even if the Central Bank of Russia were able to acquire a key freely usable currency, such as US dollars, euros, yen, or pounds, as a result of an SDR transaction, current sanctions would effectively immobilize these assets. I think it is useful for Congress to reinforce the administration's position against the conversion of SDRs held by Russia or Belarus, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of my legislation being considered here on the House floor, the Russia and Belarus SDR Exchange Prohibition Act, H.R. 6899. This legislation would prohibit the United States from exchanging any special drawing rights, or SDRs, with Russia or Belarus. These SDRs are reserve assets issued by the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. This bill would also require the Secretary of the Treasury to work with other IMF member countries to prevent them from doing the same. Now, let's be blunt. We should be especially concerned by Russia's ability to exchange its SDRs for Chinese RMB, or pledge their SDRs for a loan that isn't transparent to the world in support of Russia's illegal invasion by a country such as China using those reserve assets. This is a particular risk as Moscow is increasingly forced to potentially turn to China in response to global sanctions imposed on the nation of Russia and its central bank. Madam Speaker, the world is watching, and we must send a message that the United States is not standing idly by and allowing SDR assets to be used to finance the destruction of the Ukraine. Russia alone owns over $25 billion of these IMF reserve assets. And these IMF assets represent unconditional liquidity and a source of financing for the Kremlin. It's important to note that of that $25 billion of SDR assets on the books of the Russian central bank, more than $17 billion of it was just recently gifted to Tsar Putin last year through the Biden administration's $650 billion green lighting of a general SDR allocation by the IMF. Nearly $1 billion in SDRs were also awarded to Belarus last year, a move that our colleagues from the bipartisan Friends of Belarus caucus warned would be rewarding state-sponsored violence against civilians. Now, Mr. Speaker, on this House floor and in our committee and in many other forums over many months, I urged Treasury Secretary Yellen and the administration not to pursue this flawed policy. There were superior policy choices with an eye to benefiting the poorest nations in our globe that have had the hardest macroeconomic impact as a result of COVID-19. Superior policy choices, far superior to an across-the-board general allocation. Because not only do wealthy countries get that allocation, and the poor countries get it, but the foes of freedom get the allocation. And we're back on this House floor today talking about the ramifications of when that happens. And two foes of freedom today, no doubt, are Belarus and Russia. My warnings came long before the invasion of Ukraine began, but those warnings were not heeded. So today we come to the House floor united as a bipartisan leadership team saying under no circumstances should the central banks of Belarus and Russia in any way, shape, or form have access to their special drawing rights, pledge their special drawing rights, exchange their special drawing rights. And we once again urge our Treasury Secretary to put up the guardrails lay those rules of the road out, prohibit anyone who's a member of the IMF from doing likewise. And that work with our allies at the IMF is critical to ensure that China or some other nation doesn't throw Vladimir Putin an SDR lifeline. Passing this bill, too, sends a clear signal to Beijing that the United States will not tolerate such a move, and I would argue our European transatlantic partners would not tolerate such a move. This bill also requires the administration to oppose conventional loans to Russia or Belarus if they approach the IMF as a lender of last resort. This is important because as we seek to exert maximum pressure against these regimes, we cannot, as Mr. Sherman talked about a few minutes ago, allow loopholes to be exploited for potential assistance from the IMF. H.R. 6899 presents a clear choice to Russia and Belarus: end the destabilizing activities in Ukraine or find yourself shut off from emergency liquidity. Just like we've talked about on this floor, shutting off diplomatic efforts at global responsibility. I conclude my comments by thanking Chair Waters and her Democratic colleagues for their support of this bill and her work on this bill and her recognition of what a tragedy a backdoor bailout of Russia by others using central bank assets would be. We will continue to find ways to deprive Russia of cash and financing as it continues to wage war in Ukraine. H.R. 6899 is a strong step in that direction. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Russia continues to wage war on Ukraine, this body, on a bipartisan basis, will continue to ensure that we're using all the levers to insert and utilize maximum pressure, maximum lethal assistance pressure to the Ukraine, maximum diplomatic pressure through isolating Russia and the international organizations, and maximum economic pressure that we're talking about on this floor, of which H.R. 6899 is one cog in that wheel. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank U.S. Senators Rick Scott and Joe Manchin, who have introduced the companion legislation to H.R. 6899 in the U.S. Senate. I look forward to this becoming law soon. I urge all my colleagues to support the Russia and Belarus SDR Exchange Prohibition Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. In closing, I would like to thank the bill's author, Representative Hill, for giving the members of the House the opportunity to act together against Russia and Belarus and their war against the free world. I urge members on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting H.R. 6899. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6899 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. And you put in the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. To Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6015, the Benjamin Burrell Ferez Congressional Gold Medal Act, as amended, sponsored by Congresswoman Frankel.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6015, a bill to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Benjamin Beryl Ferenz in recognition of his service to the United States and international community during the post-World War II Nuremberg trials and lifelong advocacy for international criminal justice and rule of law.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Today, I would like to share with my colleagues the incredible life story and mission of Benjamin Ferenz, the chief prosecutor at the Eisenstadt-Gruppen trial in Nuremberg, Germany, the man who brought to justice the individuals responsible for orchestrating the horrific war crimes committed during World War II. I would like to thank the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel, for sponsoring H.R. 6015, this bill honoring Mr. Ferenz's life and legacy. Benjamin Ferenz and his family immigrated to the United States when he was an infant, fleeing the persecution of Hungarian Jews in Romania. He grew up poor in New York, but his perseverance, intellect, and yearning for justice earned him a scholarship from Harvard Law School. He joined the Army shortly after graduation and was tasked with gathering evidence on Nazi war crimes against the Jewish people and other marginalized groups, a fate that his own family could have met had they not fled. At the age of 27, he was appointed chief prosecutor for the United States Army for a case involving war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by 22 individuals from Einsatzgruppen, a Nazi secret police death squad operating in Nazi-controlled Eastern Europe. He declared in his opening statement that the purpose of this case was, quote, to affirm by international penal action man's right to live in peace and dignity regardless of his race or creed, a plea of humanity to law, unquote. The 22 defendants were charged with the murder of over 1 million people, including Jews, ethnic minorities, political dissidents, persons with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQ community, those who the Third Reich deemed to be different and therefore lesser. Mr. Ferenz secured conviction for all 22 defendants. He spent the following decade advocating for the institution of an international criminal court and an international rule of law to prevent something like the Nuremberg trials from ever being necessary again. As Ferenz stated, quote, if law is to be respected, it must apply equally to everyone, everywhere. If a permanent international criminal court had already existed, these ad hoc tribunals would not have been necessary, unquote. Throughout his life, Mr. Ferenz sought to make the world a safer, more equitable, and more peaceful place through his denunciations of war and his advocacy for the institution of international criminal law. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6015, which would grant Mr. Ferenz the highest congressional honor for his tireless efforts to advance justice. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6015, the Benjamin Beryl Ferenz Congressional Gold Medal Act. I want to thank Congresswoman Frankel and the numerous original co-sponsors for their work on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, Ben Ferenz was the last surviving prosecutor in the Nuremberg trials. A few minutes ago, we were reflecting on how few Army Rangers we have left from World War II. Truly, the greatest generation is passing before us. Ben Ferenz was one of the few people remaining on Earth who had a front row seat to witness the horrors brought about by Nazi Germany before and during the war. As we witness the horrors now being carried out in Ukraine, it's never been more important for the world to hear his story. Ben Ferenc's family fled to New York City to escape Romania's persecution of the Hungarian Jews. As a young man, Ferenc studied at the City College of New York and attended Harvard Law on a scholarship. After graduating from Harvard in 1943, Ferenc joined the U.S. Army, and like so many Americans, it is a decision that put him face to face with the potential of death and face to face with the worst case of persecution and genocide in history, the Holocaust. After 2 years at Camp Davis in Holly Ridge, North Carolina, Ferenc was transferred to the headquarters of General Patton's Third Army. There he was assigned to a team tasked with setting up a war crimes branch, collecting the evidence of the horrors that had been carried out at the recently liberated concentration camps. One of those liberators in April 1945 was my father-in-law, Captain William A. McKenzie, a brand new graduate of Texas A&M University, an Army engineer with Patton's Third Army. And one spring day in April 1945, their convoy rolled up to the gates of Buchenwald concentration camp. There, he bore witness to the Nazi terror, a terror that started with an ideology of hate and superiority based on race and creed. Bill McKenzie was just a good kid from Texas, put in an incredible position, and that was being one of the first U.S. Army officers to see smoke still coming out of the chimneys, bodies stacked up, and survivors. In 1994, at the 50th anniversary of freedom in Europe in Paris, Bill McKenzie, that skinny captain from Texas A&M, got to meet a survivor from Buchenwald, Jacques Gabert, who was from Brussels, who'd been imprisoned at Buchenwald and survived. And 50 years later, they met face to face in Paris, France. And Mr. McKenzie swaggered up to this man and said, "Well, what unit were you in World War II?" And Mr. Gabert said, I wasn't in a unit. I was in the Buchenwald concentration camp. And Mr. McKenzie was so caught with emotion, so embarrassed for his question, that he said, I never expected to meet a survivor. And Jacques looked at Bill McKenzie and he said, I never expected to meet someone who saved us to say thank you. And so today we're back on this floor to thank the work of Ben Ferenc and so many Americans and other allies who fought against the ideology of the Nazis, such an affront to American values. And Ben Ferenc was there to put those puzzle pieces together that those American Army officers found at Buchenwald. Ben Ferenc would travel to that concentration camp. He would collect the evidence of the horrors. He would honor us with the work in that war crimes branch. And Sergeant Ferenc was honorably discharged in 1945 and recruited to work on those trials for many, many years. 3 years he led the researchers investigating those records, and we know it was no easy task. And as the lead prosecutor for the Einsatzgruppen case, Ben Ferenc successfully convicted 22 men for taking part in a mobile death squad, which was responsible for nearly a third of Jewish civilian deaths. His work at the Nuremberg trials established an incredible mandate for international criminal responsibility for the commission of war crimes and crimes against humanity. And Ben Veren's work, his sacrifice echoes true for all of us as we see what Assad has done in Syria and we see what Putin is doing in Ukraine. Veren's career spanned 7 decades and included fighting for proper compensation for the victims and the survivors of the Holocaust and working to establish an international criminal court. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to come together in support of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend the remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I now yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the sponsor of the bill, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues for your very articulate words today. Mr. Speaker, I rise with great pride as we move forward with a bipartisan bill to award the last living Nuremberg prosecutor, a prosecutor against Nazi criminals, Mr. Benjamin Ferencz, awarding him the Congressional Gold Medal, Congress's highest expression of appreciation for distinguished achievements. In this day of partisan conflict, this is a rare show of bipartisanship with 296 co-sponsors from both sides of the aisle. Mr. Ferencz is 102 years old, and to this day is a tireless advocate for the rule of law and international justice. I have met Ben Ferencz because I am blessed to say he is my constituent in Delray Beach, Florida, and he remains very alert and very humble. My colleagues have said it, and I'm going to quickly repeat a little of his history. Mr. Ferencz immigrated to the United States with his family. He was only 10 months old to escape the persecution of Jews in Eastern Europe. Grew up in New York City, eventually earning degrees from City College and Harvard Law School before serving in the Army during World War II. He enlisted under General Patton before being transferred to a newly created war crimes unit to help collect evidence of Nazi war crimes. He would enter concentration camps and come face to face with the horrors of the Nazi regime's systematic murder of millions of Jews. He once said, "Even today, when I close my eyes, I witness a deadly vision I can never forget. The Crematoria aglow with the fire of burning flesh. The mounds of emaciated corpses stacked like cordwood waiting to be burned. I had peered into hell." After the war, he was honorably discharged and awarded 5 battle stars for his service. And that's when he was recruited for his most notable role, chief prosecutor of the Nuremberg trial, that was later called the biggest murder trial in history. At age 27, it was his first case, and yet he rose to the occasion, reminding the courtroom and the world that this was a case that dealt with our humanity. And in his closing statement, he concluded that the Nazis on trial, death was their tool and life was their toy. And if they were found innocent, then the law has lost its meaning and man must live in fear. And not only did his words ring true in the courtroom where all 22 Nazi officials he prosecuted were brought to justice, they resonated around the world and have been quoted time and time again when the international community rallies to decry crimes against humanity. And nearly 80 days after the conclusion of these trials, we meet here during Jewish American History Month, after having just celebrated Israel's Independence Day and observing Yom HaShoah, the day set aside for Jews to remember the Holocaust. It is important to recognize we're still fighting the ongoing battle against racism, anti-Semitism, and Holocaust denial in this country and around the world. And we are witnessing the horror of inhumanity of Putin's war on Ukraine. So the timing of this bill has never been more important, because Mr. Ferenz inspires us to stand up to the cruel barbarians of this world. Mr. Ferenz said it best. Nuremberg taught me that creating a world of tolerance and compassion would be a long and arduous task. His lifelong philosophy of law and war and never give up was quoted recently by Ukraine's ambassador. And today, in bipartisan fashion, we're going to recognize this magnificent man committed to justice, peace, and human dignity with a Congressional Gold Medal. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas, recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I'd ask my friend from Illinois if he has additional speakers.
We're prepared to close. Correction, we do have one more person.
I thank my friend, and I yield to him.
Yes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is Illinois is recognized.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina, I yield 2 minutes. Ms. Manning.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my good friend, Congresswoman Frankel, for her efforts to recognize the hard work and dedication of Benjamin Ferenz. It's quite fitting that Mr. Ferenz be awarded the Congressional Gold Medal for his remarkable work prosecuting Nazis during the Nuremberg trials at this particular time. First, because at a time when immigrants are being villainized, Mr. Ferenz is an example of an immigrant who fled to this country from the persecution of Jews by the Nazis and made this country proud with his military service and with his tireless advocacy for justice at the Nuremberg trials. Second, because at a time of rising anti-Semitism globally and in this country, it's important to honor Mr. Ferenz, who fought to hold responsible those whose anti-Semitic actions resulted in an unprecedented genocide, the murder of 6 million innocent Jews. Third, because today we are witnessing another tyrant, Vladimir Putin, who reminds us of the brutality, the unprovoked aggression, and the unbridled cruelty of Adolf Hitler and his war machine. We can only hope that when Mr. Putin's aggression against Ukraine and the Ukrainian people is put to an end, we will have honorable and highly skilled people like Mr. Ferenz who will hold Putin and other war criminals accountable in a court of law. Finally, during this Jewish History Month, it is a privilege to recognize a Jew who served his country and his people with distinction, honor, and success. Mr. Ferenz was the embodiment of the biblical instruction, justice, justice you shall pursue. I thank my colleague, Ms. Frankel, for her efforts to make sure this gold medal is awarded to such a deserving recipient, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and let me thank Ms. Frankel for her leadership, Congresswoman Manning for her testimony there, and we all on both sides of the aisle stand in recognition of Ben Ferenz's pioneering efforts of his and his colleagues in the Nuremberg trials for laying out the protection of evidence, the careful documentation of it, preserving a way to convict the perpetrators of the Holocaust. Those lessons and Ben Ferenz's legacy live on today. As just a few months ago, we received one of our first convictions in a court in Germany of an Assad henchman for murder and mayhem in Syria. And there is no doubt in my mind that the chain of evidence and the actions of this Congress, the actions of the United Nations to promptly set up an evidence protection and evidence documentation effort for Ukraine will bear fruit in coming days. And those all are efforts standing on the shoulders of Ben Ferenz and his colleagues in Nuremberg. So I urge all my colleagues to support this recognition of his efforts And, Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
I would like to thank my colleagues, gentlewoman from Florida, Congresswoman Frankel, for her leadership in sponsoring H.R. 6015, and for working so hard to ensure that Mr. Ferenz receives the recognition that he so clearly deserves. Through his prosecutorial work, his teaching, his written works, and his advocacy for the establishment of the International Criminal Court, he has directly and indirectly brought countless criminals to justice and left a lasting humanitarian legacy. The recent reports of Russian atrocities being committed against the people of Ukraine are a reminder that war crimes are far from being a relic of the past. Now more than ever, we must act to honor and uplift those who have dedicated their lives to advancing justice, peace, and giving voice to the voiceless. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 6015. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6015 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For purpose, does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill S2201.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2201, an act to manage supply chain risk through counterintelligence training and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S2201, the Supply Chain Security Training Act, led by Chairman Gary Peters of the Committee of Homeland Security and Government Reform and Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. I want to thank Representatives Joe Neguse and Scott Franklin, who did excellent bipartisan work here to lead the House companion H.R. 5962, which was reported to the Oversight Committee and by the committee on February 4th without opposition. This important bill to defend our nation's information and communications technology supply chains cannot be enacted soon enough. On December 2020, a Government Accountability Office report revealed that federal agencies had failed to fully implement supply chain risk management standards for information and communications technology. That same month, the discovery of the SolarWinds breach made urgently clear how dangerous supply chain vulnerabilities can be. The networks of at least 9 federal agencies were compromised by Russian actors, allowing them access to federal systems for months before they were even discovered. To help address these concerns, the Supply Chain Security Training Act establishes a training program for agency employees with responsibility related to supply chain risk management, better preparing them to identify and mitigate supply chain threats associated with the acquisition of products and services. The training requirements created by this bill will ensure that the acquisition workforce has the capability to identify items in the supply chain that could be used to exploit federal information systems. As the largest purchaser of goods and services in the world, the federal government relies on a complex supply chain that spans continents and is continuously targeted by foreign adversaries and cyber criminals scheming to breach federal information systems. To protect our national security interests and guard against these attacks, we must equip our federal acquisition officials with the expertise and skills they need to reinforce our cybersecurity defenses through purchasing decisions. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman of South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent cyber attacks on the U.S. government continue to reveal weaknesses in our federal information technology systems. One such weakness resides in the software products federal agencies purchase from the private sector. IT and software products, like most goods and services, now rely on global supply chains for their development. And this means increased vulnerabilities to threats from malicious and criminal actors, as well as our foreign enemies, as my colleague, Mr. Connolly, just recognized. Congress must ensure federal agencies proactively address supply chain security risks. The Supply Chain Security Training Act will ensure the federal workforce properly understands these supply chain risks and the appropriate policies to implement to address the risks. Specifically, the bill tasks the General Services Administration with developing and the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, with implementing a government-wide supply chain security training program. This training will prepare the federal workforce to better identify and mitigate the security risks throughout the acquisition lifecycle of information and communications technology products and services. For instance, federal agency personnel would be better able to recognize and avoid purchasing software products with malware vulnerabilities. This is smart legislation that builds on existing congressional reforms. For instance, the bill requires coordination with the existing Federal Acquisition Security Council, an interagency effort established by Congress in 2018 to develop policies and procedures addressing supply chain risks. Despite these existing efforts, there are currently no federal workforce training requirements in place to ensure supply chain security policies are properly and consistently implemented. The national security stakes are too high to leave such a strategic gap in our federal defenses. S-2201 represents a practical policy reform to a very real threat. I appreciate my colleagues, Representatives Neguse and Franklin's leadership on championing the House companion bill, H.R. 5962. I look forward to seeing the Supply Chain Security Training Act pass the House and advance to the President's desk. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers on this side. I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and we are prepared to close.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to again recognize my colleagues, Representative Neguse and Franklin, who crafted the House companion legislation, H.R. 5962. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from South Carolina for her leadership and support in this important piece of legislation, which will help guard federal assets. I urge passage of the bill. And I yield back the balance of our time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 2201? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill S-1097.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1097, an act to establish a federal rotational cyber workforce program for the federal cyber workforce.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revive and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S1097, the Federal Rotational Cyber Workforce Program Act. The bill was introduced by Senator Peters with bipartisan support here in the House, with the companion legislation introduced by Representatives Ro Khanna and Nancy Mace. Federal Rotational Cyber Workforce Program Act enables cybersecurity professionals in the federal government to rotate through assignments outside of their regular position or agency on a voluntary basis. The Office of Personnel Management would establish guidelines for the implementation of the program. The program would be authorized for 5 years, and after 3 years, the Government Accountability Office would assess its operation and effectiveness. Achieving cybersecurity in response to the threats the nation faces was identified in GAO's latest high-risk list as an area where the government is actually regressing. GAO reported that federal agencies are struggling to ensure that staff have the skills required to address the critical cybersecurity risks that continue to intensify. This program this bill creates allows for government cybersecurity employees to further develop their skills in agencies across the government to benefit from the employees' expertise. Recent cyber attacks in both the private and public sectors have demonstrated the dire consequences of failing to improve the federal government's cybersecurity operations. We know that adversaries in Russia, China, and other malign actors, state and non-state, are consistently working to breach the U.S. government's communication and data, and unfortunately, at times, they have been all too successful. In the 2020 SolarWinds breach, for example, Russian hackers infiltrated the networks of 9 federal agencies and went undetected for months. This bill goes a long way toward improving federal agencies' capacity to strengthen cybersecurity operations, help them retain top talent in that field, and facilitate the exchange of expertise in this critical area. Security of federal information technology systems and data is a national security priority and ought to be. It's essential to preserving public trust in government, institutions, and ensuring that agencies are better equipped to meet their missions in serving the American people. I strongly support the bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. And I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. government is under constant attack. We watch news story after news story of private companies being attacked by hackers across the country and, quite frankly, across the world. But also our federal agencies are also vulnerable. Malicious hackers try to steal sensitive public information and disrupt the missions of our federal agencies. In fact, in 2020, there were 11 federal agencies that were hacked by actors of actors aligned with countries like China and, you guessed it, Russia. And all too often, these malicious actors are successful. My colleague, Representative Ro Khanna, and I recognize this reality and crafted the House companion bill legislation to the Senate bill we are considering today. That companion bill is H.R. 3599. The Federal Rotational Cyber Workforce Act continues the Trump administration's efforts as laid out in the America's Cybersecurity Workforce Executive Order. This executive order promoted cyber rotational details at the Department of Homeland Security. Such programs help federal cyber experts gain more diverse professional experiences and continue to sharpen their skills. Our nation's cyber readiness depends on maintaining a skilled federal workforce to defend against constant attacks. Specifically, this bill establishes an additional government-wide rotational opportunity for cyber-focused professionals. The bill has necessary congressional oversight mechanisms, such as a requirement for a detailed operational plan and a future Government Accountability Office review. This will help Congress understand if the program is running as intended. Additionally, a 5-year sunset will provide Congress an opportunity to evaluate the program and decide whether to renew it for future years. I thank my House and Senate colleagues for their work on this bipartisan bill, which builds upon the cyber workforce efforts of the prior administration. And I encourage my colleagues to support S1097 and send this necessary bill to the President's desk. And to any teenager who loves to code out there today, I encourage all of you to look at cybersecurity jobs and opportunities in your near future, because we will need you in our workforce. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I inform the House we have no further speakers, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina. recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now more than ever, the cyber workforce of our federal agencies needs to be well equipped to address the constant threats we face. By expanding cyber rotation programs under this bill, we will help federal agencies gain valuable experience and share best practices across the government. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate our colleague from South Carolina for her leadership on a very important matter, and I urge passage of this important piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of our time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1097? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 6531 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6531, a bill to provide an increased allocation of funding under certain programs for assistance in areas of persistent poverty and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, will each control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6531, the Targeting Resources to Communities in Need Act. This bill is bipartisan and was introduced by the distinguished Majority Whip, Representative Jim Clyburn of South Carolina, and Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky. This bill is timely and would make a difference in the lives of people across the nation facing the difficulties of living in persistent poverty. According to the Census Bureau, in 2020, the official rate of poverty in the United States was 11.4%. That statistic illustrates the hardships faced by over 37.2 million people. As we know, poverty can be experienced by Americans of all backgrounds in rural, urban, and suburban communities. The aims of this important bill are straightforward. The bill would provide additional transparency about the areas of the country facing persistent poverty and would target more federal resources for program assistance to those very areas. Specifically, H.R. 6531 would require the Census Bureau to publish a list of all areas of persistent poverty, and the Office of Management and Budget would work with agencies to direct additional funds to the places where people need them most. Reports to Congress would be submitted annually, noting that the programs included in the bill's efforts, along with assessments of the economic impacts of the additional investments to the extent possible. This bill also calls for GAO to evaluate the effectiveness of the investments over time. Those areas of the country facing exceptional hardship require our exceptional attention and support. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 6531 directs the Office of Management and Budget to lead a government-wide effort to review the share of federal funds addressing poverty in a consistent manner across agency assistant programs. Specifically, this legislation will ensure that a more up-to-date and consistent listing of areas of persistent poverty in our nation will be used by agencies to determine funding allocations. This will help struggling rural Americans gain greater access to the many taxpayer-funded poverty assistance programs. The federal government currently spends an enormous amount of taxpayer funds on low-income populations. However, it's important that funding be targeted especially to our most vulnerable counties experiencing prolonged struggles with poverty. This bill creates a consistent approach across competitively awarded federal grant and financial assistance programs. I want to thank my colleagues, Congressman Clyburn and Congressman Hal Rogers, for their bipartisan efforts on this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to yield 4 minutes to the distinguished Majority Whip, Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina.
Is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me this time, though, as I've informed him, it will be 2 for him. I need 4, the Southerner. I rise in support of H.R. 6531, the Targeting Resources to Communities in Need Act, a bipartisan bill that I introduced with Harold Rogers of Kentucky and Senators Cory Booker and Bob Portman to ensure that communities that have been determined to be suffering from persistent poverty received a more equitable share of federal investments. According to the Census Bureau, there are nearly 500 persistent poverty counties in our great country. They are defined as counties that have had a poverty rate of 20% or more for the last 30 years. These counties are as diverse as the country, including white communities in Appalachia, African American communities in the South, Latino communities in the Southwest, and Native American communities throughout the West. In 2009, I included a provision in the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act requiring that at least 10% of the funds in 3 rural development accounts be spent in these counties. This became known as the 10-20-30 funding formula. The formula worked effectively, efficiently, and equitably, funding infrastructure projects ranging from water and electric facility to loan. Over the past 12 years, Democrats and Republicans have worked together to expand this approach to nearly 20 appropriations accounts. Much of this progress was made when Mr. Rogers was chair of the Appropriations Committee, and I thank him for his leadership. This legislation would expand this 10-20-30 targeting formula throughout the federal government, recognizing that the best way to target funding in these areas may differ from program to program. Our bill gives discretion to federal agencies led by OMB to tailor the policy to the needs of each program, while requiring them to report to Congress on the progress being made to create and expand opportunities in these communities. This bill does not increase federal spending 1 iota. It simply targets federal resources to communities that are most in need. In closing, I want to thank my friend, Harold Rogers, for his collaboration, and I ask our colleagues for their support of this effort to make America's greatness more accessible and affordable to all communities. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Hal Rogers.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 6531, the Targeting Resources to Communities in Need Act. The impetus for this legislation was the understanding that in certain parts of the country, there are pockets of systemic poverty caused by a variety of factors that can be very difficult to boost economically. Ranging from rural towns to populated urban areas, these areas of persistent poverty deserve a keen eye from our federal government and a plan to help them reinvigorate. I've been proud to work with the Majority Whip, Jim Clyburn, on this for many years now, with some modest success, but hopefully a great future today. But I've been happy to work with Mr. Clyburn on legislative efforts to alleviate persistent poverty and set up these communities for economic success and self-sufficiency. This bill directs the Office of Management and Budget in consultation with the federal agencies, to develop and implement guidance and measures to increase the share of federal investments targeted to areas of persistent poverty. The bill will require the OMB director to submit to Congress each fiscal year a report including the list of programs by agency under which the amount of federal funds targeted to persistent poverty areas were increased in the previous fiscal year. By targeting federal resources to these communities, we will spur economic development in the areas of the country that need it most and strengthen the American economy as a whole. The bill further requires the U.S. Government Accountability Office to report on the effectiveness of the measures implemented, which will responsibly ensure that this legislation is making a meaningful impact. We've made great strides to lift up impoverished areas like Kentucky's Appalachian region, but we have more work to do in my district and in similar parts of the country that need our attention. This targeted bill will help communities break through the cycle of poverty and provide resources necessary to thrive. I want to thank Whip Clyburn for his partnership and his great work on this over the years and his commitment, and I urge support for the bill. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me pleasure to yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague from Texas, Sheila Jackson-Lee.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, and I thank the manager for the minority. Let me, Mr. Speaker, ask unanimous consent to speak for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Let me rise with enthusiasm for this legislation, for it has been a long time investment of Whip Clyburn. Targeting Resources to Communities in Need Act of 2022 tracks work that I have done as relates to equity in various entities, but in particular in African Americans. This work of Mr. Clyburn, 10-20-30, has the ability to reach poor communities that have not been necessarily receiving the benefits equitably of federal resources. This can be a great boost to our rural communities. It can be a source of change. For example, in Texas, during the pandemic, we lost a large number of rural hospitals. In that, communities, people were deprived of access to good health care. The hospitals just closed because they did not have the resources. This as well deals with education, flood mitigation, infrastructure. All of these issues come out of appropriations. And I want to thank Mr. Rogers, who I know has been working with Whip Clyburn for a long time on this equitable approach to the distribution of our funds. I think it is important for the American people to know that members of Congress are concerned that federal funds get to the people, and they get to the people that are most in need, and they are life-changing efforts. For example, as we have worked on the community projects, many members have found that when they give those dollars, those pointed dollars, you can change lives of communities, of schools, neighborhoods, families. And so this particular legislation, Targeting Resources to Communities in Need Act, is an appropriate approach to ensuring that tax dollars get where they're needed and help those in need. I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 6531, congratulate Mr. Clyburn for his work, and I yield back.
Gentleman of South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman yields.
Thank you,
Gentlewoman is
Mr.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support H.R. 6531 and yield back the balance of my time.
Lady yields back. Gentleman from Virginia recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say, this is how it's supposed to work. Watching the collaboration between our dear friend from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, and the Dean of the House, Mr. Rogers, on addressing endemic poverty in the United States is how this House works best. And I congratulate both of them for showing us the way. I hope we emulate it on more than this occasion. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation. Let's help our fellow Americans when we can, and I yield back the balance of our time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6531 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative. Gentleman from Texas.
Request the yeas and nays.
Rules are pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed.
Purposes, gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I send to the desk a privileged report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
The clerk will report the title.
Report to accompany House Resolution 1097, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 903 to enhance the security operations of the Transportation Security Administration and stability of the transportation security workforce by applying the personnel system under Title V United States Code to employees of the Transportation Security Administration who provide screening of all passengers and property and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2499 to amend Chapter 81 of Title V United States Code to create a presumption that a disability or death of a federal employee in fire protection activities caused by any of certain diseases is the result of the performance of such employee's duty and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5129 to amend the Community Services Block Grant to reauthorize and modernize the Act, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7691, making emergency supplemental appropriations for assistance for the situation in Ukraine for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes,
Referred to the House calendar and ordered printed. The clerk will report the resolution. I'm sorry, for what purposes did the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1097 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The gentleman from, the clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 76, House Resolution 1097. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House a bill, H.R. 903, to enhance the security operations of the Transportation Security Administration and stability of the transportation security workforce by applying the personnel system under Title V United States Code to employees of the Transportation Security Administration who provide screening of all passengers and property and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Homeland Security, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-40, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. 2, the further amendments described in Section 2 of this resolution. 3, the amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution, and 4, one motion to recommit. Section 2. After debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of this resolution shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3. It shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to the first section of this resolution for the chair of the Committee on Homeland Security or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 4. All points of order against the further amendments printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of this resolution are waived. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House a bill, H.R. 2499, to amend Chapter 81 of Title V United States Code to create a presumption that a disability or death of a federal employee in fire protection activities caused by any of certain diseases is the result of the performance of such employee's duty and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Labor, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-41, modified by the amendment printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. 2, the further amendments described in Section 6 of this resolution. 3, the amendments en bloc described in Section 7 of this resolution. And 4, one motion to recommit. Section 6. After debate pursuant to Section 5 of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 7 of this resolution shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 7, it shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to Section 5 of this resolution for the Chair of the Committee on Education and Labor or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 8. All points of order against the further amendments printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 7 of this resolution are waived. Section 9. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 5129 to amend the Community Services Block Grant Act to reauthorize and modernize the Act. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Labor, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-42, modified by the amendment printed in Part E of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. 2. The further amendments described in Section 10 of this resolution. 3. The amendments en bloc described in Section 11 of this resolution. And 4. When motion to recommit. Section 10. After debate, pursuant to Section 9 of this resolution, each further amendment printed in Part F of the report of the Committee on Rules not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc, pursuant to Section 11 of this resolution, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 11. It shall be in order at any time after debate pursuant to Section 9 of this resolution for the Chair of the Committee on Education and Labor or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part F of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc offered pursuant to this section shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 12. All points of order against the further amendments printed in Part F of the report of the Committee on Rules or amendments en bloc described in Section 11 of this resolution are waived. Section 13. House Resolution 1096 is hereby adopted. Section 14. House Resolution 188, agreed to March 8, 2021, as most recently amended by House Resolution 1065, agreed to April 28, 2022, is amended by striking May 13, 2022, each place it appears, and inserting in each instance June 10, 2022. Section 15, notwithstanding Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on a vote by the yeas and nays on the question of adoption of a motion that the House suspend the rules offered on the legislative day of May 10th, 2022, or May 11th, 2022, may be postponed through the legislative day of May 18th, 2022. Section 16. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7691, making emergency supplemental appropriations for assistance for the situation in Ukraine for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment printed in Part G of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Minnesota, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, today the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1097, providing for consideration of H.R. 903, the Rights for the TSA Workforce Act, under a structured rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security. It self-executes a manager's amendment from Chairman Thompson, makes in order 8 amendments, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 2499 and H.R. 5129 under structured rules. It provides 1 hour of debate for each, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor. Self-executes manager amendments from Chairman Scott to both bills, makes in order 8 amendments and 17 amendments respectively, and provides for 1 motion to recommit for both bills. The rule provides en bloc authority to Chairman Thompson and Scott. Further, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7691, the Additional Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The rule self-executes a manager's amendment from Chairwoman DeLauro and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule also deems passage of House Resolution 1096, a resolution recognizing congressional workers' right to organize. The rule also provides recess instructions, suspension authority, and same-day authority through June the 10th. Finally, the rule postpones requested roll call votes on suspension bills considered on May 10 and May 11 through May 18. Madam Speaker, the rule contains 5 essential points of action. H.R. 903, the Rights for the TSA Workforce Act of 2021. This legislation seeks to afford TSA employees similar rights, protections, and benefits afforded to most other federal workers across the country in order to improve the agency's operations, workforce retention, and morale. H.R. 2499 is the bipartisan Federal Firefighters Fairness Act of 2022. This legislation establishes a science-based list of diseases for which an automatic presumption of work-related illness would apply for federal firefighters who get sick, provided that they are employed in fire protection activities for at least 5 years. It also establishes a process for adding other diseases based on scientific data and analysis going forward. H.R. 5129 is the Bipartisan Community Services Block Grant Modernization Act of 2021. It reauthorizes and improves the popular and effective Community Services Block Grant Program to help reach even more Americans, provide more community development across the country, and further reduce poverty. The rule also contains a resolution recognizing the right of congressional staff to unionize. And finally, it includes H.R. 7691, the additional Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2022. Madam Speaker, generations to come will look back at this moment to ask, what did our generation do when Vladimir Putin and his army invaded the sovereign nation of Ukraine and tried not only to crush its democracy and violate the spirit of its people, but vaporize and annex the entire nation? Well, today, let future generations observe. The Biden administration and a bipartisan Congress has not only already provided more than $4 billion in security assistance to Ukraine, almost all of it coming after the February 24th invasion, but today we are voting to provide nearly $40 billion to address the immediate and near-term security, economic, and humanitarian needs of the Ukrainian people that are urgent and desperate. We will provide $6 billion for training, equipment, weapons, logistics support, supplies, salaries and stipends, and intelligence support, $4.35 billion in emergency food assistance, medical equipment, and other humanitarian aid, billions more for humanitarian relief for the millions of refugees displaced by Putin's violence and bombardment of communities in Ukraine. The aid that we vote on today will come with the fervent solidarity, admiration, and love of the American people. We are in awe of President Zelensky, the Ukrainian people, and their army. They have been hanging tough against terrible odds and terrible violence in a splendid display of democratic patriotism for their country. Their resolve is heroic, and it is breathtaking to behold. And with that, I will reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the representative, Mr. Raskin, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Today, we are here to discuss a rule providing for consideration of H.R. 903, the Rights for TSA Workforce Act, H.R. 5129, the Community Services Block Grant Modernization Act, and H.R. 2499, the Federal Firefighters Fairness Act, which would provide needed benefits to firefighters and other federal workers suffering from occupational-related diseases and simplifies the process of providing care and benefits for these workers to ensure they will not be caught up in bureaucratic red tape. Finally, the rule provides for consideration of a supplemental appropriation to Ukraine to ensure that they have the necessary funds to counter Russian aggression. The Community Services Block Grant, or CSBG, aims to reduce poverty by improving economic security for low-income individuals and creating economic opportunities in their communities. This program has not been updated since 1998 and is in dire need of reform, but H.R. 5129 fails to accomplish that goal. It continues to let states set the benchmarks for progress and allowing ineffective programs to continue receiving taxpayer dollars. It increases the income threshold to 200% above the federal poverty line, stretching federal resources thinner and effectively robbing those most in need of help. It allows grantees to use their facilities for voter registration, completely distracting from the program's goal to fight poverty and risking the introduction of partisan activity into nonpartisan efforts. Worst of all, this bill cuts existing protections for faith-based charities. Without these protections, organizations that have fought poverty for years could be forced to remove their faithful beliefs from their work if they want to continue providing important poverty relief. Why would we want to limit the number of organizations participating in this cause? H.R. 903, the Rights for TSA Workforce Act, has so many flaws, I don't have time to mention them all. This bill goes against Congress's intent when it enacted the Aviation Transportation Security Act to create the Transportation Security Administration, or the TSA. in November 2001, following the 9/11 terror attacks. At the time, Congress recognized the importance of providing unique authorities to ensure that TSA could carry out its national security mission. Converting all 60,000 TSA employees into Title V would limit that flexibility. Under ATSA, the agency may exercise one-step removal for serious offenses such as intentional security breaches, theft, failure of drug and alcohol tests while on duty, or arrests for certain criminal offenses. Under H.R. 903, an employee who knowingly allows guns or explosives through a security checkpoint may no longer be immediately fired. Furthermore, under this bill, matters of national security could be negotiable under collective bargaining negotiations. The flexibility that Congress intended for TSA would allow for the imposition of, for example, enhanced screening procedures based on credible threats. Under this bill, the implementation of new security requirements could be subject to negotiation with the union. If the national security implications are not enough, how about the fact that TSA employees could actually lose benefits under this bill? If H.R. 903 becomes law, employees could lose the ability to trade shifts with one another, donate leave to their colleagues, and receive certain incentive pay. Some overtime pay would be prohibited, and current career milestone bonuses could no longer be offered. Finally, this bill forces employees to unionize under AFGE specifically, so employees wouldn't even get to choose their labor representation. This bill does not allow for an intervening union election and would require the DHS Secretary to consult with AFGE on leave benefits, additional pay and incentives, and bonuses for all TSA employees, now a 60,000 person workforce. Everyone here, I'm sure, is thankful for TSA and wants their employees to be satisfied with their working conditions. But that is a question of Congress. Prioritizing for that purpose, not an inflexible, forced unionization to appease the majority's base. I urge my colleagues to heed the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Panel, a bipartisan group of former officials that strongly recommended against moving TSA personnel under Title V. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the rule and ask members to do the same, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Bamberger.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of this important legislation, of which I am a co-sponsor and intend to vote for. Firefighters are routinely exposed to high stress, smoke, heat, and various toxic substances, and as a result, they are far more likely to contract a cardiovascular disease, lung disease, and cancer than other workers. I strongly support extending workers' compensation to America's federal civilian firefighters, as we will do with the Federal Firefighter Fairness Act. But I want to use this opportunity to call on House leadership and the Veterans Affairs Committee to bring forward another related bill, the Michael Lesick Military Firefighters Protection Act. I strongly support extending workers' compensation to our civilian firefighters, but we must extend the same benefits to our military firefighters, and not doing so would be nothing short of a dereliction of our sacred duty to them. One such military firefighter was Michael Lesick, an Air Force firefighter. He deployed twice to the Middle East, and after coming home to Central Virginia some years later, Mike was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, a blood cancer linked to the dangerous conditions of his service as a military firefighter, a connection we are acknowledging for federal firefighters with our votes for the Federal Firefighter Fairness Act. While I am grateful that we are moving this bill forward, I am deeply concerned and disappointed that we are not remedying this issue for the brave service members like Mike who had similar exposures. Mike died in March 2021 at the age of 41, leaving behind a loving wife and 3 school-aged daughters. And as he faced down his illness, he worked and advocated to ensure that other military firefighters would have their service-connected illnesses recognized. In his honor and in service to military firefighters like him, I will continue to work to ensure an acknowledgement of harm is extended to all affected populations, including veterans dying from cancer without any acknowledgement of their
Gentlewoman has
service-connected
expired.
injury. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland.
I will reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the representative from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
And I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding. This Ukraine supplemental in this rule authorizes an additional $40 billion to provide defense article services, humanitarian aid, and financial support. I do believe it is important that Western countries continue to support Ukraine in its fight against its barbaric aggressors. But honestly, do we not deserve a plan? Does the administration not need to come to us with where we are going with this? This is an additional $40 billion on top of the several billion dollars that have already been spent. It's not that I object to the money. I object to not understanding how the administration is proceeding with this. Look, it was just 10 months ago that we were all on a conference call with the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Homeland Security, and they assured us that the government in Afghanistan was solid and they were going to be okay. And at the same time, we're all getting alerts on our phone that the government in Afghanistan is headed for the exits with all of our money. Then it was October of this year when the clear signs that Vladimir Putin was massing on the borders around Ukraine, and there was no solid discussion about whether or not this was important to the United States and whether or not we should do anything to counteract that. And indeed, there were approvals for some transfer of weaponry, but it was slow to get there. And then the president made the unfortunate statement that a small incursion would perhaps be okay. And the same Secretary of Defense and the same Secretary of State told us that this all likely would be over in 3 days' time, but they didn't take into account the nationality, the spirit of President Zelensky and his countrymen who said, no, this is not going to happen in our country. Look, none of us can predict the future, but truly the Biden administration really does need to justify the use of American resources as this conflict unfolds. Is there a plan for when this supplemental funding runs out? Will the United States defense production keep up with Ukrainian demand? Who's keeping count on the number of Stingers and Javelin missiles that are leaving our stockpiles that should be defending our homeland? Are we depleting those so severely that we won't be able to respond should we need to? And are we providing resources that will give Ukraine an asymmetric advantage to eventually win this war? And if we're not doing that, how long are we going to ask the American people to continue to fund the status quo? Look, Russia advancing beyond Ukraine's borders into NATO territory would almost certainly draw the United States into a war in Europe. But let me stress, that's a war in Europe. Where is the rest of Europe in this? We all want to prevent that outcome. We cannot let Vladimir Putin create this new world order in which he is the tyrant of the world. But to defeat him, we have to be united in our goals and united in the expenditure of American resources in support of those goals. And we have to have a plan that we're confident is being followed. It's not lost on me that this amount of money that we're asking to appropriate in an emergency fashion today is exactly 1/2 of the dollar amount of the weaponry that was abandoned in Afghanistan, abandoned to our enemies. Let's not find ourselves in that situation again. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I'll yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The gentleman asks us to justify the use of American resources in supporting our democratic allies in Ukraine. How would we justify the use of these resources? Well, let's start with this. The Ukrainian people and President Zelensky have asked for our help. They've asked for these resources, and they need these resources in order to beat back a brutal, bloody, and illegal invasion by Vladimir Putin, who is violating the laws of war on a daily basis. They've killed thousands of civilians. They've killed more than 150 children, murdering them, and his army is raping and killing women, leaving their corpses in the street. And so we have a democracy trying to defend its sovereign borders against an autocrat who wants to rebuild the Russian Empire. Vladimir Putin, the former chief of the KGB, who said that the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. And we were hoping that we would have a unanimous bipartisan statement today in favor of aid to the besieged people of Ukraine. But instead, we get more voices of defeatism, pessimism, and gloom. And we heard it before. We heard Representative Cawthorn, who said, remember that Zelensky is a thug. Remember that the Ukrainian government is incredibly corrupt, and it is incredibly evil, and has been pushing woke ideologies. Heard it from Steve Bannon, who said, no Republican should vote for any money for Ukraine. $0 for Ukraine. We're hearing it from other candidates around the country. J.D. Vance says, I got to be honest with you, I don't really care what happens to Ukraine, one way or the other. Madam Speaker, the democratic world is under siege by Vladimir Putin and his filthy army, which is murdering children, raping women, killing civilians. Which side are we on? The Biden administration is rallying the democratic world, rallying the NATO countries, and we should be standing on a unanimous bipartisan basis with the people of Ukraine. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this rule, which includes the resolution I introduced to provide House staff legal protection to organize and bargain collectively. First, a big thank you to Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Hoyer, Whip Clyburn, and Committee Chairs Lofgren and Scott for working with me to get this legislation across the finish line, and to the majority of Democrats for co-sponsoring this resolution. It feels surreal and completely right to be here at this critical moment. I've spent much of my career helping workers form unions and bargain collectively. The power of workers to unite and demand fair wages, better benefits, and safer working conditions was central to the creation of the American middle class, and it's central right now for working families simply trying to get by. That's why I was humbled when congressional staffers approached me earlier this year and asked me to introduce a resolution that would grant them a fundamental human right, the right to organize and bargain collectively without fear of retaliation. For months now, our workers have been organizing in the shadows because they lack the legal protections to come forward. It should not and does not have to be this way for workers seeking to exercise their First Amendment right to freedom of association, especially here in the halls of Congress. I fervently believe that all workers deserve the chance to have a union and to be protected in pursuing one. This resolution approves regulations originally proposed in 1996, 26 years ago. Those regulations provide guidance for how legislative branch employees can exercise their statutory right to form or join labor organizations, as Congress expressly intended. I can say without a doubt that here in the People's House, we could not serve our districts without the hard work and dedication of congressional staff. They manage our schedules, advise on policy, engage with constituents, and do so much more essential work with humility, with grit, and often with little to no recognition. These same workers have endured trauma while providing public service, working through a global pandemic that has killed 1 million people in this country and experiencing an assault on our very workplace on January 6, 2021. The very least we can do is honor and respect their effort to organize in Congress, giving them the long overdue right to find their collective voice. This resolution will protect bargaining over working conditions, wages, just cause provisions, and more. We've heard loudly and clearly over the past few months, congressional staffers want a union. Let's not make them wait a second longer. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the rule, and I yield back the balance.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the representative from Georgia.
Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to the Ukrainian supplemental bill. $40 billion, but there's no baby formula for American mothers and babies. An unknown amount of money to the CIA in the Ukraine supplemental bill, but there's no formula for American babies and mothers. $54 million in COVID spending in Ukraine, but there's no formula for American babies and mothers. $900 million for nonprofits and organizations in Ukraine, but there's no formula for American babies and mothers. $8.7 billion for economic support and funding in Ukraine, but there's no formula for American mothers and babies. If this is about claiming that it's about saving lives, let's be real, then we would care about war-torn countries like Ethiopia. So that's a bunch of hypocrisy because I never hear Ethiopia brought up here. Totally ignoring, completely ignoring our own border crisis, our own baby formula crisis, and brutal inflation, skyrocketing gas prices that no one can afford, but $40 billion for Ukraine? Stop funding regime change and money laundering scams and U.S. politician cover-ups of their crimes in countries like Ukraine. The American people do not support paying for constant U.S. involvement in foreign affairs while our own government fails our own country. Let me remind everyone here, we swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America and our borders. We should be paying attention to our country right now. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here's a formula for the destruction of democracy, repeating Putin's propaganda and disinformation and appeasing imperialist assaults on sovereign nations. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Workers' rights are human rights. The labor movement has shown us what is possible when we dream big and fight hard. And tonight we will clear yet another hurdle in the battle for workplace safety and dignity. I thank my colleague, Representative Levin, for his tremendous leadership on this resolution. With House Resolution 915, congressional staff will be able to organize and bargain for a better workplace without fear of intimidation or retaliation. As someone who organized with unions, working people, and for collective bargaining rights before coming to Congress, I know how important it is that we guarantee our staff that same right. As a co-lead of the PRO Act, I've continuously pushed for pro-worker policies that prioritize safety, equity, and better pay. And like other workers, congressional staff deserve to be protected at work. They put in long, hard hours. They work incredibly hard to serve the people. We must lead by example and show our gratitude by ensuring our staff have the right to bargain, to organize, and to unionize. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized for such time as she may consume.
If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider a bill that would block the Biden administration's effort to establish a so-called disinformation governance board. And Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Policing of the First Amendment protected speech has no place in this country. But yet the Biden administration, unsatisfied with their big tech and their mainstream media allies' efforts to control criticism of their disastrous agenda, have decided propose a government-sanctioned, taxpayer-funded Ministry of Truth. This is not only runs contrary to the values of our nation, but unlikely unconstitutional, and Congress should play no part in its creation. In fact, Congress should come together to uphold the constitutional principles that the best weapon against speech we don't like is not censure, it's more speech. To further speak on the amendment, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the previous question and in support of the immediate consideration of legislation introduced by Leader McCarthy and House Republicans to defund and prohibit the activities of the Biden administration's Disinformation Governance Board at the Department of Homeland Security. That's right. It's called the Disinformation Governance Board. The notion that this ill-conceived effort will improve Americans' trust in their government is fundamentally absurd. In fact, it is just the latest example of how this administration, and specifically leadership of the Department of Homeland Security, remains grossly out of touch with what issues matter most to the American people. At a time when the border is in a state of crisis and more Americans than ever before are being fatally poisoned with fentanyl, everyone in this room and in this country would be wise to take note that this, a Disinformation Governance Board, is what your Department of Homeland Security is focused on. Are they focused on combating the drug cartels and human traffickers that are profiting from the chaos at our southwest border? Apparently not. Are they focused on improving our economic security and resilience against unprecedented threats from China, Russia, and others? It doesn't seem like it. Madam Speaker, as ranking member of the Homeland Security Committee, I've witnessed firsthand the consistent lack of transparency demonstrated by Secretary Mayorkas and the Department of Homeland Security when faced with congressional oversight and legitimate requests for information on the department's mission. Why on earth would we trust the same department to now unilaterally expand their mission and decide for us, the public, what is or is not the truth? Why has the Department of Homeland Security been unable or unwilling to answer basic questions as to the functions or character of this board when asked by Congress? If the Biden administration was serious about making the board apolitical, as they claim they are, why have they opted to appoint known partisan operatives as its executive director and co-chairs? In fact, it is reported that the named executive director herself has promoted now debunked claims on social media. Think about that. The person that they claim to be the executive director is now the one that has in the past herself engaged in disinformation. That's pretty ironic. I ask you, Madam Speaker, and my colleagues across the aisle, where is accountability for this misguided operation? With this vote, we have the opportunity to send a clear message. This administration should focus on restoring our national security, not making itself the arbiter of truth and speech. This is America. This isn't a communist country. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member, Mr. Raskin, for the time. Thank Mr. Levin for what he's done to bring this resolution to fruition. Madam Speaker, and still I rise, and today I rise to defend the rights of our staff to organize. This really is about respect. We should respect their rights, their right to have a decent day's pay for a hard day's work, their right to have the best health care that we can afford. I respect them, I support them, and I respect the right of all workers to organize. Hence, I will vote for the legislation. I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman
time.
yields back. Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Louisiana.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 7690 to defund the Biden administration's recently announced Disinformation Governance Board. Madam Speaker, the Biden administration's decision to create this board is dystopian in design and should be doomed right from the start. Madam Speaker, the House is not in order. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Disinformation Governance Board should be defunded for one obvious reason. It is not only Orwellian, as everyone has said, but it is clearly unconstitutional. See, in America, we don't allow bureaucrats and government officials to choose what speech is deemed acceptable or censor and silence viewpoints they dislike. This fundamental principle of our law must always be vigorously defended to preserve our freedom and to keep the government in check. I used to defend this principle in the federal courts before I was elected to Congress, and I am so encouraged to work with so many colleagues, at least on this side of the aisle here, who are also fiercely committed to this cause. Let's put this simply. There is zero role for the federal government in determining what constitutes true speech. But while we have everybody's attention, let's just recap this real quickly. This Disinformation Governance Board will be housed within the Department of Homeland Security. It was just announced by ambush, very abruptly, by Secretary Mayorkas. There is no information about its budget. There is no information provided to us about the scope of its work, no information about how it will be kept accountable. Basically, there are no details at all. Remember, this is from the same administration that wants to spy on parents who speak up at school board meetings and spy on our bank accounts. This governance board is a glaring example of mission creep, and even its name is creepy. Here's what we do know. The board is supposed to be headed
Members, please take your comments to the cloakroom. Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The board is supposed to be headed by a young woman by the name of Nina Jankowicz, who refers to herself, no kidding, as the Mary Poppins of disinformation. Miss Poppins is herself a frequent purveyor of untruths, such as calling the New York Post report on Hunter Biden's laptop a, quote, Russian influence op, and promoting the false claim that the Steele dossier was, quote, a Republican opposition research. She also appears sympathetic to the cause of censorship because she told NPR recently that she shudders, that's her word, to think about a country where free speech absolutists, again quoting her, were taking over more platforms. She recommended that law enforcement and legislatures do more to censor Americans. To help her hit the ground running, here's what we suggest in her very short stint that will be in this job. She ought to check out the recent falsehoods from her own administration. Here's a hit list. The falsehood that Secretary Mayorkas has done a, quote, effective job managing the border crisis and that it's somehow secure. He said that under oath here a couple of weeks ago. The falsehood that economic contraction in Q1 of this year is actually just masking some hidden, broad economic resiliency. The falsehood that Biden's $3.5 trillion spending bill actually cost $0. The falsehood that inflation is a high-class problem, as they told us. The falsehood that 70% of our current inflation is being caused by Vladimir Putin. You get the point. The problem with the government appointing itself as the arbiter of truth is that it is the government itself that often engages in spin and untruth. Madam Speaker, I yield back. We should support. Yes, thank you.
Madam Speaker, I yield an additional minute.
Gentleman is yielded an additional minute.
I thank the gentlelady. Listen, if the Biden administration was itself a beacon of truth, this board would still be unconstitutional. I would tell my colleagues, if this is being proposed by a Republican administration, we would be fighting it just as vociferously. I do find it noteworthy, however, that those who seem the most preoccupied with censoring Americans and policing disinformation are so often themselves the worst offenders at spreading it. Again, here's the bottom line. The government has no role whatsoever in determining what constitutes truth or acceptable speech. President Biden should dissolve this board immediately and entirely, and if he won't, Republicans will. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question so we may amend the rule to provide for immediate consideration of my legislation to defund the DHS Disinformation Governance Board. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. And the gentlelady from Minnesota reserves, and the gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Tonight, we stand with courageous Ukrainians who refuse to give in to Putin's war crimes. The morning after this unprovoked attack, I authored the first sanctions legislation in this Congress. Eventually, it may help, but what is needed immediately is more weapons and humanitarian relief. Undoubtedly, Putin was encouraged by those he hoped would divide the West, like his admirer, President Trump, who declared Putin, quote, a genius, and called this a, quote, peacekeeping mission, and his close advisor, who even after the bombing got underway, claimed that Putin was being too gentle. With our weapons, Ukrainians defend not only themselves, but freedom and democracy everywhere. Tonight, I hope that Republicans will join Democrats in what is truly a test of our commitment to freedom. Together, we offer strong support for Ukraine to push back on the brutal aggressor, end this terror, and maintain its independence. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Colorado.
Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose the previous question so that we could immediately consider H.R. 7690. Madam Speaker, the Biden regime wants to talk disinformation. Okay, let's give them something to talk about. Let's talk about how the White House said that it was Republicans that want to defund the police. Let's talk about how Secretary Mayorkas said the southern border is closed. Let's talk about how Joe Biden said his Build Back Better agenda cost zero American tax dollars. Let's talk about how Biden's new press secretary falsely claimed Trump stole the 2016 presidential election. And remember Afghanistan? Let's talk about how Joe Biden said any American who wants to come home will get you home. Well, that sounds like the words of a lying dog-faced pony soldier to me. The American people will not have their speech monitored by corrupt, career, professional politicians who lie day in and day out. And now, the DHS, a militarized department, has established a new disinformation governance board, or more accurately known as the Department of Propaganda. DHS was created to stop terrorism. Now it's being used to terrorize the American people. And who did Mayorkas hire to run this Orwellian ministry of truth? This lady, Nina Jankowicz. Mayorkas calls her an expert on disinformation, probably because she tells lies all the dang time. Nina said that President Trump would embolden ISIS. Well, he defeated it. Nina said the Hunter Biden laptop from hell was a Trump campaign product. Nina said that concerned parents who wanted a say in their children's education were pushing disinformation. And Nina said big tech should censor the Wuhan lab leak theory because it was, you guessed it, disinformation. Nina doesn't seem to have a good relationship with truth and will surely use this board to silence Americans. Nina is no public servant. How's that, you say? Don't take it from me. Here's her words. Are these the words of a public servant? What do I need to do to, well, Madam Speaker, I'll let you read the rest of that. This doesn't sound like someone who should be monitoring Americans' speech. The Democrat Party has truly lost their minds. From intimidating judges at their homes, burning down pregnancy centers, and vandalizing churches, to calling moms and dads domestic terrorists, and now creating this department to censor free speech because extremists are scared of what? Elon Musk? They think social media censor doesn't go far enough, and this needs to be defunded.
No longer recognize the gentleman from Maryland, the gentlelady from Minnesota reserves, and gentlelady from Maryland. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president while speaking on the floor of the House. House will be in order. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The very distinguished gentlelady from Colorado called the President of the United States
The gentleman deserves to be heard. Members' cloakroom is available for your conversations. The gentleman will proceed.
Madam Speaker, the distinguished gentlelady from Colorado called the President of the United States, or likened him to I think she said, a lying dog-faced pony soldier. We obviously could have taken those words down, but we have serious business to do here. And unlike some of our colleagues on the other side, we're not interested in censoring other people's speech. We want the whole world to see how the gentlelady from Colorado speaks in public as a member of Congress. We want everyone to look at that. Meantime, we have come here tonight, Madam Speaker, to fight for the rights of the TSA workforce. More than 50,000 workers. We're giving them the same rights that other federal workers have. We came here to fight for the rights of federal firefighters, tens of thousands of them who will be able to benefit from this legislation if and when they get sick from illnesses caused by their work as firefighters. We came here to expand and improve the Community Services Block Grant in the Modernization Act of 2022. A bipartisan piece of legislation, despite what was said about it on the other side. I believe there were 8 members of the minority who voted for it in the House Education and Labor Committee. We are here to recognize the right of congressional staff to unionize, and we are here most significantly, Madam Speaker, on the additional Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act. And it's for that act that the antics and the diatribes of our colleagues are so profoundly disappointing to those of us who've come here to support President Zelensky and the heroic people of Ukraine who are resisting a brutal, illegal aggression by Vladimir Putin and his army. And we were hoping that we would have a bipartisan, unanimous support for this legislation to render the military and strategic, economic, and humanitarian aid that our Democratic allies need and are asking for and deserve to fight off this illegal, criminal aggression by Vladimir Putin, who is not a genius, but a war criminal and a mass murderer. That's what he is. And so we are very proud of the work that President Biden has been doing in unifying the democratic world against the autocrat Vladimir Putin and his naked, bloody aggression against the people of Ukraine, which has cost the lives of thousands of civilians already. And we've seen the war crime of rape spread at the hands of Russians' filthy soldiers, and we've seen them kill children, blow up schools and hospitals. And we don't see anything remotely like the seriousness and the solemnity that we would expect of members of the United States Congress. But instead, they put up profanity, they mock the President of the United States, they make a disgrace of their own party by the way they behave on the floor of the House of Representatives. Madam Speaker, Vladimir Putin and his cheerleaders all over the world thought they would make quick work of the people of Ukraine and President Zelensky. They only had supplies for less than a week. Everybody thought it was just going to be game over, as some of our colleagues have said, that Vladimir Putin would just cut right through them. But you know what they weren't counting on, Madam Speaker? They weren't counting on the spirit of a democratic people, the noble people of Ukraine who have heroically resisted every criminal, aggressive act by Vladimir Putin and his autocratic cheerleaders around the world. And so today, 2.5 months later, President Biden, having rallied the democratic world, having unified NATO, comes back to us and asks for nearly $40 billion in aid to support the strategic needs, the security needs, the economic needs, the humanitarian needs of a population that is reeling from the war. And, Madam Speaker, we say the American people are here to support the Ukrainian people. That's what we're doing here tonight. And I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair would remind members that remarks in debate may not engage in personalities toward the president, including by repeating remarks made elsewhere that would be improper if spoken in the member's own words. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 7690 to defund the Biden administration's DHS Disinformation Governance Board. However, before I get into that, I would like to remind my colleague that just a couple of months ago, that the administration did offer a ride to President Zelensky, offered him a ride out of Ukraine to leave the country that he so valiantly has been fighting for. So I want to make sure that that is set straight, and we'll get back to the business at hand. The Disinformation Governance Board, the fact is that the administration thinks that they should be policing disinformation. It's beyond alarming, and I'm trying to put myself back into the shoes of the founders 240 years ago to think that the government would be in charge of personal views of the First Amendment and the antics, as it's been called here. My 750,000 plus constituents don't think what I'm saying right now are antics. What they are proud of is that we're standing up to say that we do affirm that the government does not get to determine what is true and false. Personally, I've heard Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas claim that our border is secure, but millions of illegal immigrants are allowed to pour into our country, including known and suspected terrorists. Even more disturbing is that Secretary Mayorkas has put an outspoken partisan person who has mocked stories, including those about Hunter Biden's laptop, has praised the now debunked Steele dossier and other stories out into the public while claiming to now be the purveyor of truth. The lack of credibility and the misinformation is beyond laughable. The Department of Homeland Security should be focused on one thing, and this is not a partisan issue. It's our security. It's our nation's security. That's what DHS was founded on after September 11th. That's what the focus should be on right now, not fact-checking social media or censoring Americans. Today, every member of Congress will be put on record, and the question will be, do you stand on the side of free speech or not? I stand on the side of free speech for my constituents, the 750,000 who I believe would not call what I am saying antics. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our colleagues don't seem to want to talk about the chaos and the violence and the bloodshed that's been unleashed on the people of Ukraine. I'm really shocked that they don't want to talk about it, but they want to talk about free speech. Great. Let's talk about free speech in Russia. More than 15,000 people arrested and detained as they crush the anti-war movement in Russia, as he jails political opponents in Russia. And they haven't said a word about that. Have they said anything about the opponents of the war in Russia who've been thrown into jail? No. They're talking about a board in America that I wasn't even aware existed, I'm not sure it does, that has never thrown anybody into jail. How do they feel about Russian critics of the war being thrown into jail? How do they feel about more than 8 million Ukrainians who've been displaced by the war, who are living in the homes of the Polish people who have heroically opened their doors to them? They say nothing about that. Do they think that Vladimir Putin is the leader of a democracy? Is there any one of them who will stand up and say that Vladimir Putin is an autocrat, an authoritarian, and a would-be totalitarian? Do any of them remember that Vladimir Putin was the head of the KGB? Is that their ideal model for civil liberties? Vladimir Putin, who said that the collapse of the Soviet Union is the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century? Is this Abraham Lincoln's party we're hearing today? Or is it a cult of Donald Trump? Madam Speaker, we have to decide which side America is going to be on. The democratic world has risen as one to support the people of Ukraine. And yet, our friends don't seem to want to talk about that. They don't want to seem to support this effort, which is extraordinary to me, as the people of Ukraine are doing whatever they can to fight this naked, illegal aggression, this unilateral war of aggression, unprovoked, unjustified, a violation of international law in every way. Madam Speaker, it is incumbent upon us, as the leader of the democratic world, if that's still what we want to be, to support democracies under attack by authoritarian regimes. I reserve.
Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the representative from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The gentleman from Maryland talked about protecting this institution, but we got a $40 billion bill at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I haven't had a chance to review the bill. My staff is poring over the pages trying to see what's in it. You want to talk about the institution? You want to talk about standing up alongside Ukraine? Why don't we actually have a debate on the floor of the People's House instead of the garbage of getting a $40 billion bill at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, not paid for, without having any idea what's really in it, with a massive slush fund that goes to the State Department, $13 billion, $8 billion for the Economic Support Fund, $110 million for embassy security. We've got $40 billion that is unpaid for, and you want to sit here and lecture this body about what we're going to do or not do about standing alongside Ukraine? Why don't we talk about the American people who are hurting, the wide open borders, the inflation that's killing people, the jobs that people can't get because of the cost of goods and services in this country? Sitting here and being lectured to when I don't even have time to look at a $40 billion unpaid bill. I make a motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. You are omnipotent. Okay. For what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kim of California pursuant to House Resolution A, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
Right. For what purposes does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purposes, gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
What purposes, gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Delgado of New York and Mr. Huffman of California, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purposes, gentlelady from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart from the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise? For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to adjourn. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson from Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
They're not ready. What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Chairman Thompson, and Representative Carter, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
Who is this with the red car? For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, inform the House that the congressman from the 7th District in Wisconsin will vote aye on adjournment.
For what purposes, gentleman from New Jersey, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Carter, rise.
Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Purposes, gentleman from New York, rise.
As a member designated by Mr. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Ocasio-Cortez will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purposes, the gentlelady from Missouri, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wolarski of the state of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski will vote yay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purposes, gentleman from California, rise?
As a member designated by Congressman Lou Correa, I informed the House pursuant to Resolution 8 in accordance with Regulation C6 that Mr. Correa will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania, rise?
Madam Speaker, the following members vote no on adjournment: Brown from Maryland, Wild from Pennsylvania, Hartford from Nevada, Dole from Pennsylvania, and Rush from Illinois.
From Texas rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming and Ms. Spear, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
What purposes? For what purposes the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Chair, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
What purposes gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Who is this? What purposes does the gentlelady from West Virginia rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney votes yes on the motion to adjourn.
What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise? What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, the member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier, I inform the House that he will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that the member will vote no on the motion to adjourn. Thank you.
What purposes does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, the following members are no on a motion to adjourn. Cuellar of Texas, Castro of Texas, and Scanlon of Pennsylvania. They will be inform the House that these members will all be voting no on the motion to adjourn. Thank you, Speaker.
For what purposes gentlelady from Delaware rise?
As the member
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bordeaux and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, I would once again say that the congressman from the 7th in Wisconsin votes aye on adjournment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, from the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
All members vote. On this vote, the yeas are 188, the nays are 225. On this vote, the yeas are 188, the nays are 226. The motion is not adopted. The House will be in order. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. I reject the notion that America is not strong enough to stand with Ukraine as it tramples on autocracy. I reject the notion that America and American people are not strong enough to stand with those in Ukraine who are fighting for their survival and fighting against the horrible violence of Vladimir Putin. I reject the notion that Americans are not empathetic about Mariupol and what the mayor at that time, April 12, said, and noted that 210 children were murdered by this vicious bombing in the midst of 21,000 dead. As I travel with Codell Hoyer over and over again, I ask the question about the children. As UNICEF said, this war is a nightmare for Ukraine's children. This supplemental for Ukraine recognizes that. It recognizes that democracy must stand, but that children must be protected with a focus on humanitarian aid, eliminating or stopping human trafficking, recognizing that girls and women have been raped. It is time for us to speak what the American people have spoken, that they're standing with Ukraine. They want a victory for Ukraine. This supplemental will help us stand with Ukraine. I ask my colleagues to support it and to recognize victory to Ukraine.
Time
I
is
yield
expired.
back.
The chair recognizes
Reserve.
the gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Is
I
the
reserve.
gentleman from Maryland ready to close?
Yes, and we reserve.
Then the gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to comment a little bit. There have been some complaints that our speakers on our side of the aisle here are not addressing the issues in Ukraine and the bill that has been presented to us this afternoon. But right now, we're talking about the rule, and we're dealing with the procedures for what will happen the rest of this week. This is a rules debate, and we will get to the substance of the issue in the debate on each of the bills that we're talking about right now. I am sure, I know that our members will be talking about the Ukraine bill and some of the concerns and some of the positive about that bill, with all of the time that's allotted for those debates later today. And I'm sure that there will be great discussion about each of those at great length. And in the meantime, there is great concern regarding the Disinformation Governance Board. And I think that this body needs to discuss that, and that's why we bring it up. And Mr. Speaker, I oppose the rule and the previous question, and I ask members to do the same. Thank you so much, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for her remarks. We were interrupted by a motion to adjourn a few moments ago. Ukrainians are being slaughtered by Putin's army as we speak. Schools, churches, hospitals have been bombarded, and yet I think 188 of our colleagues voted just to pack it up and to go home, instead of acting to provide the people of Ukraine and President Zelensky with the military and humanitarian assistance that they need. And I'm very glad, and I want to thank the bipartisan majority that rejected that approach. And I want us to make sure we are sending a message of hope and solidarity to the people of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, if we have isolationists in the House, I hope that they don't flatter themselves to think that Vladimir Putin is some kind of civil libertarian.
Gentleman will suspend. Gentleman has a right to be heard. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vladimir Putin is no civil libertarian for those people who have found the cause of civil liberties today. Vladimir Putin is no civil libertarian. He's shutting down the freedom of speech, blocking his people's access to social media. He's thrown thousands of people into prison for protesting against his war in Ukraine. He just signed a new law to impose 15 years in prison on anyone who publishes or broadcasts what Russian government censors consider false information about the invasion of Ukraine. In fact, it's against the law in Russia now to even describe the invasion of Ukraine and the war against Ukraine as an invasion or a war. You can't describe it. Talk about Orwellian. Why did we hear nothing from our colleagues about that? Do they actually think that Vladimir Putin is fighting for civil liberties in his bloody, filthy invasion of Ukraine in his attempt to demolish a country? Mr. Speaker, the American people, in every public opinion poll we have seen, stand strongly with the people of Ukraine. They understand illegal aggression when they see it. And we know that Vladimir Putin is trying to crush the sovereignty of the people of Ukraine. And America stands with the NATO countries. America stands with the democratic governments and peoples of the world. America stands with democracy all over the world. That's who we are. That's who we are. And we will never forget it, and we will never let go of it. And we will not fall prey to Putin's propaganda, his disinformation, or the conspiracy theory that tries to blind us to the reality of what is happening in Ukraine today. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the rule and the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is in ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
The gentlelady from Texas rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, Representative Castro of Texas, Representative Cuellar of Texas, Representative Scanlon of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What purpose does the gentlelady from California rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kim of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on the previous question.
What purposes does the gentlelady from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, from the House, Mr. Wilson will vote no on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlelady from West Virginia rise?
Me?
What purpose does the gentlelady from West Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that he will vote no on ordering the previous question on H.Res. 1097.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bordeaux and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wolarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Congressmember Lou Correa, I inform the House that it's his intention to vote aye on the resolution, the motion to provide the previous question on House Res 1097.
What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Barragan, and Ms. Moore, I inform the House that these four members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Gentleman from Wisconsin rise.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote no on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush, Mr. Infume, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Horser of Nevada, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Ms. Wall, pursuant to House Resolution 8, they vote yes on H. Resolution 1097.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yay on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on the previous question.
What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House Ms. Titus of Nevada will vote aye on the previous question.
What purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on the motion to move the previous question on House Resolution 1097. Thank you.
What purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the previous question.
He's not. Purposes the gentleman from Colorado rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Delgado of New York, Ms. Wilson of Florida, and Mr. Huffman of California, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Tim Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price from North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Chairman Thompson, and Representative Carter, I inform the House these members will vote yea on the previous question.
What purposes does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote yes on the previous question.
Purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Ceres, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote nay on the previous question.
Does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Spear and Ms. Meng, I inform the House that they will vote yes on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yea on the motion to move the previous question on HRS 1097.
On this vote, the yeas are 200.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 200.
Mr. Keating votes aye.
Did you get this gentleman here? On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 203. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Missouri rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wolodarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolodarski will vote nay on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Josh Gottheimer, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1097.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Wilson in South Carolina, inform the House Mr. Wilson vote nay on the rule.
What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise? What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Barragán of California, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. DeSanya of California, and Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yes on H.Res. 1097.
The gentlewoman from California rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kim of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on the rule.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on H.Res. 1097.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn, North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn is a no on the rule.
What purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Congressmember Lou Correa, I inform the House that Mr. Correa will vote yea on House Resolution 1097 and the rules providing for consideration of H.R. 903.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Tiffany will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Porter and Ms. Bordeaux, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1097.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise? What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rises? For what purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, Chairman Thompson, and Representative Carter, I inform the House these members will vote yea on HRES 1097.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from West Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member representing Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote no on the adoption of HRES 1097.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming and Ms. Spear, I inform the House that they will vote yes on HRES 1097.
What purposes does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, Representative Castro of Texas, Representative Cuellar of Texas, Representative Scanlon of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Res 1097. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on the rule.
Does gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House Ms. Titus of Nevada will vote aye on HRES 1097.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for by Mr. Carter of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on HRES 1097.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart from the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on HRES 1097.
What purposes does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote yea on HRES 1097.
For what purposes, gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Rule 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on House Resolution 1097. Thank you.
What purposes the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on House Resolution 1097.
For what purposes, gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Delgado of New York, and Mr. Huffman of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on House Resolution 1097.
For what purposes, gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that the member will vote yea on HRES 1097.
For what purposes gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, Mr. Infumi of Maryland, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Hartford of Nevada, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, and Ms. Wild of Pennsylvania, pursue the House Resolution 8, I inform the House that they vote yes on H Resolution 1097.
I think so. What purposes gentlelady from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Tim Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on House Res 1097. Thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 202. The resolution is adopted. You get this. Okay, I didn't see that. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 1097, House Resolution 1096 is hereby adopted.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1097, I call up the bill H.R. 7691, the Additional Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act 2022, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7691, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for assistance for the situation in Ukraine for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1097, the amendment printed in Part G of House Report 117-320 shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, is considered read and shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Connecticut, Mr. Laurel, and the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Additional Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act, which provides $40.1 billion in much-needed emergency security, economic, and humanitarian aid to support the Ukrainian people and defend global democracy in the wake of Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine. For nearly 3 months now, Putin's greed, growing aggression, and unyielding pursuit of power have led to grievous loss of life and humanitarian devastation. The cruelty against innocent civilians at the hands of Putin and his cronies is devastating. The images of the violence and terror coming from Ukraine should horrify us all. Entire cities are being demolished. Ukraine's democracy is being undermined every single day. Women and girls are being sexually abused by cruel Russian soldiers. Hospitals and universities, which should be safe havens, are being intentionally attacked. War crimes are being carried out every single day as part of a deeply dangerous pattern of extensive shootings, torture, and other violent crimes. Thousands of innocent children and their families have been brutally murdered. And as a result, Nearly 6 million Ukrainians have been forced to flee their country, and another 6.5 million have been displaced inside war-torn Ukraine. Given the magnitude of the terror campaign being waged against the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian democracy, we are morally obligated to ensure the brave Ukrainian fighters and the Ukrainian people have the security and economic aid that they need. I am proud to be standing here today in support of a bill that does just that. This legislation invests strongly to support Ukraine's dire efforts to defend itself by keeping weapons and ammunition flowing without interruption. With $6 billion for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, we will provide the equipment, training, and weapons that the Ukrainian military and national security forces need to continue to protect the Ukrainian people. And at the same time, we are providing additional support for Ukraine and our allies and partners in the region as they continue to build and update their capabilities. But we know very well that Russia's invasion is not only a threat to Ukraine's physical security, but also a threat to the very core of Ukrainian and global democracy. This bill will invest in critical economic assistance to help Ukraine protect its democracy by ensuring the continuity of its democratic government, by countering human trafficking, and by fighting dangerous Russian lies. But the impact of this war does not end there. The prolonged invasion has taken an immense toll globally, where people the world over are suffering from a growing food insecurity, the rising costs of food. And to address this devastating reality, we are providing more than $5 billion in emergency food assistance and support for agricultural development. As we support the fight against Russian aggression, those struggling to put food on the table, the most vulnerable people around our world deserve our support. And none of the devastation caused would have been possible without help from Putin's cronies. And for that reason, the funding in this bill will continue efforts to hold them accountable for the terror they have caused the people of Ukraine, with funds to seize, retain, and sell the forfeited property of Russia's criminal kleptocrats who enable the Putin's regime war crimes. This bill ensures that we are one step closer to making them pay the full price for their actions. And in the process, we will be standing firmly with the Ukrainian people while combating the exploitation of Ukraine's vulnerable financial system. And for those Ukrainians who manage to find refuge at our borders, this bill provides funds to expand support services that will make sure they feel safe here as they search for peace and for freedom. We are providing funds for trauma care, housing assistance, case management, English language classes, and for screenings, vaccinations, and ongoing public health surveillance. The Ukrainian people are in desperate need of our support, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues to threaten peace and democracy around the globe. This bill will protect democracy, limit Russian aggression, and strengthen our own national security, while most importantly, supporting Ukraine. We have no room to fail and must act swiftly and decisively. The members of this body came together quickly in March to provide critical security and economic support for the people of Ukraine. And Mr. Speaker, while I am saddened and angry that we have to be here again today, Russia's continued aggression and this vicious attack and this vicious invasion require us to act decisively in support of Ukraine, our allies in the region, and the millions of others suffering as a result of this war. We need to protect global democracy, limiting Russian aggression in the longer term, and strengthening our own national security. Failure is not an option. For those critical reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7691, a bill that would provide additional assistance to Ukraine and other partners in the region. 10 weeks ago, we witnessed Russia begin its attack on the sovereign nation of Ukraine. To support Ukraine and our allies during the unprovoked, illegal, and appalling attack, Congress provided nearly $14 billion in emergency funding through the fiscal year 2022 appropriations bills. That funding has been crucial in Ukraine's efforts to fight back against Putin's evil invasion. The bill before us today would provide roughly $40 billion in assistance to address the ongoing conflict. With Russia continuing to take control of the country, more resources are needed to provide military assistance to Ukrainian forces, address a humanitarian crisis created by this conflict, and support our allies in the region. A large portion of the bill will also go to backfill DoD's weapons and equipment. The United States has the best weapons in the world, and it's critical that we not only supply those to our allies in their time of need, as we've done in Ukraine, but that we ensure our own troops continue to have what they need. As China, Iran, and North Korea watch our response, we must show the world that America stands firm with its allies and will do what is necessary to protect our interests abroad. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the chairwoman of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Energy and Water Development, Ms. Capter, who has been a leader and leading the effort and the fight to make sure that we help to preserve democracy in Ukraine and to really be responsive to the Ukrainian people. Ms. Capter.
Thank you very much, Chair DeLauro, for your leadership in moving this bill to the floor with such dispatch and content. I rise tonight to urge passage of this essential $40 billion supplemental security package for Ukraine. The battle for Ukraine and what it is waging for liberty is not one for her to fight alone. The world must recognize the true evil that free people everywhere are confronting. Indeed, liberty's survival and the global rule of law are on the line. Russia invaded an independent sovereign nation without provocation. Ukraine is the scrimmage line for liberty on the continent of Europe today. Untethered to reason or humanity, Putin will not stop his brutal slaughter of innocents. Words and well wishes will not be enough. What Ukraine needs most of all is reinforcement. It needs arms, ammunition, combat vehicles, and air and sea defense. Putin's Russia will never win this war. The courage and resolve of the Ukrainian people is already legendary. But to hasten the demise of Putin's murderous rampage, America must act without delay. Ukraine's fight for liberty is the world's fight for liberty in this modern era. Let us arm Ukraine with the tools for the fight and put an end, sooner rather than later, to the bloodshed Putin's madness has unleashed. Slava Ukraini, thank you so very much, and thank you, Chairwoman DeLauro, for uniting all of the subcommittees of appropriations to bring this critical bill forward. Thank you for your leadership. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, the former chairman of the Committee on Appropriations and the ranking member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Mr. Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding me time, and I rise today in support of H.R. 7691, the Emergency Supplemental Appropriations Act for Ukraine. This vital assistance will continue support of Ukraine's heroic and inspiring assistance of their countrymen, and will continue to support their heroic and inspiring resistance to Russia's unprovoked invasion. We and our allies must continue to provide the assistance critical to defeat Russian aggression and help preserve Ukrainian independence. For those in this country and elsewhere, Mr. Speaker, who thought that war was a 19th or 20th century concern, this crisis has underscored the importance of capable military alliances, the centrality of NATO, and the critical importance of American leadership in the transatlantic alliance. This bill provides essential military assistance across State Department and Department of Defense accounts. It also includes funding for Russian sanctions enforcement, returns our diplomats to Kyiv, and provides much needed humanitarian relief for Ukraine and other countries impacted by this crisis. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the chairwoman of the Appropriations Subcommittee on State and Foreign Operations, Ms. Lee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this emergency supplemental to support Ukraine and to address the global impacts of Putin's brutal invasion and war. And I want to thank Chairwoman DeLauro and our Speaker and Chairman McGovern for moving this legislation so quickly. A little more than a week ago, I had the honor of visiting Eastern Europe to meet with Ukrainians and Poles and to learn more about what was taking place firsthand. We met with civil society organizations funded by the United States who, in the midst of danger and violence, are supporting refugees, vulnerable people, women, and children. I was deeply moved by their stories and their commitment, their resilience, and recognized very quickly what an emergency this is. And so I want to thank everyone again for bringing this bill to the floor right away. The Ukrainian people need our support to defend their territory, but we equally need to support their efforts to protect their people, their economy, their way of life, and yes, their democracy. As chair of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, I'm very proud that we provided $18.9 billion in assistance for economic security and humanitarian assistance for Ukraine in this bill. This bill will help sustain the Ukrainian government's essential services, protect refugees and displaced persons, internally displaced persons, also clear unexploded ordnances, and combat human trafficking. It funds getting our dedicated and courageous diplomats back to Kyiv so that they can continue working on behalf of the United States to protect the people and the dignity of Ukraine. And I want to salute them, commend them, and thank them for their service. And this bill contains precious resources to deal with the global food crisis that has been deepened by the Russian invasion. This is truly a defining moment in our history, in Ukrainian history, in Poland's history, in the world's history. I urge my colleagues to respond to the remarkable strength and resilience of the Ukrainian people and stand by them. We need to stand by them. We must stand by them by supporting the supplemental appropriations bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I reserve my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Ms. Pelosi.
Madam Speaker is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. I thank her and the ranking member for their leadership in bringing this legislation to the floor. It's legislation that will have an immediate and substantial difference to what is happening in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, 10 days ago, it was my solemn and extraordinary privilege to lead a congressional delegation to Kyiv, where we met with President Zelensky. In the heart of his war-torn nation, our delegation expressed our deep admiration for the courage of the Ukrainian people as they fought for their democracy against autocracy, and endless respect for his great and heroic leadership. In return, really, just from the start, President Zelensky expressed his gratitude to the American people, which I convey to this Congress and therefore to the American people for the extraordinary support that we have so far supplied, and now tonight, more to come. He praised our president for being such a source of hope as well as support to the people of Ukraine, not only for our support, but for the unifying force he has been in this fight. As Putin desperately accelerates his campaign of horror and brutality, Mr. Speaker, horror and brutality in Ukraine, time is of the essence. That's why we are so pleased to hear that we could proceed immediately with this bill today, so that it goes through the Senate and to the President's desk, so that the assistance can reach the people of Ukraine and Eastern Europe. It is, we cannot afford to wait. Again, time is of the essence. The aid package we'll pass today will be pivotal, and others have addressed what is in there in terms of weaponry and security issues, in terms of government and their economy, in terms of humanitarian assistance. I was very pleased on the delegation to be joined by Chairman Jim McGovern, Chair of the Rules Committee, but the Chair always of the Food Security Initiatives in the Congress. And he made very clear the link between what Putin is doing in Ukraine and the impact it will have on the rest of the world in terms of starvation. Because Ukraine has been the breadbasket of Europe and of the world, and all of the product, whether it's sunflower oil, whether it's wheat, corn, whatever, going to Africa and other places in the world is essential to their food security. So the brutality of Putin is not just what he's doing in Ukraine, but the impact that it is having on food for the world. So when you're home thinking, what is this all about? Just think about, when I was hungry, you fed me, in the Gospel of Matthew. It also is so pleased that Mr. Meeks, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, was with us, because we talked about sanctions, which are a product of his committee. And I mention that because he knows his subject very well, as did President Zelensky. But the fact is, what we want to see is an end to war. If we could end war by using economic sanctions, all the better, to spare human life on both sides of it. But President Putin has initiated a war, hostilities into a sovereign country, with a band leading it, thinking that he was going to be well received with a band. What could he have been thinking? So again, Mr. Meeks, in terms of negotiations, in terms of sanctions and the rest, led our visit very well. Mr. Schiff, the chair of the Intelligence Committee, had a very clear conversation with President Zelensky and the Speaker of their parliament and the Foreign Secretary, Minister, about how, and respectful of what the Ukrainians are doing with their own security, and not to be misled into thinking that anything but their own security has led to some of the successes they have had. Ms. Barbara Lee, who we just heard from, the chair of the State Foreign Ops Committee, just so remarkable in our visit to Poland to talk about how we have not only economic assistance or humanitarian assistance, but accountability as well as help for children who are suffering so much there. Mr. Keating, as a member of both the Foreign Affairs and Armed Services Committee, was very much into the accountability piece. He's chair of the committee that is Europe, Eurasia, environment, global issues that cross borders, and understood the need for us to have public support and have accountability for what we give. And Jason Crow, member of Intel and Armed Services, spoke with great authority about weapon systems and the rest with President Zelensky and his team about what they need, what we can convey back, and what judgments are made in that regard. What's interesting about Mr. Crow is that he was a member when, in another time earlier in his life, which wasn't that long ago, he was a member of the 82nd Airborne. And when we met with the 82nd Airborne in Poland, they were happy to welcome one of their former members, and they spoke the same language, some hoots and hollers of some kind, I don't know, but nonetheless, it was a very his participation there was beneficial, and especially when it came to comparing notes on weapon systems. What I think it's important for the American people to know is that what Putin has done is not only an act of brutality, it's an act of cowardice. Who but a coward would pretend he's going to war and bomb a maternity hospital? Who but a coward would have his soldiers resort to the cruelty of rape of children or their parents in front of them, boys and girls? Who but a coward would pile these children in trains and take them to Russia? All of this will be a matter of coming to justice at some point. But right now, we have to have it come to a conclusion that you don't do that. It's outside the circle of civilized human behavior. Putin, coward. So in any event, what we're doing here is very important, supplying weaponry and security assistance, government and economic assistance, humanitarian assistance, and I thank Congresswoman Lee and Mr. McGovern for their focus on all of that. For the refugees, for the displaced within Ukraine, and for those who are trapped under fire without food or water, fresh water or anything, because their civilian communities are being attacked by the coward Putin. So we're very proud of what this gives us today. We should all be very proud, that we had the opportunity when Putin decided, whatever it is he decided, to be brutal and cruel and a coward, that we were there to help. It's about democracy versus a dictatorship. Democracy must prevail. The Ukrainian people are fighting the fight for their democracy, and in doing so, for ours as well. We must help them win so that we can have bread for the world and feed the hungry, so that we can stop the horrible behavior that they're doing in treating women and trafficking and the rest of trafficking in women and girls. This is unbelievable. It's horrible. And the world needs to know why this is important, and the world needs to know why we have decided to go forward with this as soon as possible. This package builds upon the strong, ongoing support already delivered by the United States, thanks to the bipartisan, bicameral unity in the Congress and with the administration. In our government funding legislation last March, we delivered $13.6 billion in humanitarian security and economic assistance. These resources are already reaching communities on the ground, helping the Ukrainians protect their people and repel Russian forces. And just yesterday, President Biden proudly signed into law one of our consequential legislative initiatives, the revival of the historic Lend-Lease program. Lend-Lease helped turn the tide in the fight against fascism in World War II, and it will be essential in our mission to rescue democracy from dictatorship today. The House also passed one that I like to call seize and freeze. Seize the Russian assets, freeze them, and then to punish the Russian oligarchs funding this diabolical war, and use the assets when they thaw to rebuild Ukraine. At the same time, America's continued to move together with our allies to level the historic punishment against Putin for his senseless aggression, isolating Russia and devastating its economy. I wish the people of Russia knew what he was doing to them, but he does not allow truth to be heard by the Russian people. I just want to say one more thing about all of this, and that is when we talk about our partners in NATO and in the European Union, I want to sing their praises because they have seen that their dependence on Russian oil is a weapon of war for the Russians. They have seen that unless they diversify away from Russian oil, they'll always be enslaved by needing that oil. And so I'm so pleased that they have made the decision that in an appropriate timetable, they will be withdrawing from that, as we did in the House a number of weeks ago when we said, and the Senate did as well, be purchasing any more Russian oil. So again, for these and other reasons, it's just an honor to be associated with the courage of the people of Ukraine, the generosity of the people of Poland and other Eastern European countries who are receiving these refugees. They've opened their homes and their hearts to them, and we need to be helpful in every way that we can. And so I salute our bipartisan leadership in bringing this to the floor. I also want to thank Mr. Rogers, he was chair of the committee when I was on the committee, and I appreciated his remarks earlier. And again, I thank Rosa DeLauro for the efficiency and directness with which she was ready to bring this to the floor the minute the president said we can proceed with it as a single measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back and urge a strong bipartisan vote for this act of mercy. Thank you.
Thank you. The Speaker yields back. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I reserve my time.
The gentlelady reserves her time. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the chair of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Defense, Ms. McCollum.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair DeLauro. I rise in strong support of the additional Ukrainian Supplemental Appropriations Act. The Biden administration, Congress, and the American people have been unflinching in our support for the people of Ukraine. Under desperate circumstances, the Ukrainian people have valiantly resisted Vladimir Putin's illegal, unjust, and unprovoked invasion of their country. Today, the House of Representatives has another opportunity, not only to stand with the people of Ukraine, but to stand together with our fellow democracies against this authoritarian aggression by passing this supplemental. As chair of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, I know how critical it is to continue our commitment to provide Ukraine with robust security assistance. At the same time, we must provide the Department of Defense with the additional tools to respond to the Russian aggression. And that's why we've included $2.1 billion in this legislation, including $6 billion for the Ukrainian Security Initiative to provide equipment, weapons, and training to the Ukrainian military. We've included $9.1 billion to replenish stocks of the U.S. military equipment that has been donated to Ukraine. And last month, I had the opportunity to travel to Germany and Poland and visit with our deployed service members. Today, I am pleased that we've included flexibility for the Department of Defense to provide hardship pay for those deployed in the EUCOM region. This legislation also includes funding for desperately needed humanitarian relief for Ukrainian families who have been displaced within Ukraine or have fled to neighboring nations. Mr. Speaker, I urge our Republican colleagues to join us in a show of bipartisanship unity. Let us stand together. Let us pass this bill. Let us defend democracies everywhere from a Russian aggression. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve my time.
The gentlelady reserves her time. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for yielding. I rise in strong support of the Ukrainian Supplemental Appropriations Act, and I do so without hesitation or reservation. I do so because there is no way that we could stand idly by and watch the horror that is being heaped upon our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. Rather than just wringing our hands and talking about how unfortunate it is, we are doing something about it. We are bringing aid and help and assistance. And I'm proud to be part of a country that looks out not only for itself, but recognizes that we either stand for something or we fall together. So, Madam Chairman, I thank you for your leadership, and I also must thank the country of Poland. I thank Poland for standing up in the face of dire circumstances, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve my time.
The gentlelady reserves her time. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I am grateful for the leadership that we have shown in this Democratic caucus, joined with our Republican friends. Let me thank the chairwoman, manager of this bill, and the Republican manager, and my friend from Texas. The one point that I think we can all agree to, this is a vile and violent and brutal and senseless war. It is Vladimir Putin trying to return to the greatness of Russia that fought Nazism, but is now making a fiasco and light of what fighting Nazism is all about. In going to Ukraine with the Hoya Codell, my focus was on the terrible plight of children. In an op-ed that was printed in the Houston Chronicle, I said that our children in war must never suffer the nightmare that UNICEF says. So I support this supplemental for the very reason of dealing with, one, providing for the munitions and exploitability of funds to procure critical munitions, but as well the humanitarian aid that is to correct the devastation of children who saw the bodies of their parents dead in the street.
I yield the gentlelady from Texas another minute.
I thank the gentlelady for her kindness. Dealing with the pictures that were depicted, but the stories that I heard of children sitting next to dead parents or dead bodies, children unaccompanied, lost, orphaned. And so my conclusion is that in addition to war, we must realize that our children are our future. In this bill, the Administration for Children and Families, $900 million to provide refugee support services, housing, English language, trauma and support services to help those who have been trafficked or may be trafficked, to help those who have been raped, young women and children, and to deal with the Centers for Disease Control with $54 million to provide the medical support, and of course to able to provide dealing with the migration and refugee circumstances that we saw in Poland that took 2 to 3 million refugees, including children. We are standing on democracy. We are not afraid to stand with what is right, and we're not afraid to say, glory to Ukraine. We want the victory for Ukraine, and we want defeat for Vladimir Putin. Regime change would be great, but we realize that that will not happen, but defeat must happen. I support the supplemental. Let us stand for democracy. I yield back.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized. The gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
And we are prepared to close if the gentlewoman.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I want to say a thank you to Ranking Member Granger for the support for this effort. As the Speaker pointed out, this has been a bipartisan measure since we moved on March 8th. Okay. And I also want to say a thank you to Chairman Rogers for speaking here tonight as well. The world must see that we are united in our support of Ukraine. And, you know, I think it's the Ukrainian people, they need us. They are in desperate need of our support. Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues to threaten peace and democracy around the globe, and Vladimir Putin must be held accountable. Why is there an unprovoked attack on a sovereign nation whose only desire is to be free, to be a democracy, to associate itself with the West? Why is that a provocation for being invaded, for the massive destruction that Ukraine is undergoing at the moment? Again, Vladimir Putin and his cronies must be held accountable. This bill does that by protecting democracy, limiting Russian aggression, and strengthening our own national security. We must act swiftly and decisively tonight. We have not seen such a mobilization of support around the world for an ally since World War II. And I am so proud that that mobilization has been led by United States President Biden. It is a moral obligation. It is a moral responsibility. We can't sit by and watch news day in and day out and seeing the massive destruction that is being wrought on Ukraine and its citizens. You know, President Zelensky said, light will overcome darkness, and our job is to help to provide the light. I think it was stirring when you had in Moscow Victory Day and President Putin with this extraordinary display of power, and then watching President Zelensky walk down the street of Kiev and on his own, by himself, an extraordinary leader who needs to know, and I believe he does know, that it's the United States and the world is there to support his efforts. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Are we waiting? And I will yield back the balance of my, Congresswoman Granger, would you bear with us? I think the majority leader is here to speak. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and will shortly recognize the majority leader. I will. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the majority leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Apologize for keeping people waiting, and I tend to speak more briefly than I usually speak on my 1 minute, but not because of the importance of this subject, not because of the deep feelings that I have that this is the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, this supplemental appropriation bill is a down payment on the security and success of democracy. We have paid that price before, not only in dollars, but in lives. Not only in Ukraine, but throughout the world. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin watched as the Russian military paraded through Red Square to commemorate victory in the Second World War. Instead of honoring, however, those who defeated fascism, Putin repeated his lies about the purpose of his criminal and unprovoked war against Ukraine. Putin, like Hitler and Stalin before him, has denigrated the law,
humanitarian principles, morals, and any kind of status in the world. We know why Putin invaded Ukraine. Not to free its people. They were free. They are free. Not to protect Russian speakers. They were protected with all the rights and security of free citizens in a nation of laws. In fact, I suggested that the UN send observers into eastern Ukraine to protect Russian speakers. Russia was not only under no threat from the Ukraine, but not from any NATO nation either. No, the plain truth is that Vladimir Putin ordered the invasion of Ukraine because he wanted to consolidate and expand his own power and his control over Russia. In sum, he wants to recreate the Russian Empire, a tyranny, a ruling over people by force, not by choice. After the defeat of fascism in the Second World War, the United States and our allies built a global order based on human rights and the rule of law. In Ukraine, Putin sought to forge a new international order with help from China, one in which might makes right and strong men make rules. In such a view, individual freedoms must yield to the benefit of the leader and his cronies or the greatness of the state or ruling party. Putin believed that a quick victory in Ukraine would show his might and strengthen his rule, and deter America and our allies from standing up to future acts of Russian aggression. We have all been surprised and heartened and admiring and awed by the courage and determination of the Ukrainian people and their leader. In their valiant fight, they have written a new chapter in the history of their nation and in the story of humankind's struggle for a free world. Our own nation. Give me liberty or give me death. The first stage of the war in Ukraine was a victory for freedom and the Ukrainian people. With the help of Western arms and aid, Ukraine defeated Putin's attempt to win a quick and decisive victory and to occupy and control the capital of Ukraine. Indeed, they have given the Russian military a substantial bruising. But this war, as we know, is far from over. In the east, Russian forces continue their fierce assaults, their criminal assaults, their murderous assaults, their savage assaults. There's not an adverse adjective that you can use that does not apply to the actions of Russia and its soldiers and its leaders. Their seizure of towns and villages and their war crimes against civilians is meant to demoralize the Ukrainian people into submission. How awed we must be and proud of their determination not to be bludgeoned into submission. The world now knows that Ukrainians will fight to their last breath for their country. We pledge our lives and our honor, our sacred honor, and all that we have. That's what our founders said. Fighting a behemoth power, the world power of its day. And because of the courage of our founders and those Minutemen and those Minutewomen, we prevailed. I say this is a down payment, this bill. The world now knows that Ukrainians will fight to their last breath for their country, just as the fighters, and that's not just we have to say it, we've seen it in Mariupol. This is a down payment, this bill, for the success and security of democracy, not just of Ukrainian democracy or Ukrainian freedom, but for the freedom of the global community. As I have said in recent weeks, America and our allies must ensure that Putin suffers a strategic loss from this invasion. If he does not, every two-bit dictator in the world will take the lesson that we can do the same. President Biden understands this, which is why he requested this funding to provide Ukraine with the type of arms it needs to shift from defensive to offensive operations. The Battle of Kiev has, at least for now, been won. But this war will turn on the Battle of the Donbass and the Battle of the Black Sea coast. I urge every one of my colleagues, do not be dissuaded tonight by politics. Do not be diverted from our support of democracy, which 435 of us support, or freedom or liberty, about which all of us talk all the time. Talk is cheap. This victory for democracy is not. It has never been. And it is not today or tomorrow and the day thereafter. Let us not let Putin achieve a victory over democracy and liberty and freedom. Vote yes for Ukraine, for the American people and our democracy, and for those who love liberty throughout this globe. Let us send a united message. Yes, we have political differences. Yes, we can sometimes be demeaning of one another. But when it comes to the defense of liberty and freedom, we shall be united. Vote yes. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were together, as I said earlier, on March 8th in support of Ukraine. Let us be together tonight in support of Ukraine. Let us tell Vladimir Putin that the United States is leading the world in support of Ukraine on behalf of the Ukrainian people. Let him understand that he is alone in this world and needs to pay a price for this outrageous invasion and unprovoked attack on a sovereign nation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1097, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for assistance for the situation in Ukraine for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Ben, all right. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Rush, Mr. Infume, Mr. Brown, Mr. Harford, Mr. Doyle, and Ms. Wild, they all vote yes on final passage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on H.R. 7691.
Okay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Ms. Barragan of California, Mr. DeSanya of California, and Mr. Swazi of New York. I inform the member that these House that these four members will vote yes on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Congressman Lou Correa, I inform the House that he wishes to vote yes on final passage of H.R. 7691, additional Ukraine supplement. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote no on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Cortez will vote yes on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Josh Gottheimer, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brownlee, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, I inform the House that Ms. Titus of Nevada will vote aye on H.R. 7691.
Does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman of California, Mr. Delgado of New York, and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, Representative Cuellar of Texas, Representative Castro of Texas, Representative Scanlon of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7691. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on H.R. 7691, supplemental funding for Ukraine.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wolarski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Wolarski will vote aye on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Mooney will vote yes on the passage of H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
By Ms. Ming and Ms. Spear, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on 7691.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote yes on H.R. 7691.
what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Wilson, South Carolina, from the House, Mr. Wilson will vote aye on H.R. 7691.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote yea on H.R. 7691.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bordeaux and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kim of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote yea on the passage.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart of the Sunshine State, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yea on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Rule 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H.R. 7691, the additional Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2022. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yea on H.R. 7691.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Tim Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on H.R. 7691. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairman Thompson, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Scott, and Representative Troy Carter, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7691.
Who else we got? What purpose does the what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington State, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on H.R. 7691.
On this vote, the yeas are 368, the nays are 57. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
No, this is. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 5996, a bill originally introduced by Representative Fortenberry of Nebraska for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that Mr. Bishop of Georgia, Mrs. Murphy of Florida, and Mr. Higgins of New York be removed as co-sponsors of H.R. 7648.
Without objections. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it may be in order at any time on Tuesday, May 17th, 2022, for the Speaker to declare a recess, subject to the call of the Chair, for the purpose of receiving in joint meeting His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote, or the yeas or nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 224.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 224, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 5302 Galveston Road in Houston, Texas, as the Vanessa Guillen Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I now recognize the sponsor of this bill, Representative Garcia, for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for bringing this bill forward, a bill that's really very important, not just to the Guillen family, but to so many constituents in my district. I want to also recognize that we are also in the midst of celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Vanessa Guillen's death. Vanessa was one of my constituents before she was transported to Fort Hood military base for her Army training. She was a rising star before her life was tragically cut short. As members of Congress, we have the moral obligation to honor Vanessa's memory and enact change that will end violence in our military installations. Her story has captivated Americans of all backgrounds. It brought much-needed attention to sexual assault in the military and it has led to changes being implemented at Fort Hood and at military bases throughout the nation and, in fact, the world. I will not rest till there is justice for Vanessa Guillen and her family. There is still much work that we need to be done, but the naming of a post office in her memory this year of her first anniversary would be but a small gesture on the part of this Congress in naming a post office after her to memorialize her work and her legacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Houston native Army and Army Specialist Vanessa Guillen was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. In April 2020, she was reported missing from her unit. Tragically, her body was found 2 months later along the Leon River near Fort Hood. It's believed Specialist Guillen was killed by a fellow soldier at Fort Hood who'd been harassing her and stalking her. Specialist Guillen's death spurred a national policy conversation about the way in which sexual harassment claims have been handled by the military. I strongly support this postal naming bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Does the gentlewoman wish to conclude?
I now recognize Representative Jackson Lee for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I now recognize Representative Jackson Lee for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady, and I thank the manager, Bill, and our friends on the other side of the aisle. I rise to salute this naming of a Houston post office after Vanessa Guillen, and to congratulate my colleague, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, whose constituent Vanessa was, for her leadership in recognizing the importance of the life and legacy of Vanessa Guillen. She was a hero in life and a hero in death. As the story is told, all of her life she wanted to be in the United States Army, and she was an impeccable member of the United States military. Her tragic story is not one that she deserved. The violent death, the sexual assault, the lack of oversight, the lack of knowledge and investigation and process that would have really saved her life. She did her duty. She made those in positions of power aware of the journey and the trials and tribulations that she was facing. But yet, her life was lost. But not her legacy, not her story, and not the response that has come about through the United States Congress and that will continue. As I heard my colleague say, she will not rest until Vanessa Guillen gets justice. This is one step of honor for all little girls to know what a brave and wonderful young woman she was, and to be able to say to her family that we'll never forget her story. I honor her tonight. I honor her legacy. I honor her bravery, and I honor her story. What are we to say to the young girls who seek to be part of the United States military and to fight and to stand for their country? Yes, they can model their lives after the service given by Vanessa Guillen. I thank her, brave that she is, and yes, a servant of the people of the United States. I thank her and I salute her. Congratulations for this post office to her family and her community, and to Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Speaker, in the interest of time, I wish to be associated with the words of my colleagues in honor of Vanessa Guillen. I thank my colleague, Sylvia Garcia, for putting this important legislation forward. I ask unanimous consent to have my comments placed into the record, and I reserve the balance of time, and if there are no further speakers, I am prepared to close.
Without objection, the The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues for giving a voice to thousands of women who don't have one with this postal naming bill tonight. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentlewoman from New York.
I urge passage of H.R. 224, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 224 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 700.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to
gentlewoman will
revise
suspend.
and extend.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 700, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 303 East Mississippi Avenue in Elwood, Illinois, as the Lawrence M. Larry Walsh Sr. Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I now recognize the sponsor of this bill, Representative Foster, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Madam Chairman for bringing this bill forward. I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my legislation, H.R. 700, to name the Elwood, Illinois Post Office after Larry Walsh Sr., a public servant and a dedicated member of the Will County community. Raised in Joliet and graduate of Joliet Junior College and lifelong resident of Elwood, Larry loved the state of Illinois and devoted his life to making it a better place. He first began his career in public service as a member of the Elwood School Board and continued to serve his community as an elected Jackson Township supervisor, a member of the Will County Board, and an Illinois state senator representing the 43rd District, a time during which he was widely reputed to have spent a certain amount of time playing poker with his colleague, then State Senator Barack Obama. Larry finished his career in public service as the Will County Executive, a position he held from 2004 until his passing in 2020. Larry was a family man and a devoted farmer, a voice for disability issues, citizens, senior citizen services, and agricultural workers. He championed the largest infrastructure improvement investment in Will County's history, alongside modernizing his county's public safety resources. Simply put, Will County is a better place today because of the decades of work that Larry devoted to it. The Lawrence M. Larry Walsh Sr. Post Office will be a justifiable source of pride and a fitting tribute to a man who dedicated his life to local government and his community. So I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation, one of the collegial and noble things that Congress can do for a collegial and noble man. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lawrence Walsh was born and raised in Joliet, Illinois, where he later served as an Illinois state senator from 1997 to 2005. He also served as a local community as the Will County Executive, an office he held from 2004 until his death in 2020. I support this postal naming bill honoring an Illinois community public servant, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I submit my statement in support of Mr. Foster's very important bill. I strongly support it. I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The
Okay.
gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Speaker. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection. I'm sorry. The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 700, an important bill. Thank you, Mr. Foster, for authoring it, and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 700? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 5900.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5900, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2016 East 1st Street in Los Angeles, California, as a Marine Corps Reserve Private Jacob Cruz Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5900 to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 2016 East 1st Street in Los Angeles, California, as the Marine Corps Reserve Private Jacob Cruz Post Office. Private Jacob Cruz grew up in Boyle Heights and was the second born of 5 children. At the age of 17, Private Cruz enlisted in the Marine Corps. As part of the 2nd Marine Division, his mission was to secure the island of Baishio in order to control the Japanese airstrip in the Tarawa Atoll. Tragically, during the Battle of Tarawa, Private Cruz was killed. Private Cruz was declared unrecoverable for 77 years before his remains were identified and returned home to his family in Los Angeles. On March 25, 2021, he was then laid to rest with full military honors. He was the recipient of numerous awards and citations, including the Silver Star, the Purple Heart, Combat Action Ribbon, World War II Victory Medal, American Campaign Medal, Marine Corps Presidential Unit Citation, Asiatic Pacific Theater Campaign Medal, Marine Corps Medal, the Gold Star lapel button. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in paying respect to this World War II hero by naming the post office at 2016 East 1st Street in L.A., California, as the Marine Corps Reserve Private Jacob Cruz Post Office. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight I'm honored to speak about Private Jacob Cruz, a Marine killed in World War II's Pacific Campaign. Private Cruz fought bravely alongside other Marines and soldiers who were also killed in battle. However, until recently, many of these American heroes were laid to rest abroad in unknown or lost graves. In 2019, thanks in part to the Virginia nonprofit History Flight, Private Cruz's remains were finally identified. Later in 2021, his remains were finally returned to the United States and returned to his family members. Private Cruz now lies in rest here in the United States, the country he gave his life defending. Today, we honor this American hero by renaming a U.S. post office in his honor. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I urge passage of this important bill, H.R. 5900, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5900? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill, H.R. 6386.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6386, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 450 West Schaumburg Road in Schaumburg, Illinois, as a Veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan Memorial Post Office building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I now recognize the sponsor of this bill, Rep. Krishnamurthy, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I stand in awe of our veterans across this country, in Illinois, and of course in my 8th District of Illinois, which I represent. I salute veterans for their bravery, their courage, their sacrifice, and their patriotism. I wish to honor the men and women who take up our flag in service of our great nation and express my immense gratitude. It is for this reason I have introduced this bill to rename the post office in Schaumburg, Illinois, in honor of the veterans of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Since 2001, between 2 to 3 million service members have served in post-9/11 war operations in Afghanistan and Iraq. The new name of this Schaumburg post office will be a constant reminder for my community of the bravery of veterans from these wars. How we honor our veterans reflect who we are as a country. I look forward to passing my legislation today to rename this post office in honor of veterans of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may commit.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our soldiers sacrifice so much for our nation. Naming a post office for those veterans who serve in Iraq and Afghanistan is the least we can do to honor them. When local residents visit this post office in Schaumburg, Illinois, they will hopefully be reminded of all the sacrifices made by our service members in support of American freedoms and democracy and national security here and around the world that we hold so dear. I support this postal naming bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I submit my statement to the record and ask to be associated with the comments of my 2 colleagues. I congratulate Mr. Krishnamurthy on his excellent bill. I am prepared to close. I have no further speakers.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 6386 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6386? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill, H.R. 6614.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6614, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 4744 Grand River Avenue in Detroit, Michigan, as the Rosa Louise Macaulay Parks Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6614 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 4744 Grand Street Avenue in Detroit, Michigan, as the Rosa Louise Macaulay Parks Post Office Building. Ms. Rosa Louise Macaulay Parks was born on February 4th, 1913, in Tuskegee, Alabama. She attended elementary school in Pine Level, Alabama, and eventually went on to attend the Alabama State Teachers College High School. Unfortunately, she was not able to graduate with her class due to the passing of her grandmother. Mrs. Parks further delayed her education to take care of her family when her mother fell ill. She eventually received her high school diploma in 1934 after marrying Raymond Parks on December 18, 1932. In the 1930s, Ms. Parks was an early activist in the effort to free the Scottsboro Boys. With her husband Raymond, she worked as the secretary and later the youth leader of the local branch of the NAACP. Mrs. Parks' refusal to surrender her seat to a white male passenger on a Montgomery, Alabama bus on December 1st, 1955, triggered a wave of protest that really reverberated throughout the United States. Her courageous act changed America's view of Black people and redirected the course of history. After her arrest, Black people in Montgomery organized and promoted a boycott of the city bus line that lasted 381 days. Inspired by the Montgomery protest, other actions took shape in the form of sit-ins and eat-ins to demand equal rights for all people. In 1965 to 1988, Mrs. Parks worked for Congresswoman John Conyers' staff as he represented which was then the 1st Congressional District of Michigan. In February 1987, she co-founded the Rosa and Raymond Parks Institute for Self-Development with Mrs. Elaine Eason Steele in honor of her late husband, Raymond. The goal of the Institute was to motivate and empower youth not targeted by other programs to achieve their highest potential. Mrs. Parks saw the energy of young people as a real source for change. Ms. Parks received more than 43 honorary doctorate degrees, hundreds of plaques, certificates, citations, awards, and keys to many cities, such as the NAACP Spingarn Medal, the UAW's Social Justice Award, the Martin Luther King Jr. Nonviolent Peace Prize, and the Congressional Gold Medal in 1999. In September of 1996, she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by President Bill Clinton. In the state of Michigan, the first Monday after February 4th has been designated as Ms. Rosa Parks Day. On October 24th, 2005, Mrs. Parks peacefully passed away. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of this great civil rights activist by naming the post office at 4744 Grand Street Avenue in Detroit, Michigan, as the Rosa Louise Macaulay Parks Post Office Building. I reserve the balance of my
The
time.
gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rosa Parks is known as the mother of the civil rights movement. Her brave resistance set in motion one of the largest social movements in American history, the Montgomery bus boycott. After 381 days, the Montgomery bus boycott ended after the Supreme Court held that any law requiring racially segregated seating on buses violated the 14th Amendment. Because of her brave actions, Ms. Parks lost her job and faced death threats for the remainder of her life. But she never gave up the fight. She moved with her family to Detroit in 1957, where she continued to support the civil rights movement. I support this postal naming bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentlelady from South Carolina has no further speakers, I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman has the only time remaining.
Well, I urge the passage of H.R. 6614 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6614? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to Bill H.R. 91.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 91, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 810 South Pendleton Street in Eastleigh, South Carolina, as a private first-class Barrett Lyle Austin Post Office building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 91 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 810 South Pendleton Street, Eastleigh, South Carolina, as the private first-class Barrett Lyle Austin Post Office building. Private first-class Barrett Lyle Austin was born in Eastleigh, South Carolina on November 10, 1992. In 2011, he graduated from Pickens High School. Following his graduation, he enlisted and was sworn in at the Fort Jackson, South Carolina. In August 2012, Private First Class Austin graduated basic training and advanced infantry training at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, as a combat engineer. Immediately following, he was stationed at Fort Stewart, Georgia, where he was assigned to the 4th Brigade Special Troops Battalion, 4th Infantry Brigade, Combat Team, 3rd Infantry Division. He was later deployed to Afghanistan in 2013. On April 17, 2013, Private First Class Austin suffered massive head and chest trauma after an attack while driving an armored truck on patrol in Wardak Province, Afghanistan. On April 21, 2013, at the age of 20, Private First Class Austin succumbed to his injuries in Landstuhl, Germany. Posthumously, he was awarded a Purple Heart, Bronze Star, Palmetto Star Hero Award, the South Carolina Governor's Award for Extraordinary Sacrifice and Heroism. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Private First Class Austin by naming the post office at 810 South Pendleton Street in Eastleigh, South Carolina, as the Private First Class Barrett Lyle Austin Post Office building. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Jeff Duncan, the sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 91 to honor Private First Class Barrett Lyle Austin. a fallen son of South Carolina who gave his life in service to our country by designating the Easley, South Carolina Post Office the private first-class Barrett Lyle Alston Post Office building. This resolution is co-sponsored by the entire South Carolina delegation and is supported by the City of Easley, their City Council, as well as the family of Private First Class Barrett Lyle Alston, his parents Kurt and Yolanda Alston. Not long after he won his stripes as Private First Class in the Army, he was driving an armored truck on patrol in the Wardak province of Afghanistan when insurgents attacked and a bomb exploded and he suffered massive head and chest trauma. Private First Class Alston died in Germany days later on April 21st, 2013 at the young age of 20. Now, Private First Class Alston was posthumously awarded the Purple Heart, Bronze Star, Palmetto State Hero Award, and the South Carolina Governor's Award for extraordinary sacrifice and heroism. Private First Class Alston was an avid sportsman, a 2011 graduate of Pickens High School and a member of Rock Springs Baptist Church in Easley. I attended his service, and the pastor said he was awarded the medals posthumously, but he was awarded the jewels in his crown the minute he entered the pearly gates. He was that kind of believer. He was an inspiration to many. He's an American hero and deserved to be honored for his bravery and sacrifice for our country as a soldier defending our freedoms and security. And as John 15:13 says, greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends. Barrett did that. I want to thank the committee and the ranking member Comer for bringing this measure to the floor and allowing us to honor our fallen heroes. Again, I urge passage of the legislation and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman has no further speakers, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill honoring Easley, South Carolina native and American hero, Private First Class Alston. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 91 and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 91? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 92.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 92, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 110 Johnson Street, Pickens, South Carolina, as a specialist for Charles Johnson Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 92 to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 110 Johnson Street in Pickens, South Carolina, as the specialist for Charles Johnson Post Office. Specialist for Charles Johnson was born on August 4th, 1940 in Pickens, South Carolina, to Mr. Charles Johnson, Sr. and Miss Essie Jamison Johnson. He attended the Pickens County Training School and was a 1958 graduate of Clearview High School in Easley, South Carolina. After completing high school, he enlisted in the United States Army with the military parental consent of his mother, since he was only 17 years old when he began his military career. Specialist Ford Johnson completed his basic training at Fort Benning, Georgia, and was a paratrooper. Unfortunately, he was killed in action by a gunshot wound to the chest while serving in Vietnam. His mother described him as, and I quote, a playful boy and happy all the time. He served with his brothers, Specialist 4 John H. Johnson and Specialist 4 Leroy Johnson. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Specialist 4 Johnson by naming the post office at 110 Johnson Street in Pickens, South Carolina, as the Specialist 4 Charles Johnson Post Office. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Jeff Duncan, the sponsor of this bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Come tonight to honor another Pickens County fallen hero with H.R. 92 to honor Specialist 4 Charles Johnson Jr., an American hero and fallen son of South Carolina. By designating the Pickens, South Carolina Post Office the Specialist 4 Charles Johnson Post Office. This resolution is co-sponsored by the entire South Carolina delegation and supported by the City of Pickens, their City Council, as well as the family of Specialist 4 Johnson. Now, Specialist 4 Johnson Jr. was killed in action on March the 30th, 1966 in Vietnam and was the first casualty from Pickens County in that war. Specialist 4 Johnson of Pickens, South Carolina, began his military career in the Army at a young age of 17 years old. He was one of 3 brothers to serve in Vietnam at the same time. He was awarded the Purple Heart, the Vietnam Gallantry Cross, the National Defense Service Medal, among other commendations. Specialist 4 Johnson was a 1958 graduate of Clearview High School in Easley, South Carolina, and was a member of the Griffin Ebenezer Baptist Church. Now, he's an American hero and deserves to be honored for his sacrifice for our country as a soldier defending our nation. We know that freedom isn't free, and it is because of brave men like Specialist 4 Johnson that we enjoy the freedom and security that we have today. I want to thank the committee and Ranking Member Comer for bringing this to the floor and allowing us to honor our fallen heroes. Again, I urge the passage of this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentlelady from South Carolina has no further speakers, I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill honoring Specialist Johnson, who was the first Vietnam War casualty from Pickens County, South Carolina. Welcome home, Specialist Johnson. I yield back the balance of my
The
time.
gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 92 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 92? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the ayes and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 207.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 207, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 215 First Avenue in Amory, Mississippi, as the Command Sergeant Major Lawrence E. Rabbit Kennedy Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 207 to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 215 First Avenue in Armory, Mississippi, as the Command Sergeant Major Lawrence E. Rabbit Kennedy Post Office Building. Command Sergeant Major Lawrence Kennedy enlisted in the U.S. Army in October of 1940 by walking for 2 days from his hometown of Smithville to Tupelo. Over the course of his 35 years in the United States Army, he served in World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. Command Sergeant Major Kennedy fought in the Battle of the Bulge, participated in 506 airborne jumps, and was featured on the cover of Life magazine, along with the Army's 1st Cavalry 9th Division. In 2017, Command Sergeant Major Kennedy was commended by the Mississippi Legislature by House Concurrent Resolution 51, authored in honor of his outstanding military career. After serving for 35 years, he continued to serve local veterans, founding the annual Veterans Breakfast in partnership with the Community Bank. On July 20th, 2017, Command Sergeant Major Kennedy passed away. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in honoring the legacy of this patriot by naming the post office at 215 First Avenue in Armory, Mississippi as the Command Sergeant Major Lawrence E. Rabbit Kennedy Post Office Building. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Trent Kelly, the sponsor of the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 207, renaming the post office in Amory, Mississippi for Sergeant Major Lawrence Rabbit Kennedy. Rabbit is an American hero, and I am proud to sponsor this legislation in his honor. Rabbit enlisted in the United States Army in October of 1940. To do so, he walked for 2 days from his hometown of Smithville to Tupelo. Rabbit served in World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War over the course of 35 years in the United States Army. There were not a lot of three-war veterans in our lifetimes, and he was a true hero, and I'm proud to have known him personally. Rabbit's accounts of World War II battles are features of the 2014 book, Last Eyewitnesses, World War II Memories, D-Day to 70th Anniversary. He fought in the Battle of the Bulge, where he spent 9 days in a foxhole next to a dead German soldier. Command Sergeant Major Kennedy led the Army's 1st Cavalry Division in Vietnam, and a photo of him leading his men into combat was featured on the cover of Life magazine. During his career in the United States Army, Rabbit Kennedy earned 4 Legions of Merit, 4 Bronze Stars, participated in 506 airborne jumps, and retired as one of the most decorated soldiers in the history of the United States Army. In 2017, Rabbit Kennedy was commended by the Mississippi Legislature in a House resolution. He also was the first enlisted man inducted into the Hall of Fame at the United States Army Aviation Museum at Fort Rucker, Alabama. Rabbit Kennedy continued to serve local veterans throughout his life, which is where I met him. He never quit helping veterans, even after he got out of his 35 years of military service. Rabbit Kennedy is regarded as a community leader and a true American hero. On July 20th, 2017, he went to be with the Lord and will always be locally remembered as a patriot and a member of the greatest generation. It is a true and lasting honor to remember the service of Rabbit Kennedy. I just have to say again, he was an amazing man who served this country in 3 wars, but he always had time for everyone, and he always had time for a veteran in need and was always helping. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentlelady from South Carolina has no further speakers, I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill of one of the most decorated U.S. Army soldiers in our history of our country, and I yield back the balance of
The
my
gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 207 for this national hero and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 207? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 209.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 209, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 305 Highway 15 North in Pontotoc, Mississippi, as the Lance Corporal Mark Lucas Tucker Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
The chair recognizes, without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York. So,
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
the chair recognizes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 209 to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 305 Highway 15 North in Pontotoc, Mississippi, as the Lance Corporal Mark Lucas Tucker Post Office Building. Lance Corporal Mark Lucas Tucker joined the Marine Corps at the age of 23. He was deployed to Iraq with the 9th Engineer Support Battalion, the 3rd Marine Force. Everyone in his family and community knew that Lance Corporal Tucker chose a life of service, and his mother confirmed his commitment to the U.S. military, saying he was, quote, a lifer, end quote. On June 7th, Lance Corporal Tucker called his mother to let her know about the timeline of his latest mission. Unfortunately, at 11 a.m., Ms. Bagwell recalls having a horrible headache, which she later learned occurred at the time of her son's death. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Lance Corporal Tucker by naming the post office at 305 Highway 15 North in Pontotoc, Mississippi, as the Lance Corporal Mark Lucas Tucker Post Office Building. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Trent Kelly, the sponsor of the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank Chairwoman Maloney and Ranking Member Comer for bringing these very important bills to honor our heroes in America. I think it's important that we honor and remember those who served this nation, especially those who gave their lives. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 209, renaming the post office in Pontotoc, Mississippi, for Lance Corporal Mark Lucas Tucker. At age 23, Mark Lucas Tucker joined the Marine Corps and deployed to Iraq with the 9th Engineer Support Battalion, 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force. His mother, Miss Donna Bagwell, recalls her son wanting to be a Marine from a very young age, following in the footsteps of his grandfather, who also served in the Marine Corps. He was a 1999 graduate of South Pontotoc Attendance Center, where he was known for his patriotism and sense of adventure. He was a baseball player, avid hunter, and fisherman. On June 8, 2005, Lance Corporal Tucker was killed in a vehicle accident while stationed in Okinawa, Japan. During his funeral, he was awarded the Navy Cross and the Mississippi Medal of Valor by Marine Major John Harding. He has also been awarded the Combat Action Ribbon, Good Conduct Medal, National Defense Service Medal, Korean Defense Service Medal, Humanitarian Service Medal, and Sea Service Medal. The Pontotoc community continues to mourn the loss of this young man who dedicated his life to the service of his country. Today, I aim to honor his families and countless others who have lost their loved ones in service for our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if the gentlelady from South Carolina has no further speakers, I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Speaker, I urge support of my colleagues of this bill honoring Lance Corporal Tucker and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 209 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 209? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are so ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. One more. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 3508.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3508, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 39 West Main Street in Honeoye Falls, New York, as a CW4 Christian J. Koch Memorial Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, and the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
I rise in support of H.R. 3508 to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 39 West Main Street in Honeoye Falls, New York, as the CW4 Christian J. Koch Memorial Post Office. Chief Warrant Officer Koch grew up in the New York Leicester area and was a 1999 graduate of York Central School. Before enlisting in the National Guard Infantry in March of 2000, he studied mathematics at Brockport State. He graduated second in his basic training class with honors and was immediately awarded a slot in Airborne School and assigned to the A Company, 1st Battalion, 108th Infantry. He was soon promoted to E5 and given a slot in Air Assault School, a distinct honor. In 2004, Chief Warrant Officer Koch was accepted into Warrant Officer School and went on to attend flight school and graduate in 2008. He was then deployed to Iraq during Operation Iraqi Freedom from 2008 to 2009, where he flew supplies and personnel. Throughout his training and active duty, he served as honor guards for veterans' funerals, participated in Veterans Day ceremonies, had his unit featured in the UNESCO War Museum. In addition, he participated in Operation Noble Eagle, guarding the northern border and the GINEA nuclear power plant following the tragedy of 9/11. Sadly, on January 20th, 2021, Chief Warrant Officer Koch lost his life during a training mission with the New York State National Guard. He is survived by his wife and 4 children. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in honoring Christian's legacy by naming the post office at 39 West Main Street in Honeoye Falls, New York, as the CW4 Christian J. Koch Memorial Post Office. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Christian Koch enlisted in the National Guard Infantry in March of 2000. He graduated second in his basic training class with honors. With such an excellent record, he was immediately awarded a slot in the Airborne School. He was quickly promoted and granted a spot in Air Assault School, which was a unique honor. In 2004, he was accepted into Warrant Officer School at Fort Rucker, Alabama, and upon completion then attended and graduated flight school in 2008. He was deployed to Iraq during Operation Iraqi Freedom, where he flew supplies and personnel. Later, he was deployed to Afghanistan as a medical evacuation pilot. He passed away in January 2021 during a training mission, leaving behind his wife and their 4 children. To honor his legacy, I strongly support this postal naming bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 3508 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3508? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. The chair lays before the House the communications.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, I hereby submit my resignation, effective this day, May 10th, 2022, as United States Representative of the 23rd District of the State of New York. Enclosed, please find a copy of the letter I have submitted to New York State Governor Kathy Hochul.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 6023, an act to require the United States Postal Service to continue selling the multinational species conservation funds semi-postal stamp until all remaining stamps are sold and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.